Dreamscape presents Forever Her Rake by Scarlett Scott. Narrated by Rupert Channing. Chapter 1. Lady Edith Smythe wondered if her mother would ever run out of wind. "You know that you ought not trouble your mind with such dreadful nonsense as the supposed equality of the female sex, do you not?" Maman paused and then, as if anticipating Edith's acquiescent response, carried on before her daughter could interject. "Of course you do, my darling beloved. You know very well that the feeble and vulnerable mind of a lady could never begin to compare to the strong and abundantly clever intellect of her masculine counterpart." "But, Maman," she attempted to interject. "Indeed," Lady Featherstone carried on quite as if she hadn't heard Edith. "You do me great credit, although I do wish you would heed my warning about the dangers of wearing such an immodest colour gown. Furthermore, the décolletage is on the border of being risqué, and I should hate for anyone to think you forward, although I dare say that there are a great deal of unabashed Jezebels in attendance, a shocking number, in fact, given the Duchess of Bradford's standing in polite society." As her mother droned steadily on, it became apparent that she was in no danger of stopping. Instead, she hit her stride, bemoaning the state of the other guests in attendance. "To say nothing of that horrid Mr. Blakemore. What can her Grace have been thinking, inviting such a low-born swine?" Lady Featherstone asked, looking as if she'd unintentionally scented something spoiled. "Mr. Blakemore seems rather charming," Edith offered, thinking of the dazzlingly handsome gentleman she'd been clandestinely admiring from the moment of his arrival at Sherborne Manor for the Duke and Duchess of Bradford's country house party. "I would hardly characterize him as swine-like." It was the wrong thing to say to her mother. Maman's eyebrows snapped together, her glare turning most ferocious. "Surely you haven't spoken to that wretched roué, have you, Edith, darling?" Alas, she hadn't. Yet. But Edith wisely kept that to herself. She smiled at her mother. "Of course not, Maman. Why should I wish to do so? You've made your disapproval of him plain, and I wouldn't want to displease you." "My dear daughter, you are such a boon to me." Maman smiled, and gave Edith's cheek a pat, as if she were a young girl in short skirts rather than a lady fully grown. "I am so very proud of your dutiful nature." Edith stifled a wince and forced a smile for her mother's benefit. "If you'll excuse me, Maman, I do believe I should like a restorative nap before dinner this evening." While Edith had no intention of taking a nap, she did intend to go for a walk and investigate the Roman ruins. Her mother wouldn't approve of gadding about by herself, which necessitated the lie. "An excellent notion, dearest," her mother said, beaming at her. "I shall do the same." Another pat, and her mother rose to take her leave from Edith's guest chamber. She accompanied the Marchioness to the door, smiling sweetly and hoping Maman took a nice, long nap, long enough that Edith could discreetly escape from the manor house and take some fresh air. Edith watched her mother disappear down the hall and then into her own room, breathing a sigh of relief as the door snapped closed on the Marchioness's black silk skirts. Freedom. Even if only for the next hour, all the time she dared to seize for herself. Hastily, she returned to her chamber and changed into a pair of stout boots and a simple walking gown, all the better to navigate the uneven fields. Fortune was smiling upon her, for she made it through the manor house without running across any fellow guests. She slipped out a side door leading to the gardens, tying the ribbon of her jaunty hat to keep it in place. Edith had carefully planned this little adventure. She knew the quickest means of getting to the ruins was to proceed through the boxwood maze, and then via a copse of wizened old oaks. Excitement soared through her as she traversed the gravel path of the maze, on her way at last. She'd been waiting to explore ever since their arrival at Sherborne Manor several days before, and she'd begun to fear she would never be able to escape Maman's observant eye. Now, she was at last able to. Edith's wildly racing thoughts died when she rounded a corner in the maze and collided with someone, a very hard, very tall, very well-muscled someone, a gentleman someone. Hands spanned her waist in a protective grasp, keeping her from an ignominious tumble to the gravel. "Going somewhere, Lady Edith?" drawled a deep, darkly amused masculine voice. Heart pounding, Edith stared up at the handsome face of none other than the recent topic of conversation between Maman and herself, Mr. Valentine Blakemore. His eyes were a bright blue to rival the sky beyond, and beneath his hat his dark hair possessed dashing, devil-may-care waves that made her stubborn fingers itch to trace them. His chiseled cheekbones and jaw were angular, the latter covered in a dark stubble that made him appear almost dangerous. And if his reputation was to be believed, he was indeed perilous. To one's virtue, that was. Little wonder. Mr. Blakemore's mouth itself was a sin, his lips full and sensual, the sort of vexingly beautiful temptation that made her wonder what it would feel like on hers. Wonderful, she was sure. "Lady Edith?" he prodded, frowning down at her. "Are you injured?" He knew her name. They hadn't been formally introduced. Her mother had patently refused any association with him. But how absurd. Handsome rakes with leonine elegance and silver tongues such as Mr. Blakemore didn't notice plain, red-haired spinsters with spectacles and far too many freckles. She blinked, terribly aware of his hands on hers, of his body's nearness to hers. "I am quite well," she managed to say, with only a hint of breathlessness stealing into her words. Except she wasn't well. She was hot all over. Mr. Blakemore was even more handsome at this reckless proximity than he was from afar. "Excellent," he said, giving her a slow grin that made something inside her melt. "I wouldn't wish to do you harm." How could such simple, felicitous words feel intimate, as if he were suggesting something iniquitous? "Chivalrous of you," she said, thinking that she wanted him to release her at once. Also, she never wanted him to let her go. She wanted to bask in the glory of his masculine perfection, to be the sole recipient of his intense regard. His lips curved higher, drawing her attention back to that sinner's mouth of his. "My dear Lady Edith, I do hate to disappoint you, but I haven't a chivalrous bone in my body." Warmth pooled in her belly at those words. It was silly, she knew. He wasn't flirting with her, why would he? She was a bookish wallflower. He could have his pick of any of the ladies in London. She cleared her throat, feeling foolish. "Thank you for the warning, sir. If you'll excuse me, I must be on my way. I haven't much time before my mother wakes from her nap." "Ah, the dragon sleeps," he said, still not releasing her. "Where are you going, my lady?" "For a walk, to see the Roman ruins," she answered before she could think better of it. "Allow me to escort you," he said smoothly, releasing her and taking a step back as if he were indeed the perfect gentleman he claimed not to be. "I insist." She opened her mouth to tell him no, to tell him that under no circumstances would she dare to allow him to escort her to the Roman ruins, alone. But then her inner rebel took the reins, and she thought of how horrified Maman would be if she discovered Edith had been unchaperoned with Mr. Blakemore. And she changed her mind. "How kind of you to offer. I'd be happy for the company." He smiled again, the effort making his eyes crinkle at the corners, and merciful heavens, Valentine Blakemore was a lovely man to behold. "You please me, Lady Edith. Indeed, I supposed I might have to put up more of a fight to persuade you." Had she capitulated too easily? Likely she had, but when was the last time a handsome rake had looked at her the way Mr. Blakemore was? Never. She placed her hand on his proffered arm and ignored the pang deep inside her heart at the bitter reminder. "I shouldn't wish for you to take up the cudgels over such a trifling matter as accompanying me to the ruins, sir." "Please, my dear, call me Val," he said smoothly, guiding them down the path. "All my friends do." She cast a sidelong glance in his direction. "I'm not sure we are friends just yet, Mr. Blakemore." He averted his face toward hers, just long enough to send a cheeky wink in her direction, leading her neatly around a turn in the boxwood maze. "I feel duty-bound to warn you that I thoroughly enjoy a challenge. I'll have to do everything in my power to charm you, Lady Edith." Oh, he was already charming her, the cunning man, and with such adroit ease that she was following him wherever he led her, which was decidedly not in the direction of the ruins, she realized some time later, as he stopped them in the same portion of the maze she was reasonably certain they'd traversed at least thrice already. "Forgive me, my lady," he said, impeccably debonair, as he gave her a new smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm afraid we seem to be lost." Val hoped like hell that Lady Edith Smythe wasn't the sort of creature who was given to hysterics, because Christ knew that getting lost in a maze with a devil such as him would be enough to make most gently bred ladies swoon. He wasn't a soft-palmed aristocrat. Hell, he wasn't even a gentleman. He'd earned his black reputation by fucking everyone he could, some figuratively and others quite literally. Such was the plight of a bastard who had clawed his way from the workhouse to become one of the wealthiest property magnates in England. Her face was quite expressive, he noted grimly, taking in the emotions dancing over her tidy little features. Blue eyes wide behind the lenses of her gold-rimmed spectacles, alarm sparkling in their depths, freckles kissing the bridge of a retroussé nose. She had a stubborn chin and her lips were full and inviting. Her Cupid's bow perfectly defined. The mouth of a courtesan on a starched, shy spinster virgin. The juxtaposition was perversely riveting. If he didn't intend to thoroughly destroy her, Val might feel a hint of compunction as he loomed over her, his plot for her downfall already in motion, but there was nary a modicum of compassion left in him. "Lost," she repeated, sounding somewhat breathless. Surely that was a good sign. He wanted her to be off-kilter, a bit confused. Certainly he wanted her to fall neatly into his trap, and so far she hadn't disappointed him. "Perhaps we should take a moment to reconnoitre," he suggested mildly. "I wouldn't wish for us to get more turned around in this maze than we already are." The truth of it was, they weren't lost at all. They were precisely where he wanted them to be, which was in the deepest, most private section of the boxwood maze he'd investigated the day before, with just such a purpose in mind. Following Lady Edith about had finally proven fruitful, when the shy, retiring chit had at last escaped her mother, and this delightful spot was beyond view of all the Sherborne Manor House windows overlooking the gardens. Val had made certain of it. Lady Edith's bright eyes narrowed behind her spectacles, lively intelligence sparkling in her gaze. "I do believe you are leading us in circles, Mr. Blakemore." She said his surname with ease, as if it meant nothing to her, but then, likely, it did. There was no reason for the cosseted, spoiled sister of a marquis to have any notion of what had happened to Kitty, nor to even be aware of her existence. Was I? Val struggled to infuse his voice with sincerity, as if he gave a damn about anything that wasn't his imminent revenge, which he decidedly didn't. "I believe that if we go straight ahead, then take 2 left turns followed by a right, we'll be out of the maze and on our way to the ruins," she said. And she was correct. Blast! His little red-haired virgin possessed a more significant intellect than he'd supposed. Surprising, that, for her mother was quite fatuous. "No, that isn't the way at all, I'm afraid," he told her lightly. "It is a right and then 2 lefts, or is it 2 rights and then 1 left? "If you allow me to lead the way, Mr. Blakemore," she suggested, taking a step ahead of him despite the fact that she was still clinging to his arm. He wondered if she would also try to lead in the ballroom. Clearly he'd misjudged her determination to see the pile of Roman rubble she was so intent upon finding. "I feel rather as a plough must being pulled by a mule," he said, before he could think better of it. Honesty wasn't a part of his plan. He'd need to work harder at keeping his cynical thoughts to himself. That stopped her, however, her eyes widening behind the protective shield of her spectacles. "Did you just compare me to a mule, sir?" "I reckon you're as stubborn as one." She stared at him, lips parted, and he wondered what she would do if he kissed her. If he pulled her into his chest and took her lush mouth with his. Would she protest? Would she kiss him in return? Was she as stiff and staid as her mannerisms and modest gowns made her appear? It was tantalizing. Val had never been presented with such a challenge. To his amazement, something within him was stirring, and it wasn't just the need for vengeance coursing through his blood. No, indeed, it was also interest. "Do you insult all your friends?" she demanded with such aristocratic pride that it should have reminded him of just who she was and why he was pretending to be lost in a Yorkshire maze with her. Instead, it made his cock twitch. A smile pulled at his lips. Perhaps this seduction would be more entertaining than he'd previously believed. So be it. He moved so that he stood alongside her, taking care to make certain that his leg brushed against her gown. "Does this mean you consider me your friend now? If so, I must insist you call me Val instead of Sir or Mr. Blakemore. Those titles sound as if they belong to someone at least 30 years my senior." "You didn't answer my question," she said shrewdly. She was clever, and he liked that about her. He didn't think he'd ever been particularly attracted to a woman with her fiery shade of hair before, nor one with a nose decorated with freckles and spectacles. Certainly never a virgin. What an interesting development. He leaned nearer to her, close enough to count the golden flecks on her pale skin. "Because I didn't want to, and I never do something I don't want to do, except shag her." But he was rather beginning to suspect he did want to bed his red-haired nemesis, while a surprise, desiring Lady Edith would certainly render the full act of revenge infinitely more palatable. "What an interesting life you must lead, Mr. Blakemore," she said then, and he didn't think he was mistaken in hearing a hint of envy in her tone. "You have no idea, my dear Lady Edith." "None." "You can tell me all about it," she suggested then, "on our way to the ruins." Giving further credence to his comment about the mule and plough, she pulled him down the gravel path. "Come along now. I realize you aren't convinced I know what I'm talking about, but I do. I've been gifted with a memory that never fails me. It's rather like a photograph inside my head." By God! He had underestimated her. That would make his plans more complicated, but he didn't entirely hate the notion. "I trust you implicitly, my dear," he reassured her as he allowed himself to be dragged by her enthusiastic strides, "and I promise you that I'll cede to your obviously superior wisdom under one condition." She slanted him a curious expression, but she didn't miss a step. "What's your condition?" He smiled, feeling rather as he imagined the cat who'd trapped a mouse in an inescapable corner must. "Call me Val." Chapter 2. "Here we are," Edith announced, as she and Mr. Blakemore, Val, exited the maze on the north side of the garden, directly before the route to the ruins. "Brava, Lady Edith," he congratulated lightly. "You are indeed possessed of a formidable mind and memory both." His words warmed her even though she knew they shouldn't. The man had a notorious reputation for charming his way in and out of ladies' beds. He doubtlessly knew precisely what to say to a woman to lure her further beneath the spell of his good looks. But it was the first time a gentleman had praised her mind alone, and she was inordinately proud of her intelligence. It was one of the few traits she had to recommend herself, and it was inevitably one which went overlooked. One cannot snare a husband with one's wits, her mother was fond of warning her. A gentleman wants a wife who is pleasant to look upon, who will obey him in all matters, and who will manage his household and provide him with heirs, all without drawing a hint of scandal to his name. Edith had decided long ago that if every gentleman adhered to the tenets Maman described, she would be perfectly content to remain unwed forever. She wanted a husband who appreciated her for her keen mind, if she must have one at all. "Thank you," She dared another glance at the gorgeous rake, who was, by some stroke of fate, acting as her escort. His intense regard was upon her instead of the path ahead, and she nearly stumbled over her hems at the effect that dark blue gaze had on her. "Val," she added impulsively, "if I capitulate to your demand, then you must also call me Edith." "Nothing would please me more," he said. "But while a delightful name, I can't help but think Edith is not quite suiting to you. It feels far too formal for a lady so eager to tramp through woodlands and ancient ruins. Has no one ever called you by a diminutive?" Did he think her peculiar for wanting to see the ruins? She tried to chase the accompanying stab of disappointment at the thought. No gentleman in her acquaintance had ever found her anything less than odd. Why should it be any different with this dazzlingly beautiful man at her side? "No one would dare," she said, telling herself it shouldn't matter if he was just like all the rest of his sex. "Maman is quite firm in her opinion that the shortening of names is dreadfully outré. She'd never allow it." "All the more reason for you to have one, then. It'll be our secret." "Who gets to decide upon this sobriquet?" she ventured, trying not to be so thoroughly captivated by him, and failing. He made all the world seem like a joke that only the two of them found amusing. She well understood the reason for his many conquests. There was something so thrillingly magnetic about Valentine Blakemore. When he looked at her, she felt as if he truly saw her, and the sensation was as novel as it was intoxicating. "I do, of course." He settled his hand over hers, and the touch of his bare fingers, though light, was nothing short of electric. "Edie suits you far more than Edith. Edie wears sturdy boots and goes crashing into people in garden mazes before effortlessly finding her way to the next adventure. Edith sits on the periphery of every social gathering, not far from her mother's sharp-eyed gaze, wishing she were somewhere else." His assessment was alarmingly close to the mark. She wondered for a wild moment if he'd seen her before in society, if he'd watched her from afar without her taking note. But surely not. His interest in her was temporary and incidental, stemming from their mutual presence in the maze at random. Men like him didn't notice women like her. Heavens, men didn't notice her at all, full stop. She was likely nothing more than an amusing diversion from his otherwise boring afternoon walk. "I don't always sit on the periphery," she defended herself coolly, before wondering how he'd noticed her boots. But then she realized they were obvious. Her gown's hem rendered a bit too high by the thick soles and heels of her footwear. Maman would have the vapours if she knew Edith was alone with Valentine Blakemore and showing off her ankles. "You should never sit on the periphery," he countered, his voice low and silken like a caress. They were walking through the trees now, the boughs above shielding them from the sun, and yet she didn't feel chilled. Rather, she felt distinctly warm. "Oh?" she asked archly, unable to keep herself from slanting another look in his direction. He was far too compelling, and she knew it. Likely he did too. "And why shouldn't I? Perhaps I prefer to be alone with my thoughts." "I would believe you if you weren't perpetually flanked by your mother, and that august lady wasn't talking for the entire duration of every affair." His long-legged strides were slow and careful, as if he was not in any hurry to reach their destination. Perhaps as if he wished to prolong their discourse. But that was silliness on her part to think so. Something in his words caught her, rather like an errant ribbon snagged on a branch. "Every affair, sir. We've scarcely arrived at this house party." "I thought we'd agreed you'd call me Val," he reminded her smoothly. "I tried it, but I'm not certain it suits you," she quipped, a smile pulling at the corners of her lips. She was enjoying herself with him, and quite immensely. A novel sensation. Ordinarily, every gentleman of her acquaintance either bored her or ignored her. "Touché," he said, admiration lacing his sinful voice. "But surely you can concede that Edie is a far more apt name for you than the overly flowery Edith." She liked the way Edie sounded when it came out from his sculpted lips. She was certain of that much. Moreover, she couldn't lie to herself. There was something impossibly tempting about the notion of shedding the rule-following, dutiful daughter she'd spent 28 years being, even if only for the duration of this walk. However, she couldn't shake the suspicion that he was the sort of man who would take the entire ocean if she offered him a raindrop. "I believe I may have to defer my opinion on the matter." Her tone was lofty, but that was an act, for he unsettled her in a way she'd never experienced before. She hoped he couldn't see how much he affected her, but then he was a seasoned rake, and she'd only ever had 2 suitors in her life. The sum of her experience was a few unpleasant, wet-lipped kisses with her erstwhile suitor, George Brougham. The Duke of Albemarle had never dared more than a pat on her hand, or his thigh pressed against her skirts, on a drive down Rotten Row. Of course Mr. Blakemore would know he had her at 6s and 7s by his mere presence alone. To say nothing of his hand over hers, or the fingers that threaded suddenly through her own, as if he intended to forever keep her attached to his side. "Until you deliver your ultimate judgment, I'll just have to call you Edie then." His long and calloused fingers, which had seen their share of manual labour, tightened over hers. In promise or in warning, she couldn't decide. It didn't matter, however, for they reached the clearing on the opposite end of the trees, and at last, laid out before them on a grassy hilltop, she spied the moss-kissed remnants of a Roman wall. Edith couldn't contain her excitement, or her thrilled gasp as she wrested herself from his grasp and raced forward through the sprawling, muddied countryside. He'd been entirely forgotten, Val thought to himself, as he watched Lady Edith grasp handfuls of her prim promenade gown and race toward a pile of rocks just ahead. To think he possessed the ability to visit upon her untold pleasures of the flesh, and she'd abandoned him for lichen-covered rubble. He might have been charmed by her girlish enthusiasm, by her utter lack of artifice, were she anyone else. As it was, his pride stung rather a bit. He knew from having spent a great deal of time studying her from afar that Lady Edith Smythe was a modern-day bluestocking. She prized books, and her unquenchable pursuit of knowledge above all else. Aside from that, she harboured a doting love for her dreadful mother, the Marchioness, who was, by all accounts, a sharp-tongued harpy who adored gossip, money, and her grim standards of propriety in equal measure. The love was undeserved, but Val hadn't spent the last several months studying every move Lady Edith Smythe made so that he could commiserate over her misplaced affections for her terrible mamma. No, indeed. He'd endured that tedious fucking nonsense so that he could seduce Lady Edith and ruin her. A feat which, at the moment, was proving unlikely, given the manner in which she was fawning over the bloody rocks. As if belatedly recalling his presence, she turned back to him, her face shadowed by her bonnet, which was several years out of fashion, and, if he were a betting man, something her mother had likely chosen for her. "Have you ever seen anything so glorious?" she called. "Only think of the history these rocks could tell us." What a droll thing she was. The ladies of his acquaintance had only been so impressed by Jules and the sensual feats he could perform, not always in that particular order. He moved toward her, drawn to her despite himself. Her enthusiasm was infectious, like a damned fever. "I've seen more glorious sights," he told her honestly, his gaze sweeping over her lush curves beneath that prudish gown. At least bedding her wouldn't be a chore. Although her mother did an excellent job of bundling her up in dreadful frocks, more suited to a girl of 15, he couldn't deny there was something distinctly rousing about Lady Edith. Her body was all woman, and he began to believe he'd take great pleasure in stripping her bare and making her lose control. "More glorious sights than Roman architecture?" Her baffled blue eyes were wide on his, as if she couldn't comprehend anything as stirring as the lichen-kissed rocks. "I fail to imagine what that could be." "Is it not apparent?" A reluctant smile pulled at his mouth. Lady Edith was unintentionally charming, despite his every inclination not to find her so. "I was speaking of you, Edie." Her lips parted and then remained that way. They were full and inviting. Pale pink he wanted to darken with bruising kisses. "Have I shocked you into speechlessness?" he teased, reaching out to brush a curl that had whipped across her cheek. "Surely you must know how lovely you are." For she was lovely, and he was grateful he didn't need to lie or force attraction. And there was no denying the reaction his body had to hers, heightened from nothing more than her proximity and the brush of his fingers over her silken cheek. "I'm well aware of my reflection in the mirror, sir," she said, a breathlessness to her voice that sent a surge of satisfaction through him. "You needn't attempt to woo me with flattery. I assure you I'm impervious to all manner of flummery." She didn't appear nearly as impervious as she claimed to be, and it pleased him that he'd stolen her attention away from the ruins. And what a laugh that was! Valentine Blakemore, jealous of a heap of mossed-over stones. He'd never had to compete with an inanimate object before. The challenge was lowering and yet also somehow intriguing. "You underestimate your allure," he countered, allowing his touch to linger on her face, his thumb sweeping over the elegant structure of her cheekbones. A fine smattering of freckles had strayed from her nose to fleck her soft skin there, and he found himself ridiculously entranced by it. Where else did she have freckles? He couldn't wait to discover the answer. "Did you know the people who lived here at the time of the invasion were from the Brigantes tribe?" she blurted suddenly. "Their queen, Cartimandua, became a valuable ally of Rome." She'd been doing her research on these old piles, apparently. He ought not to be surprised. "Oh?" he asked with disinterest, concerning himself now with the angle of her jaw and the delicate shell of her ear. She swallowed, the action making her creamy throat bob like an awkward debutante making a curtsy. "She turned one of the opposing leaders of another tribe, Caraticus, over to Rome. The Emperor Claudius paraded the poor fellow through the streets." Val cupped her cheek, tilting her head gently, and held her stare. "How interesting. I'm going to kiss you now." Kiss me?" Fine, red-gold eyebrows rose high on her forehead. "Unless you object in the next 5 seconds," he added, reasoning that he should, at the very least, try to play this game of his fairly. 5. Her stupid bonnet was in the way, so he plucked at the neatly tied bow holding it in place. 4. The ribbon came undone, and he pulled the millinery away, tossing it to the ground. 3. "My bonnet," she protested, but he was too busy admiring the sunlight glinting in her fiery hair to give a damn. 2. "But the mud," she added lamely. "It's a hideous bonnet, and you deserve something far lovelier," he told her. 1. There, he'd warned her. She hadn't offered protest or made any move to walk away from him. Val lowered his head. She inhaled swiftly as their lips connected, almost a gasp and yet not quite. He took advantage of her shock, allowing his hand to glide along her neck to the nape, cupping her there as he increased the pressure of his mouth on hers, holding her at the angle he wanted. He kissed her slowly, tenderly, allowing his lips to lazily explore hers before he teased her with one swipe of his tongue. He had a moment to savor the taste of her, sweet like honey and rare like innocence. But then she jerked her head back and stared up at him, eyes still far too wide behind her spectacles. You licked me," she accused without heed. "Have you never been properly kissed before, Edie?" he asked, feeling an odd, unwanted surge of tenderness toward her inside him. "We'll have to rectify that at once." "I've been kissed before. George Brougham kissed me several times, and I always found it wet and unpleasant." A new pang of something that felt distinctly like jealousy snaked through him. He'd never wanted to box another man's ears more. Sounds to me like old George didn't know what the devil he was doing. Allow me to show you the difference. He settled his mouth over hers again, without waiting for her response. A soft, gentle buzz, and then more pressure, but when he coaxed her lips to part for him, she remained stubborn. Val pulled away just a fraction. "Open for me, Edie. Let me in." "I haven't any notion of what—" He silenced her with his mouth, deciding she needed to engage in less thinking and far more doing, more enjoying. His fingers speared the tightly wound chignon keeping her glorious hair in place, and he tilted her head back, using his lips to open hers. When his tongue slipped inside, and she made a low sound of surrender, her arms twining around his neck, he knew he'd won. Val deepened the kiss, a sudden rush of pure, unadulterated lust hitting him. She kissed him tentatively, just the faintest brush of her mouth against his at first, and God, it was thrilling, coaxing her response, showing her how to take what she wanted. He'd never kissed an innocent before, hadn't wanted to. He was a broken man drawn to others who were every bit as jaded and bitter, and yet there was something undeniably delicious about leading her down the path to ruin. He wasn't just kissing her to seduce her. He was kissing her because he enjoyed it, and quite thoroughly too. When her tongue tentatively stroked against his, he couldn't contain his groan of approval. He felt vibrantly alive as he hadn't in as long as he could recall, everything joining together, the light of the sun, the earthy mud and grass, scents mingling with the floral notes of her perfume, the feel of her, feminine and soft against him, her lush mouth hot and sleek against his, her fingers gliding through his hair to knock his hat from his head. Val allowed it to fall, not caring. He wanted suddenly to consume her, to kiss her until he forgot who he was, and she forgot who she was, and not even the need for revenge driving him mattered. To lay his coat on the verdant grass and make love to her, here and now, presided over by ancient ruins and the clouds drifting overhead. He wanted to lift her skirts and caress her from ankle to thigh. He wanted to bury his face between her legs and lick her until she screamed. He wanted to fuck her hard and rude and noisily on the ground, to rut like an animal, to debauch her with his body, his desires, to take and take and take until she was breathless and mindless and she could do nothing but turn herself over to the endless pleasure he gave her. The intensity of his reaction to her startled him. He wasn't sure he liked it. Val tore his mouth from hers, ending the kiss. The house party had only just begun. He had a fortnight to seduce her. He needn't do so here at the first opportunity. He would bide his time. By God, where had the experienced rake he prided himself on being gone? She was still clinging to him, her expression as dazed as he felt. He found himself oddly reluctant to release her. He'd made his way past her defences with astonishing ease, but it wasn't the thrill of his conquest that was holding him here with her. Rather, it was Lady Edith herself. And even though he knew he shouldn't, that he ought to release her and walk away, to lure her into his web in small increments, rather than making a full charge like a goddamned infantry across an open field, he couldn't go. Not yet. She did the most astonishing thing then. Cupping his cheek with her soft hand, stroking his jaw as if he were a source of wonder for her. "Much better than George Brougham," she proclaimed. A possessive growl left him, for he didn't like to think of stupid, bloody George Brougham or his mouth anywhere near Edie's. "I should hope so." Val managed past the raging lust, threatening to drive him mad. "Do I need to offer another demonstration to further prove my proficiency, opposed to your erstwhile suitors?" "Perhaps one more," she suggested, with a small, coquettish smile that turned everything inside Val molten. One more kiss, he told himself. This was all part of his quest for vengeance. Seducing Lady Edith was the most important component of his plan. His lips sought hers. She startled him with her exuberance, rising on her toes to meet him halfway, grasping a handful of his necktie, as if she were ravenous for him, holding him to her. Kissing him back with urgency, if not fluency. She was no woman of experience, unlike all the other women whose lips and bodies he'd known. But he found the notion of her innocence, of moulding it, shaping it, and seizing it for himself, the most potent of aphrodisiacs. His cock was as rigid as any of the rocks in her Roman rubble pile. She sighed into the kiss this time, no longer stiff, her body becoming pliable and soft in his arms. The proper Lady Edith had gone, and in her place was Edie, the sensual goddess who could bring him to his knees with the stroke of her tongue against his. She was an exquisitely fast learner, a decadent juxtaposition of the shy, obedient wallflower who buried herself in history and books, and her mother's frigid judgments, and the wild, dauntless siren who tempted him to abandon his every carefully plotted plan, in favour of shagging her here and now when no one else would ever know. But there was the crux of it, he thought, as her tongue boldly forayed into his mouth again. She ground her luscious breasts into his chest, pressing herself ever nearer, until it was as if she were a plant, and he was the sun, and she was driven to get as close to him as she possibly could. He needed everyone to know when he bedded Lady Edith Smythe. The entirety of the house party, but most especially the odious Lady Featherstone and her heartless prick of a son who hadn't deigned to attend his grand affair. He needed to be discovered en dishabille, bare-arsed and bollocks deep in her sweet, virginal cunny. He needed her so thoroughly disgraced that she'd never dare show her face in polite society again, until she'd have to flee to the continent, where tales of her debasement wouldn't reach the wagging tongues. The thought rendered him cold. Some of his ardour died, though not all, because Christ knew he'd lost his soul a long damned time ago. If, indeed, he'd ever had one to start. He continued kissing her, trying to quell the need that roared at him to carry on, to ameliorate the unwanted sting of a surprising speck of conscience. She was his to take, and her brother deserved whatever came to him. But it wasn't revenge Val was thinking about as he ravished her soft, silken lips. It wasn't revenge that made desire pulse in his veins. Her kisses were more confident now, her mouth moving against his as if it had been fashioned not just for this moment, but specifically for him alone. On that unnerving thought, he tore his lips from hers, still unable to stop himself. He peppered kisses along her jaw to her ear, and there he caught the fleshy lobe in his teeth to deliver a satisfying nip that showed her without words just how hungry he was for her. The breath left her in a whoosh, her fingers tightening on his hair, his necktie. He banded an arm around her waist, holding her to him, keeping her pressed tightly to his length. His erect cock burrowed into the layers of her walking gown and petticoats, and he wondered if she could feel it. Then, spurred by some sinful inclination that was ruling him, he dragged his lips down her throat, finding smooth, creamy skin, finding freckles and tasting them with his tongue. She tasted sweet, even here, floral like her scent, and he imagined her dabbing a bit of perfume to her throat, a vanity he wouldn't have previously guessed such a scholarly woman might employ. He wanted to put his mark upon her, to bite her like a beast, so that when anyone at the house party looked at her, they would know she was his. But this was futile, and foolish, and positively primeval of him. He barely restrained himself, raising his head at last to survey the efforts of the last few minutes' worth of searing kisses. She was flushed and rumpled, lips stung by his into plump fullness. Her eyes were bright and shining, her spectacles slightly askew on the bridge of her nose, with a distinct smudge on one of the lenses. New curls had pulled free of her demure coiffure, as if in protest. Somehow it was the gold-rimmed frames of her spectacles and that bloody smudge that sent a detestable rush of warmth through him. Before he knew what he was about, he was reaching for her glasses, gently plucking them from her face. "My spectacles!" As if they were an appendage, she reached for them, their abrupt loss causing a note of panic in her voice. "They require cleaning," he explained, with a calmness he didn't feel as he stepped back from her, even though he wanted nothing more than to remain where he'd been, her glorious curves smashed against him in all the right places. "Allow me to be a gentleman and wipe them for you." "I suppose," she said hesitantly, still frowning. "If you insist." Of course he insisted, even if he wasn't certain why. Val reached into his pocket for a handkerchief, an act so small, a gesture quite common, and yet one that never failed to remind him of the many years when he hadn't had even a scrap of clean linen like this, when he'd been dirty and poor and hopeless and weak. To his infinite irritation, his hands were trembling slightly as he polished first the smudged lens, then the other, trying to ignore how the metal had been warmed by her skin. The tremor was from the strength of past emotions, he was certain. It had nothing to do with kissing Lady Edith Smythe. He settled the glasses gently back on her face. "There you are." "Thank you," she said quietly, studying him as if seeing him for the first time, as if seeing more than the face he showed the world, the suave, devil-may-care rake, the heartless rogue who'd built his own empire through desperation and steely determination, as if seeing instead the vulnerabilities he hadn't known he still possessed, but for this moment, this feisty scrap of a woman. He didn't like it. "You're most welcome for the clean spectacles, and for the kissing lessons," he said, forcing a cool note into his voice that was designed to put some much-needed distance between them once more. "Now, why don't you tell me more about your Roman stones? I suspect we haven't much time before your sainted mamma comes looking for you." Val bent and retrieved their fallen headwear, studiously avoiding her gaze. "Of course," she said with forced cheer, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Uncertainty he'd put there with his coldness, but it couldn't be helped. He couldn't allow himself to feel anything for her, not concern, not caring, not compunction, aside from base lust. He was who he was, the man who had come to destroy her. Chapter 3. George Brougham kissed like a fish. There, she'd said it, and now that Edith had announced the confession to the friends she'd recently made, much to Maman's dismay, Lady Charity Manners and the American heiresses, Lucy and Madeline Chartrand, within the private confines of her guest chamber, she felt nothing but relief. Mere hours had passed since she'd visited the ruins with Mr. Blakemore, Val. Mere hours since the kisses that had transformed her view of men, kissing and other matters pertaining to sexual congress in general. "Of course he did, my dear," Charity said with a tone of sisterly commiseration, giving Edith's hand a pat. "His name is George. Whatever did you expect?" "Is he one of the guests?" Lucy asked from the window seat she currently occupied, flipping idly through the pages of one of Edith's scientific treatises. "He was a former suitor of mine," Edith explained, feeling her cheeks go hot. "One of 2 suitors, I'm afraid, and the only one who kissed me." Until earlier that afternoon, that was. But then Val couldn't be considered a suitor. He hadn't done anything to persuade her he was interested in her as anything more than a diversion to pass the time. Someone to momentarily chase his ennui and exercise his cunning, rakish wiles upon. If the manner in which he'd detached himself so swiftly was any indication, she'd proven a dreadful disappointment. He likely didn't want to kiss her again, despite the gallant escort he'd provided her through the ruins and then back to the manor house afterward. "Is he a former suitor because he kissed like a fish?" Madeline asked, sniffing at a bottle from the assortment of perfumes Edith had brought with her. "Oh, this one smells lovely. Do you mind if I try a hint of it when I dress for dinner?" Scents were a guilty pleasure Edith indulged in, yet again much to Maman's disapproval. Beyond being delightful, there was something so very intriguing and scientific about the formulation of perfumes that appealed to her greatly. "Please do," she invited, happy that her collection was being admired. "That one has a top note of ambergris that I do find so pleasing." Charity wrinkled her nose. "Isn't ambergris whale dung?" "It's actually quite an interesting subject," Edith began, ready to expound upon the specifics. "Oh dear," Madeline interjected weakly, replacing the bottle on the silver salver in the makeshift dressing area. "Perhaps I'll try a different one instead." "I can explain," Edith tried again. "No." Charity waggled her fingers in a dismissive fashion from her seat, in the overstuffed armchair at Edith's side. "I adore you, Edith, I do, but I don't want to know anything about whale feces." Edith sighed. "It isn't precisely what you think it is, although it is found in the feces of the Phycetta macrocephalus, or, more familiarly, the sperm whale." "What did you just say?" Madeline wanted to know. "Why were we discussing George Browbottom?" Lucy interjected from across the room, still sifting through the pages of the book in her lap. Charity snickered, clearly enjoying their friend's mistaken surname. "His name is Brougham," Edith corrected, not that it mattered, but she did feel a trifle guilty for making poor George the subject of discussion. "George Brougham." "Oh, forgive me, my dear," Lucy offered, looking up from the book at last. "I was quite distracted by your book. It contains a great many words I've never heard of before. Pultaceous, for instance." "It means having a soft consistency," Edith offered. "I do believe I've learned more than I'll ever need to know about diseases of the pharynx," Lucy proclaimed firmly. "Have you read this entire book, Edith dear?" "Twice," Edith admitted, feeling her cheeks go warm. The physical body was of infinite curiosity to her. It was so complicated, so unique, so fallible. She'd always been possessed of odd interests most unusual for a lady, as Maman liked to sharply and frequently remind her. "Do you have anything more exciting?" Lucy asked. "A romance, perhaps?" Edith frowned. "I'm afraid not. Maman doesn't approve of fiction." "I have some lovely and most edifying books you might enjoy," Madeline volunteered, sniffing at a different bottle of scent. "Just hide them from Lady Featherstone. She'll never know the difference." "I couldn't do that," Edith denied swiftly. "It would be wrong." But then, going to the ruins alone with Val had been wrong as well. And so had kissing him. Wrong, and yet so very right. "Wrong is inherently fun," Charity told her archly. "Trust me on that matter, my dear." Charity's reputation was rather murky. She ran with a fast set and was rumoured to have sat nude for a painting of Venus. Edith hadn't dared ask about that incident, but the other woman was vivacious and kind and endearing. Not to mention entertaining, Edith liked her immensely. As the sole surviving daughter of her parents, she hadn't realized just how much she had been missing sisterly compatriots until Vivie, the Duchess of Bradford and hostess of the house party, had taken Edith under her wing. Edith had been previously convinced that a dreadful circumstance with a former friend had cured her of the need for female companionship. However, the wonderful ladies in attendance had proven her wrong, and she was grateful for their camaraderie. They had restored her faith in friendships, establishing that not everyone was devious, manipulative, and conscienceless after all. "Wouldn't you prefer to read about swashbuckling pirates and grottos of love than—" Lucy paused, her words trailing off as she flipped the book back open to a random page. "Tonsillitis? I have many books about history as well." Edith defended herself, feeling very much like the spinster wallflower she'd been for all her adult life, awkwardly on the edge of every gathering. Until Cora, who had befriended her with embarrassing ease. Cora with her radiant, false smile and spirited determination, not just to know Edith, but to become the only person in her inner circle. Cora, who had asserted herself into every area of Edith's life, using the Featherstone title, standing, and wealth to her advantage, so that she could steal the Duke of Albemarle for herself. Edith hadn't even realized what had happened until she'd been sitting in the pew at St. Paul's, watching her friend marry her former suitor. Maman had been weeping copious tears into a second handkerchief, having quite soaked the first, grieving over Edith's lost coronet, when realization had finally struck. "I reckon history books are a bit more interesting than books about throat infections," Madeline said. "I've decided upon this one, Edith. This bottle is lovely, and the scent inside reminds me of a summer garden. That one is made from Rosa Damascena and Convallaria majalis," Edith replied. Madeline grinned. "I haven't the slightest inclination of what you've just said, but I adore the scent just the same." "She could be telling us it's formulated from rodent dung and we wouldn't know the difference," Charity agreed lightly. Edith chuckled. "It's the Damascus rose and lily of the valley. For this particular scent, roses must be harvested very early in the morning, all by hand." The process was intriguing to her, but she recognized that her mind worked in strange and mysterious ways that no one else's did. "Who was your other suitor?" Charity asked abruptly, her voice laced with unabashed curiosity. "You've said you only had two, and one was our fish-lipped Mr. Brougham. Who was suitor number 2? Another sigh left her. Speaking of Albemarle's defection wasn't as painful as it had once been. But she couldn't deny that thoughts of Cora and her betrayal brought back all the dreadful feelings Edith had worked so hard to overcome. "The Duke of Albemarle," she said quietly. "He was a very attentive suitor, but he was also terribly proper." "Albemarle? Didn't he marry a friend of yours?" Charity frowned. "I've quite forgotten her name. I do recall that she appeared in London with no familial connections to recommend her, and then suddenly she was marrying a duke." "And then she married my duke," Edith added, and not without the accompanying bitterness she hadn't quite been able to banish. "Miss Cora Beauchamp, lately the Duchess of Albemarle, no longer my friend. Indeed, I shudder to say she ever was, though she did fool me just long enough to accomplish what she'd set out to do." Lucy gasped. "She stole the man you intended to marry?" "I don't suppose he was ever mine to steal, particularly when he abandoned me with such haste in his pursuit of Cora. But she certainly used me to become his Duchess." Edith's smile felt brittle. "I was the one who introduced them, after all, and at her request." "The woman is a veritable snake," Charity pronounced loyally, which sent warmth creeping into Edith's heart. "The Duke of Albemarle is clearly a dunder-headed fool," Madeline added firmly. "He didn't deserve you, Edith." She grinned at that. "But he does deserve Cora, and now he must live with her forever. So there is that modicum of justice after all." "He probably also kisses like a fish," Lucy said consolingly. Cora would have to live with her betrayal, with knowing she had used Edith ruthlessly and heartlessly to obtain what she'd wanted, even dressing like Edith and wearing spectacles when she hadn't needed any. Edith still couldn't help but to wonder what Albemarle had thought when he discovered all the facts Cora had parroted to him hadn't come from Cora at all, but rather from Edith. But then, perhaps he hadn't realized yet, and he would forever be fooled by Cora's saccharine smile and clever facade. "And now we've returned to the beginning of our conversation," Charity said, giving Edith a pointed look. "Which is how you discovered poor old George kisses like a fish. It sounded like a new realization." Her cheeks went hot as thoughts of Val happily chased the lingering hurts of the past. "I may have experienced the kiss of another recently," she admitted. Charity grinned, and both Madeline and Lucy clapped excitedly. "How recently?" Charity demanded. Edith's ears were hot as well. She was sure her face was aflame. "Today." "Who was it?" Lucy asked. "You must tell us. It wasn't the Earl of Wrexingham, was it?" "No." She hastened to reassure her friend, who seemingly possessed a marked interest in the Earl. "It wasn't Wrexingham." "We require details," Charity said. "At once." A spike of nervousness trilled through Edith. She'd trusted a friend before, and look at where that had left her. "You must know we'd never be like that wretched Cora Beecham," Lucy said. "If I saw her, I'd push her into the nearest lake." "I wonder if she can swim," Madeline murmured. "It doesn't matter," Lucy said firmly. "Americans are so delightfully bloodthirsty," Charity quipped. "But truly, Edith, you can trust every one of us here. Tell us who you were sneaking about kissing earlier." "I wasn't sneaking," she defended. "Tell us," Lucy implored. "Valentine Blakemore," she blurted, and then she flushed all over again at the recollection of how those kisses had felt, of how it had felt to be in his arms, of his tongue, hot and sleek and tempting. Charity said slyly. "Something tells me Mr. Blakemore doesn't kiss like a fish." "He kisses wonderfully," Edith admitted, and that was a shameful understatement. He kissed beautifully, exquisitely. Words could not capture the intensity of the feelings he'd inspired within her, and Edith knew a lot of words. His mouth on hers had made her forget the rest of the world. The sun could have fallen from the sky and enveloped them all in darkness, and she wouldn't have noticed. "His reputation suggests he would," Madeline added, grinning as she joined Charity and Edith in the last empty chair by the hearth, throwing herself into the cushions with an airy sigh. "What is it like to be pursued by such a dashing rake?" "Madeline," Lucy chastised, shaking her head, "we've come to Sherborne Manor to join the Ladies' Suffrage Society and help women get the vote, not to go husband-hunting." "Don't tell our mother that," Madeline chuckled. "She's determined to land us titled husbands. Nothing less than an earl for each of us, she has decreed. But who said anything about husband-hunting anyway, Lucy? I was thinking about dalliances beneath the moonlight, or in the garden maze, or in the library at midnight." Mrs. Chartrand was well known in polite society for her endless machinations and attempts to see her daughters married into the English aristocracy. Like a mongrel with a bone, Maman had characterized her with disgust on more than one occasion, lamenting the other woman's nouveau riche insouciance. "Did you kiss Mr. Blakemore in the garden maze?" Charity wanted to know. No. Edith picked idly at the pleats on her skirt, feeling rather embarrassed about the entire affair. "Don't think about it a moment more. I'm sure Mr. Blakemore will forget all about it. For a man of his experience, the entire affair was likely less than nothing." Whilst to her, it had been quite decidedly everything. "You're being far too modest, Edith dear," Charity told her. "Mr. Blakemore wouldn't have kissed you if he weren't drawn to you. He hardly seems the sort to dally with ladies of gentle breeding. Perhaps he's looking for a wife. Everyone knows that house parties exist for making matches and having grand love affairs." "And which have you come here for?" Edith asked, trying to distract her friends from further dissection of her interlude with Valentine Blakemore. "For the latter, of course," Charity answered with a grin, and nary a hint of hesitation. "I have no intentions of binding myself to one man forever. What a dreadful prison marriage is for a woman." "Perhaps not if it's with the right man," Edith ventured, her mind perversely returning to Val once more. "Is there such a paragon?" Lucy shuddered from the window seat. "I find it impossible to believe there is." "I thought you were rather taken with the Earl of Wrexingham," Madeline intervened. "He's a proper pompous prig," her sister said stiffly, which meant naturally that there was a story there. But before Edith could ask, however, a knock sounded at her door. "Edith, darling, have you dressed for dinner?" It was her mother's voice, souring the moment and sending dread through her. Edith rose to her feet as if the chair had burned her bottom. "I'm dressing now, Maman." "I thought I heard voices when I approached," Maman protested. "Is someone in there with you?" How to tell her mother that she'd spent the last hour lolling about with ladies her mother had forbade her to befriend? The door jiggled as her mother tried to enter. Thankfully, Edith had latched it. "Edith!" Maman gritted from the hall, her voice tinged with reproach, even as she clearly tried to keep her words from carrying too far. "What is going on? I haven't any wish to cause a scene here in the hall. Do let me in at once." Her mother's chief concerns were propriety, society, and wealth, though not necessarily in that particular order. Naturally, she wouldn't wish for anyone to overhear her strangled demands, to know who was within Edith's chamber with her. Edith stared at her new friends, who were looking back at her with an assortment of bemused expressions. Maman would not approve. She told everyone she could that Lady Charity had posed nude for that portrait, and her opinion of Americans was no secret. What should Edith do? Her heart pounded, for she'd never openly circumvented her mother before. She was a dutiful daughter. She obeyed her mother, agreed with her, regardless of how ridiculous the nonsense she spouted was. The only time she rebelled was in secret, when Maman was nowhere to be found. It was so much easier that way. "I don't think I can climb out of the window in this dress," Madeline whispered. "I could make an attempt," Charity offered. Edith cleared her throat and straightened her spine. "No," she called loudly to her mother. "I'll see you at dinner, Maman." She waited, holding her breath for a response. At last it came. "Very well, darling." Her mother's voice was hard. "I expect you in no less than half an hour." Edith released her breath slowly. "Brava!" Lucy cheered quietly from the window. "Is that the first time you stood up to her?" Charity asked, with a look of complete understanding. Edith nodded. "It was. And how did it feel?" Madeline asked next. She thought for a moment, a slow smile spreading over her lips. "Good. It felt good." Not as good as kissing Val had, but she doubted anything in the world would hold a candle to that. In truth, she wouldn't mind doing more of both. Kissing the mysterious Mr. Blakemore, and telling her mother no. The conversation surrounding him at the dinner table was as interesting as sifting through reports from his land steward, which was to say deadly dull. But Val didn't mind because the Duchess of Bradford's egalitarian sensibilities had led them to an informal seating arrangement, which had consisted of a parlour game to determine their seating partners. Val hadn't won the ability to sit next to Lady Edith. Fortunately, the Marquess of Fulton had been easily bribed into changing seats before anyone proved the wiser. The Marquess was now £500 wealthier, and Val was happily seated beside his quarry, with Lady Edith's mother so far away at the other end of the table that she may as well have been in Lancashire. The arrangement suited him fine, except for the unwanted interloper to Lady Edith's left. Viscount Wilton was monopolizing her conversation and attention, and it was beginning to grow irksome waiting for his turn. Waiting wasn't something Val was accustomed to doing since he'd amassed his wealth. Money had a way of making everything happen instantly, and in most agreeable fashion. Sadly, there were no assassins to be hired in the wilds of Yorkshire to send the Viscount to an early demise, and Val's sole interaction with Lady Edith thus far was limited to her skirts. Val had surreptitiously scooted his chair nearer to hers when seating himself, which meant that her voluminous silk gown was pressed against his lower leg beneath the table. Her scent was different this evening than it had been earlier at the ruins. He'd noticed it at once. Like before, he had no name for the perfume beyond knowing it contained flowers of some sort. He hadn't had much opportunity to smell anything other than stale sweat and fear in the workhouse where he'd been a lad. And when he'd been old enough to escape from the hell into which he'd been cast, he'd been too consumed by the need to make something of himself to give a damn. A flower was a flower, a concern for the rich, for soft-palmed lords, or for ladies whose greatest hardship in life was pricking their thumbs with an embroidery needle. But that was neither here nor there, and Val very much didn't like being left to spoon soup into his mouth in silence. Moreover, Lady Edith was still currently engaged in lively conversation with Viscount Wilton, a chap who had a penchant for telling wretched jokes. "Why is swearing aloud like an old coat?" Wilton was asking her now. Lady Edith hummed as if she were in deep thought and enjoying this silly game of the Viscount's. "Because it is a bad habit," she returned with a note of hope in her voice that quite set Val's teeth on edge. "Precisely," Wilton said happily, as if she had just solved one of the greatest mysteries of the world, and now all of humanity was the better for it. "That one was difficult, my lord," she told the Viscount. Val didn't think he was imagining the praise in her tone, nor the levity. Did she prefer men who spoke in detestable, unamusing puns? To him? After those kisses they'd shared at the ruins earlier. Fucking hell, he needed to try harder. The day a woman chose Viscount Wilton and his dull sallies over him was the day he was going to throw himself out of a bloody window, he thought uncharitably, lowering his spoon into his soup with more force than necessary. "What do you call the ashes of the expiring year?" Wilton asked next before Val could interject. Damn the man. Could he drown the Viscount in his bowl of soup? "More importantly, who cares?" Val drawled, not in the mood to play along. "Tell me, Wilton, haven't you anything to say that isn't a joke?" "Oh, I know the answer to that one as well," Lady Edith said, ignoring Val. "December." She turned to Val, grinning. "December. Isn't it clever?" Quite. He wondered if the Duchess of Bradford would demand he leave the table if he were to fling a spoonful of his soup in the Viscount's direction to make him shut up. Sadly, his arm wasn't long enough to reach around Lady Edith and force the man's head into his untouched bowl. Lady Edith's eyes were sparkling with laughter, and the chandelier overhead glittered in their dark blue depths. "Do you not find puns amusing, Mr. Blakemore?" "Laughter is for the innocent," he told her. "And annoying viscounts, apparently. And her." But Val liked her laughter, only he wanted to be the source of it instead of another man. The realization was like walking into a winter storm after a hot bath. "Do you mean to say that you never laugh at jokes?" she wanted to know, frowning at him as if he were a pitiable creature. And he was a pitiable creature, but not for the reason she supposed. For a great many other reasons that he would never confide in her or anyone else. "I don't laugh at Lord Wilton's jokes," he elaborated, not giving a damn if the man heard him. "Why not? I find them terribly witty and amusing." She was still smiling, and Val decided that he'd listen to the Viscount recite horrid puns for eternity if she kept looking at him that way. "We agree on the terrible," he grumbled. She cocked her head at him, giving him a look that on any other woman would have been coquettish. "I don't see why you find fault with them." He wanted to kiss her, wanted to overturn his soup bowl on Wilton's head, take her in his arms and carry her from this damnable dining room and to his chamber. And then he wanted to strip her bare and show her what was infinitely better than puns and jokes. Val smiled instead, looking into her eyes as he answered, "I can explain elsewhere." What he meant was, "Meet me in secret tonight." It was a thinly veiled invitation. He wondered if she understood, but then a faint pink colour rose in her cheeks. "I'm not sure if that would be wise, Mr. Blakemore," she told him in a tone that was perfectly polite. Utterly devoid of the throaty passion he'd evoked in her earlier that afternoon, he'd have to remind her, soon. "I beg to differ," he told her smoothly, keeping his voice low, intended for her ears alone. Such was the breadth of the tremendous table that he doubted the company opposite them could hear a word, particularly not with all the guests speaking in unison. The dining room was a bustle of light, sound, glinting jewels, flowing silk, and dozens of voices all talking over top of one another. "You might just tell me now," she persisted, her curiosity clearly piqued. Her shrewd mind couldn't bear the suspense. He almost chuckled at the realization. "Or I could tell you later." Beneath the table, he carefully placed his left hand on her right thigh, resting it there in the sumptuous silk. She inhaled sharply at the contact, but made no move to chase his hand away, simply casting her eyes around the table to see if any of the other guests had taken note of his daring. None had. They were all too busy regaling one another with whatever nonsense it was that occupied the minds of aristocrats and drinking far too much wine. And then she did something that astonished him. A man who had precious little capacity for shock. He'd seen and done nearly everything in his lifetime, and he was only 36. She slowly, deliberately, lowered her soup spoon, and then slid her hand along the edge of the ornate table linens. He watched the trajectory of those dainty fingers, and noted they were kissed with a dusting of coppery specks as well. For a moment he wondered what that soft, small hand, that of a lady born to unimagined privilege and wealth, would look like wrapped around his cock. And then he took it one wicked step further, and imagined how her full, ripe peach lips would look on his cock instead. Her hand disappeared under the table, and settled atop his, as gently as a bird alighting on a leaf. His erection was instant and painful, the press against the fall of his trousers so much worse for the fact that they'd been carefully tailored to put his long legs on full display. So much for vanity. If he stood, a different portion of his anatomy entirely would be on exhibition. She laced her fingers through his. The slightest gesture, not at all erotic, particularly coming from this hesitant innocent he'd only just tutored in kissing. And yet it was. For a bemusing moment, Val wondered which of them was the seducer, until he remembered sanity returning to him in the form of Viscount Wilton speaking to Lady Edith once more. "I've thought of another one, Lady Edith," the Lord said sheepishly, as if even Wilton knew how ridiculous he sounded. She jolted, her hand slipping away and returning to her soup spoon, as her attention went back to the Viscount. "I would dearly love to hear it, my lord." By God, Val was going to braid the man with the epergne. "Why is a piano like an onion?" Wilton asked blithely. Lady Edith was silent for a moment, as if she were truly contemplating the answer to the foolish query, before relenting. "I'm afraid I can't think of a reason." "Because it smell odious," Wilton said, grinning. Lady Edith laughed, and that finally had a sobering effect on Val's rampant prick, which began to wilt, but only slightly, because she might have removed her hand from his, but Val hadn't removed his from her thigh. A lush thigh, a tempting thigh, one he wished weren't separated from his palm by so many damned layers. His fingers flexed, longing for more, the motion involuntary. The servants appeared suddenly with another course, which was just as well, because Val had never cared for soup, and he hoped it was something hearty that required a great deal of chewing, so that the Viscount's jaw would be otherwise occupied. Discreetly, and with great reluctance, he removed his hand from Lady Edith's lap. The time would come for when he needed everyone to know she'd been ruined. But that time wasn't quite yet. Chapter 4. Edith couldn't sleep. She was lying awake, staring at the canopy of her bed, recalling the delicious weight of Mr. Blakemore's hand on her lap during those fleeting, electric moments earlier at dinner. Thinking about the subtle way his fingers had flexed on her thigh, a touch she'd felt even through the layers of her evening gown and petticoats and chemise. Wondering what it would have felt like had his hand travelled slightly to the left, to the apex of her thighs where she had been aching. So aware of him. It had required all the composure she possessed to continue listening to the delightfully awkward Lord Wilton's jokes, and continue laughing as if she weren't about to catch flame right there before all the other dinner guests. She'd been so distracted that she hadn't even been able to come up with the answer for the Viscount's final joke about the onion and the piano. She liked Lord Wilton. He was handsome and kind, and he seemed every bit as nervous as she felt whenever she was in the midst of a tremendous gathering. And given Maman's dogged persistence in trying to snare Edith a husband, those gatherings happened with alarming frequency. But Edith had never been the sort of lady who was charming or garrulous. She liked to read scientific treatises and volumes of history. She was far more at ease traipsing through Roman ruins in old boots than she was wearing the latest fashion from Paris and charming fellow guests at dinner. She'd been horridly aware of Mr. Blakemore at her side the moment he'd seated himself. his masculine scent curling around her and making her remember far too much from their time together earlier. Losing herself in Wilton's puns had been a great source of relief, not that she'd been truly distracted, of course. Forgetting Valentine Blakemore was seated at one side was rather like forgetting a starving lion was in the room. But she'd tried. Oh, how she'd tried to ignore him, knowing he was trouble, knowing he was temptation. And then there had been the hint of an invitation from him. "I could tell you later," he'd said slyly. Edith was not the sort of female who had ever been invited to an assignation, but she still knew the promise of one when she heard it in a sinfully seductive baritone. What had she done? She'd eaten her dinner and filled poor Lord Wilton's ear with the history of the Brigantes. Mr. Blakemore had intervened with clever quips, flustering her so badly that at one point she'd bobbled her wineglass and spilled a few drops on her hand. He had noticed, of course, and he had hastened to mop up her carelessness with a serviette. That, too, had left her flushed and embarrassed. She'd redoubled her efforts to regale the Viscount with some puns of her own, but she'd faltered, and then the ladies had departed from the table. During her time in the drawing-room with her friends, Edith had been desperately tempted to catch Val. No, she must continue to think of him as Mr. Blakemore, alone, and ask him if he had truly been offering to meet her clandestinely later in the evening. However, she'd lost her nerve as the hours had worn on, the gentlemen apparently amusing one another without need of female companionship. Her new friends had been distracted by the leading members of the Ladies' Suffrage Society, the Countess of Sinclair, the Duchess of Bainbridge, and Lady Jo Decker amongst them, and Edith had felt as she often did in such assemblages. Small and unnoticed. Terribly uninteresting and far too different from everyone else. She'd been horrified at the possibility of Mr. Blakemore approaching her while her mother watched on in disapproval. It had been bad enough she'd sat with him at dinner, as Maman had glared from the opposite end of the dining-room. In the end, she'd excused herself and slipped away, pleading a headache. Maman had accompanied her, and they'd gone to their separate guest rooms, ending the night early. But she kept lying here, staring into the blank darkness, wondering what would have happened if she'd stayed, if she'd waited for him to appear, if she'd been strong enough to defy her mother and speak to him, if she'd remained and discovered what he had meant by, "I could tell you later." All that was over, of course. He couldn't tell her now, not when... Edith's thoughts stopped abruptly, and she sat up in bed, frowning as she cast an eye about the darkened room. Nothing but inky night greeted her. Had it been her imagination, then, the scratching at her door? It must have been. Who would come to her bedroom at this late hour? Surely it was well after midnight, and... There it was again. The sound. She held her breath, waiting, and heard it again. Edith threw back the covers and slipped from the bed. She reached for the spectacles she'd abandoned on a nearby table, and couldn't find them before giving up and padding in bare feet across the Axminster. Her travels weren't without incident. She kicked a chair and slammed her knee into the bedpost, felt as if she were at the door, only to discover herself at the window, judging from the window dressing that was heavy and soft in her hands. But it didn't matter then. Her door was opening. A slight creak accompanied by the sensation she was no longer alone. Her heart leapt into her throat, fear rendering her immobile as she grasped about, searching for a weapon to wield against the interloper. "Edie." A whisper, nothing more than the faintest hint of sound. But it was his, and instantly her fear died. "Val?" "You're awake, then?" he asked, his voice still coming from somewhere near the darkened hall. She should tell him to go away. There was only one reason Valentine Blakemore had come to her room at this hour, and it wasn't one her mother would approve of. "Yes," she whispered. "Excellent." The door clicked shut. A tiny snick that suggested he closed it with greater care than she had exercised earlier. "It's dark as the devil's heart in here," he said. She tried to move toward him, drawn like the proverbial moth to a flame without the flame. No light in the chamber, coupled with no spectacles, hindered her. She stubbed her toe on some offensive piece of furniture that resembled a tremendous blob to her hindered vision. "Oh!" she cried, far louder than she'd intended before she could silence herself, pain radiating up her foot and past her ankle. "By God, we need some light," he muttered. She bent, rubbing her toe furiously and biting her lip to keep from crying out again. The peril was real. Her mother's room wasn't far, and they were in danger of being overheard and caught. She heard him scrambling about, the sounds of scraping, a quiet curse, and then there was the soft, hesitant glow of light illuminating the chamber. He'd lit an oil lamp on a nearby table. Sherborne Manor had some electricity, but the rambling manor house had yet to be entirely converted. This guest chamber relied upon gaslight and oil lamps. "What's the matter?" Val, Mr. Blakemore, she reminded herself sternly, was moving toward her in a tall, indistinct blur. The general shape of his form, the scent of him, his voice was familiar. But without her spectacles, she couldn't see him in detail, and she found she missed the sight of him. His handsome face, the slashing angle of his jaw, those piercing blue eyes that saw so much, the rakish waves of his dark hair. "I stubbed my toe on the furniture," she explained lamely, straightening and wondering what a sight she must present, in nothing more than her night rail and bare feet. Hair unbound, no spectacles, not even a dressing gown for modesty. Perhaps it was for the best that she couldn't see. The blurred figure moved closer, until he stood before her, looming with his tall height. "Where are your spectacles?" he asked softly. "Somewhere by the bed," she said, annoyed with herself for the breathless quality of her voice. It was simply the effect the man had on her. And he was here, alone with her, in her chamber, with her bed just steps away. "Can you see me, Edie?" Edie. Somehow his pet name for her sent heat trilling through her, forbidden heat, unwanted heat. Oh, this was foolish and most unwise. She loved every moment of it. "I can see you," she said, squinting in an effort to sharpen her vision, an old tactic she'd once made good use of before Maman had grudgingly allowed her spectacles. "But you're rather indistinct." As always, she found that the lack of crisp vision heightened all her other senses. She was intensely aware of him, his heat, his scent, the clean sharpness of soap along with musk and a hint of bergamot. She swallowed hard. "Let's find them then, shall we? I won't have you at a disadvantage." Gently his hand sought hers, fingers tangling as if it were a gesture he had performed 100 times before. Her fingers curled around his instinctively, much the way she had settled her hand over his at dinner. Edith didn't consider herself the sort of woman who was prone to fanciful notions. Romances had never thrilled her. She was a scientific woman, bound by logic, curious about the world around her, knowing there was a reason for everything, a rational explanation behind something as simple as a slug and a creature as magnificent as an elephant. Where they lived, what they ate, how they interacted with their own kind. And yet, she couldn't seem to quell this strange notion, impossible, improbable, as Val led her toward the table where she'd abandoned her spectacles, that she had been meant to find him, that he'd been meant to find her, that there was an inherent rightness when the two of them were together alone, a rightness that was absent in the presence of others, but burned hotter than any conflagration when no one else was about. She allowed him to guide her, their hands entwined. He stopped them near the imprecise shape of her bed. His blurry form retrieved her spectacles. Edith reached for them, but she missed his hands, and then there was the gentle glide of the familiar metal against her temples, settling on her nose, hooking over her ears. The welcome restoration of her ability to delineate finer details only served to unsettle her further, however, because now she could see how handsome he was, the low lamplight clinging lovingly to the contours of his face. The shadow of his whiskers had begun on his jaw, making him look positively pirate-like. His eyes were darker somehow, glittering, searing her with their intensity, and he was still wearing the formal coat and necktie he'd had on at dinner. Only the tie had been loosened, and the top 3 buttons of his crisp white shirt had been undone, revealing a tempting swath of masculine chest. Something fluttered in her stomach. She felt shivery all over, breathless, the coil of anticipation deep inside her. He was in her bedroom, and just over his shoulder her bed loomed, the coverlets rumpled from when she'd risen. "Why are you here?" she murmured, careful to keep her voice low. If they were caught in such a compromising situation, Maman would perish on the spot. Edith was sure of it. "Because you're here," he told her, with a crooked grin that somehow made him seem less intimidating. "And because Viscount Wilton and his truly terrible puns are not." She rolled her lips inward to stave off a chuckle. "I suppose you'll tell me you've come to explain why you've no use for laughter." "I promised to, did I not?" His grin deepened, revealing for the first time a lone dimple in his right cheek. And it was silly, but Edith felt somehow as if that dimple was hers alone, a secret between the two of them. He'd never smiled so fully before, not earlier at the ruins, not during dinner. Indeed, she wasn't sure he'd smiled at all then. This was something different, something special. "I'm sure you didn't promise me anything, and that even if you had, I shouldn't have taken you at your word," she countered. "My dear Edie, you can always take me at my word," he drawled, holding out his hand to her again. "Come. Those chairs over at the hearth look terribly inviting, and I've been on my feet for hours, thrashing my opponents at billiards. I'm in need of a respite." Edith eyed the chairs in question, which had seemed so much more innocent earlier when her friends had been inhabiting them. "You ought not to be here, Mr. Blakemore." "Mr. again?" Disappointment laced his tone as he waggled his fingers at her. "I thought we were beyond that. Sit with me, won't you? I promise to behave myself. As fetching as you look in that night rail, it looks more suited to someone in a nunnery, and I assure you I'll be able to cling to my gentlemanly restraint." She'd forgotten for the last few moments that she was wearing a nightgown, basking in his presence instead. Now Edith looked down at it, wondering if it was too prim, too proper, wondering what night rails were meant to look like if a man such as him were to lose his ability to cling to his gentlemanly restraint. She swallowed hard, her gaze falling on his hand, so large, so inviting. "If you're caught in here, I'll be ruined." He winked at her. "Then I simply won't get caught." Val waited for Lady Edith to make up her mind, but he could see quite plainly that he'd already won her over against her better judgment and the looming threat of imminent ruination. Foolish girl. She ought to have turned him out on his ear. Instead, she settled her hand in his trustingly and allowed him to guide her to the hearth and its overstuffed chairs, a place of shadows and possibility. She was inviting the fox to make himself at home in the henhouse. "You can't stay for long," she warned him in hushed tones as she seated herself. "This is dreadfully scandalous. Do you make a habit of inviting yourself into ladies' bedchambers?" "Of course I don't," he said easily, folding his tall length into the chair flanking hers. "Most ladies invite me themselves." Her lips pursed as she considered his words. "Then the women with whom you've been consorting are hardly ladies?" There was a tartness to her voice, a hint of reproach that likely stemmed from jealousy. Good. He could work with that. Val shrugged. "Perhaps." "I do believe you're a rake and a scoundrel, sir, and that I should demand you leave my room at once," she said. How right she was. Poor lamb. She had no idea. "But if you demand I leave, only think of the fun you'll miss," he said without compunction. He wasn't going to bed her yet. That could wait. For now he was proceeding slowly, allowing her trust in him to build. And he couldn't lie. He was enjoying this unhurried seduction. The anticipation added a delicious layer of eroticism he hadn't experienced in, well, perhaps ever. She sighed, tilting her head at him in an adorable way, a smile flirting with the corners of that kissable mouth. Her hair unbound was truly glorious, the copper tresses possessing an alluring wave, the lamplight catching in them to reveal hints of gold, like hidden treasure. What a delicious gem she was! He wanted her quite desperately, and it shocked him to realize that hunger had nothing to do with his quest for vengeance. "You may stay for 1/4 hour," she said, in the tone of a governess reprimanding her charge. He studied her in her prim, virginal night-rail, and thought it best that she wasn't aware he could see the pink buds of her hard nipples through the thin fabric. There was something ridiculously appealing about her in that gown. Though he teased her that it belonged in a nunnery, it was also exquisite temptation. He wanted to tear it off her using nothing but his teeth. Surely half an hour would be better, he cajoled. "I shall think on it." Her dainty fingers plucked at her night-rail, draping it over her thighs in such a way that he could no longer detect the divide between them. "For now, why don't you tell me why you've truly come to my room in the midst of the night?" Because he couldn't stay away, and because when there was something he wanted, Val was merciless in obtaining it. In this case, that something was her. He stretched out his legs and crossed his ankles, making himself comfortable. "I've come because that odious Viscount was keeping you all to himself at dinner, and I don't like to share my women." "I'm not one of your women," she countered coolly. She had a bit of a backbone, his Edie. Not, however, when it came to her horrible mother. He didn't argue the point with her. His presence in her chamber at midnight was more than enough evidence that she was one of his women, and that she would be until he had exhausted his use for her. "A half-hour of your time," he said. "Throw a desperate dog a bone, won't you? I want to get to know you better without Wilton's jokes and your mother glaring daggers at me from the opposite end of the table. I vow, if she'd been a dog, she would have raced over to me and bit my ankles until I cried surrender." Yes, the Marchioness did rather resemble a terrier, he thought. Lady Edith laughed, and then pressed a hand to her lips. "Oh, I shouldn't laugh at that, but Maman is as determined as a terrier sometimes." The echo of his own thought startled him. He liked her. The awareness was unwanted, as he had never intended to enjoy her company. He had intended to bed her, ruin her, and then revel in his triumph. He still intended to do that, and bastard that he was, liking her didn't make one whit of a difference. "Does that mean you'll let me stay for half an hour?" he prodded. "I'm sure you've already used up 5 minutes." She pushed her spectacles up the bridge of her nose. "Then I had better hurry," he lied, for he had no intention of rushing. He'd spend all night here if she let him. "Tell me about yourself." Her brows arched in surprise. "Me?" Val wondered if none of her previous suitors, if that George chap who didn't know how to kiss, had asked her about herself. "Of course you. Who else? What makes Lady Edith Smythe who she is?" She paused, faltering. "I don't know. No one has ever asked such a question before." Ah, that explained it. Someone ought to give old George a sound drubbing. "Let's start with something simple, then," he suggested. "What is your favourite food?" "Freshly baked bread, still warm from the oven, with butter," she answered instantly, surprising him again. He'd thought she would have named something extravagant like caviar or an ortolan. "And what is your favourite book?" he proceeded. "I'm sure I couldn't possibly choose just one. I adore books." He didn't doubt it. "What makes you happy?" he asked next. "Perfume," she answered. "And sunshine. Little dogs make me happy, and kittens too, and the sound of birds singing. I enjoy riding my horse, Circe. Roses, right when they've just opened and their petals are newly unfurled and their scent is sweetest and strongest." She trailed off then, catching her lower lip in her teeth before continuing. "I suppose that's more than enough. What makes you happy?" "Revenge." Sitting here with you makes me happy, he answered instead, an easy enough response falling off his tongue. He knew how to woo a woman. You flatter me, I think. What truly makes you happy? It was Val's turn to be flummoxed. No one had ever asked him such a question either. But then he wasn't the sort of man who offered confidences. He trusted no one, for that way he couldn't be disappointed. Drinking the tears of small children, he teased lightly, and throwing my tenants from their homes into the street. Where do you find the tears of small children? She asked politely. Do they come bottled, or must you go directly to the source? He suppressed a chuckle at her utter lack of hesitation. Her quick wit was deuced pleasing. Directly to the source, of course. Sadly, there's never enough of the stuff for it to be bottled up. She laughed quietly. You're perfectly dreadful. And perfectly delightful, too. He was gratified when she didn't deny it, but simply held his stare, remaining silent for a moment before continuing. If I am made to tell you about myself, then it's only fair that you return the favour. Ah, but I'm not a fair man. Please, she said. I want to know more about the man who's sitting in my bedroom at midnight. Perhaps if you knew more, you wouldn't allow me to remain, he pointed out. It certainly wasn't a lie. If she knew the truth about him, she'd have boxed his ears and sent him on his way. But then she was a fierce thing. Perhaps she'd prove bloodthirsty and push him out a window. I think you're not at all as bad as you pretend to be, Lady Edith said. I can assure you that I am, Val returned. Shall I prove it? How? She wanted to know. By telling you that I want you. He gripped the arms of his chair to keep from reaching for her. And that I intend to have you before this house party is at an end. Have me, she repeated. What does that mean? Sweet innocent. His cock twitched. He'd never been drawn to virgins, but apparently he was perverse enough to be thrilled by the notion of debauching this one. He leaned forward in his chair. What do you think it means, love? I think... She was breathless, her words trailing off. I do believe you're referring to sexual congress. He almost laughed. Sexual congress is what happens between a couple who take precious little enjoyment in the act. What I intend to do with you is far less civilized and far more pleasurable. Surely you know such a scandalous act is impossible between us. She was plucking at her night-rail again, nibbling at her lip. Allowing you in my room is dangerous enough to my reputation. I don't dare anything more. Nothing is impossible, he countered, and he meant those words to his marrow. His bloody life was proof of that. I do believe you're a bad influence, Mr. Blakemore, she said shrewdly. And I do believe you agreed to call me Val when we're alone, he reminded her. As I aim to be alone with you as often as possible, it will be ever so much less tedious if you simply cease the formality. Val, she said softly, relenting with ease. And God, how he liked the sound of his name in her voice. Liked the way she was slowly surrendering to him, bit by bit. There you are. That wasn't so difficult, was it? I don't suppose it was, she allowed. Will you tell me why you don't laugh? I didn't say I don't laugh, he elaborated. I said I don't laugh at Viscount Wilton's awful jokes. Tell me, did you truly find the man amusing, or were you humouring him to make me jealous? He didn't think she had it in her. There was nothing manipulative about Lady Edith. Unlike many of the women he'd known, she didn't have a cunning bone in her body. Her naturally kind disposition was nothing short of a miracle, given her mother and brother. If he'd had a conscience, he might have felt guilty over his plans for her. Fortunately, he didn't. I do like plays on words, she said. Lord Wilton is a handsome man, quite charming too. The sly chit. Are you saying you prefer him to me? Not a chance of that, and he knew it. He had her wrapped around his bloody pinky. Perhaps I need more time to decide, she suggested. He picked up the gauntlet with great pleasure. Or perhaps you need sufficient persuasion. Such as? He rose in one swift motion, taking her hand in his and pulling her to her feet, then placing her hand on his shoulder. Such as this. He lowered his head, giving her time to protest. Time to resist, but she didn't, of course. Instead, she draped her other arm over his opposite shoulder as well, turning her face up eagerly for his kiss. Val took her mouth slowly, tenderly, even as his body demanded more. She hummed her approval, pressing herself closer to him until her full breasts crushed against his chest, unencumbered by stays and layers of civility. Her nipples prodded him through the fine fabric of her nightgown, and he groaned at the feel of it, at the feel of her. In his arms, her heat, her lush curves. She was soft everywhere, so fucking soft, and he wanted to lose himself in her. But that would have to wait, he reminded himself firmly, even as he deepened the kiss, coaxing her to open for him. This time her tongue met his, the sinuous glide sending a sharp jolt of lust straight through him. She was so sweet. Seducing her was the most decadent torture. He'd never settled for mere kisses, but somehow with Edie, kisses were every bit as erotic as naked skin, hands and mouths and tongues on him. Her fingers toyed with his hair at his nape, and then cradled his head, holding him to her, as she kissed him back with a fervour that stole his breath. He couldn't resist cupping her breast. It was more than a handful, supple and firm. And when he rubbed his thumb over her nipple, she gasped into his mouth, arching into his touch. God, he wanted her now. Yesterday, his body was on fire for her. He didn't recall when he'd ever wanted a woman this much. He licked into her velvety mouth, tasting wine and Edie, the most delicious combination he'd ever known. More, thundered every part of him, more. But that wasn't his plan. Not yet. He forced his mouth to leave hers and lifted his head. His hand was still cupping her breast, his thumb working over the peak in tight circles. The sight mesmerized him. His tanned hand on her prim white night rail, her hair falling wildly around her shoulders and down her back, her mouth dark from his kisses. She would look even more perfect, naked under him, but this was a picture he would take to his grave, he knew. "You're beautiful, Edie," he rasped. The truth, torn from him, not even false flattery. Hers wasn't a traditional beauty, but that only made her lovelier. Everything about her was so uniquely her, bold and vibrant and dauntless when she chose to be. He hoped she chose to be more often. And then he told himself it didn't bloody matter if she did. He would forget about her after this. She flushed. "You needn't lie." By God, did she not know? "I'm not lying, love." He buried his face in her throat, pressing a kiss above her prim, high collar to show her how irresistible and gorgeous he found her. And then he couldn't not taste her creamy skin, opening his mouth, licking her up as if she were a delicacy, because she damned well was. He kissed to her ear, tonguing the hollow behind, and she shivered in his arms, a small moan tearing from her. He had her exactly where he wanted her. Val knew that if he wished it, he could take her. He could carry her to the bed, strip off her night rail, and bury his cock deep inside her. But he had to rein himself in, to control his base impulses. "Oh," she said softly, her fingers gliding through his hair. He loved her hands on him. He wanted them everywhere. She was distracting him, tempting him. She kissed his temple, and his cockstand was as rigid as it had ever been, begging him for release. Her lips danced over his cheekbone, drifted to his jaw. He was going to hell for this, and he would happily consign himself there for eternity, just for one more brush of Edie's lips over him. His mouth sought hers, more urgently this time. He released her breast to slide his hand into her hair, angling her head so that he could deepen the kiss. The cool, silken strands brushing over him sent more maddening fire through his veins. Their tongues tangled. They kissed as if they were in battle, each wanting to consume the other. He forgot all the reasons he was here, at Sherborne Manor, here, in her bedroom. The only thing that existed in the world was her, in that moment. Pleasing her, savouring her, was all he wanted to do. His other hand was travelling with a will all its own, committing every part of her lush form to memory. The dip of her waist, the swell of her breast, the fullness of her hips, the secret cove that was the small of her back, the pert handful of her rump. She was intoxicating. He couldn't get enough. And he knew he was going to toss his plans out the window, at least for tonight. Tonight he wanted to give her pleasure. To the devil with his thirst for vengeance. His bloody plan could damned well wait another day, because there was no feat more important in this moment than making his Edie come undone. He wanted her in the bed quite desperately, but he didn't trust himself enough to take her there. He wouldn't stop if he did. So instead, he turned them until his back was to the chair he'd so recently vacated, and then he sat down, taking her with him, pulling her into his lap without moving his lips from hers. She made a soft sound of surprise, but settled astride him as if she belonged there, and they'd assumed this position together 100 times before, her knees bracketing his thighs. His hands went to work then, rucking up her night rail, pulling at the loose linen until the hem landed around her waist, and he was free to caress beneath the garment. He skimmed his palms over her hips, up and down as he kissed her with renewed frenzy. Her tongue darted against his as her blazing heat below beckoned him. He trailed his touch over her inner thighs, getting closer to the apex of her legs. She shifted and lifted her head, breaking the kiss to stare down at him as if she were in a daze. "What are you doing?" She still somehow had the presence of mind to ask. It took Val a moment to remember how to speak. He was reasonably certain he would die if he couldn't touch her cunny in the next 15 seconds. "Touching you," he forced out, "if you'll allow it." He wouldn't press her further than she was comfortable. This was all new for her, and he didn't want to take advantage. Good Christ, mayhap he did have a conscience after all, or a shred of one, as it were. Val waited, holding his breath. "Yes," she whispered, and then her mouth was on his again. He could have rejoiced to the heavens. Permission. But his hands were too busy travelling to what they wanted most, one anchoring on her bare hip, while the other moved higher between her legs. He trailed a lone finger along her seam, and she was wet, so perfectly wet. Carefully he parted her folds, seeking and finding her swollen pearl there, ready and waiting for him. He stroked over her slowly, using tight circles and light pressure. She gasped, hips jerking, and sucked on his tongue. Bloody hell, he was going to enjoy this woman in his bed, more than he had ever imagined. He kissed her harder, bit her lip, and added more pressure. She was sleek and hot and inviting. He wanted to lick her there, to taste her, to suck on her clitoris until she came, but that would be another day, wouldn't it? Yes, it had to be. He tore his mouth from hers, still playing with her. "You have the softest, most delicious pussy. How does it feel, Edie? Do you like the way I touch you?" Val liked to talk in the bedchamber. Saying filthy things was a potent aphrodisiac. Doing them was even better. "Yes," she hissed, clinging to his shoulders as if she were aboard a ship tossing in the turbulent waves of the sea. "Do you ever touch yourself like this?" He wanted to know. "It's wicked." He used 2 fingers on her now, rubbing her slick, greedy knob. "I didn't ask you if it was wicked, pet. All the best things in life are. I asked you if you touch your cunny like this." She buried her face in his neck. "Sometimes," she murmured. Val added more pressure, knowing from the way her body chased his touch that she was already on the edge. "Do you play with this sweet little pearl until you come?" Oh. She was coming. Her body jerked against him, and she gave a throaty moan that almost made him spend in his trousers like an inexperienced youth. Naughty wench, he praised, helping her to ride out her release, continuing to stroke and rub, coating his fingers in her wetness. You liked admitting it to me, didn't you? She said against his neck, face yet hidden, body still trembling with the aftershocks of the orgasm he'd given her. She had, the minx. He knew it. He stroked her some more, wondering if he might give her a second peek, even if it killed him. She thrust her cunny into his hand with a whimper, and he decided that he could. He'd take himself in hand the second he entered his own bedroom, and he'd probably come like a geyser, but it would be worth it. Have you ever been greedy? He asked, playing with her, slicking up and down her seam, and then rubbing over her sensitized clitoris again. Have you ever made yourself come twice in a row, love? She inhaled sharply, and he had his answer. What a wanton you are. He nuzzled her temple, breathing in the fresh fragrance of her hair. Roses tonight, he thought, mingling with the musky scent of her sex. I want you to come again for me. Val, she gasped, hips circling, seeking. I can't. Please. You can, he soothed, stroking faster, harder. You will. She moaned again, louder this time, her control completely annihilated just as he wanted it to be. Hush, pet, he murmured. You don't want anyone to know I'm in your room, touching your gorgeous, wet cunny, and making you come, do you? Oh, God, she said gustily, and then her body stiffened as a second orgasm tore through her, and she shuddered against his hand, making a low, deep sound in her throat before finally turning limp and pliable in his arms. Reluctantly, he removed his hand, flipping down her hem. Not God. He couldn't resist teasing. Just me. She was panting, curled against him as trustingly as a kitten, and he'd never wanted to spend more in his life, but he also knew that the anticipation was going to heighten his eventual seduction of her. He gathered her in his arms and stood, carrying her to the bed. He lowered her to the mattress and kissed her chastely before pulling the bedclothes to her neck, and then he removed her spectacles, setting them neatly on a nearby table. You should rest, Edie, he said, as she watched him from hooded, drowsy eyes, looking so thoroughly sated and wanton that an exquisite, fresh arrow of lust went through him. He wanted to crawl into bed with her and never leave. Perhaps I was wrong about you, she said softly, tenderly. You are a bad man. A bad, dangerous man. He stared at her, wondering which of them he was the most dangerous to. For in this moment it was surely himself. I warned you, pet. But still not as bad as you'd have me believe, I think. She smiled softly, almost affectionately. Good night, Val. Good night. One more kiss to her forehead, all he would allow himself. And then, even though it killed him, he left. Chapter 5. Edith, darling, are you attending me? Edith jolted from her thoughts at Maman's tart, disapproving tone. Of course I am, she answered dutifully. Guiltily, too. Because she hadn't been listening, and ever since she'd arrived at Sherborne Manor she'd been deceiving her mother. Maman didn't want her to join the Ladies' Suffrage Society. She'd been more than clear on her distaste for such organisations. Edith had joined anyway. Maman had warned her to keep her distance from the infinitely unsuitable, lowly-born Mr. Blakemore, and Edith had done the opposite, visiting the Roman ruins with him, kissing him, letting him into her chamber, and worst of all, letting him take shocking liberties. Wonderful liberties. Liberties she would allow him to take again at the earliest opportunity. Her mother waved her fan aggressively before her, seeking to cool herself, likely to no avail. Maman had never been able to withstand summer warmth for very long, and with the sun beating down upon them as they assembled for the Duchess of Bradford's life-size lawn chess game, there wasn't anywhere to escape from its merciless thrall. Not unlike Val, Edith thought, bemused that her mind continued to return to him, regardless of how many times she admonished herself to think of something else. "Then why did you not answer me when I told you that Mr. Elijah Decker is a scoundrel of the first order?" Maman demanded. "It's common knowledge that he ruined Lady Josephine Danvers, and that was why they wed in such haste," she tisked, shaking her head sadly. "To no one's surprise, of course. Both of the sisters from that family, along with their brother, have always been nothing short of scandalous. Why, I can't even bear to repeat what dreadfully sordid business their brother, the Earl of Ravenscroft, conducted to earn his bread." Some women enjoyed hobbies. They painted, they danced, they played the piano, they sketched, they read books. The Marchioness of Featherstone revelled in one thing alone: gossip. Edith knew this about her mother, but knowing it didn't render Maman's preoccupation any less distasteful to her. "Lady Jo seems quite kind and pleasant," Edith ventured hesitantly. "Oh, my dear, dear girl," her mother said, flapping her fan so vigorously that the ribbons of her bonnet danced about like birds alighting on a branch, only to fly away. "You are a credit to me, always seeing the best in others. I tell everyone you are just like me. We are too kind-hearted for our own good, and it can get us into trouble. No, Edith, darling, you must gird your heart against any meddlesome creatures, against those who are so willing to abandon all sense of propriety and surrender themselves to sinful hedonism." Edith's face grew hot, and it had precious little to do with the sun, which was warm on her neck and shoulders and back. She'd surrendered herself to hedonism, and Val Blakemore, the night before, and it had been nothing short of splendid. She'd do it again tonight if she could. She waved her own fan, trying to cool herself. "I will endeavour to better gird my heart, Maman." Whatever that meant. She had no intention of girding herself against Val. He was mysterious and brooding and handsome and dangerous and exciting. Yes, that was the perfect word to describe him. Exciting and charming and... She sighed. If she didn't take care, she'd grow besotted with him, and that would never do. Not only would her mother never approve of a match with a man like Val, he was decidedly not the sort of man who married one woman and settled down. He reminded her of the wind, impossible to catch. "Promise me you won't spend any time with that dreadful Lady Sinclair either," her mother continued. "I don't trust any of these women agitating for the vote. It isn't meant to be. I fail to comprehend why none of them can simply accept that it is for the best that our lives are governed by men, who are possessed of infinitely more wisdom than we are." Edith bit her inner cheek to keep from firing off a retort. Oh, how she hated her mother's opinion on such matters. It was not only hopelessly antiquated, but thoroughly wrong. But then, Maman was usually wrong about most subjects. Unfortunately, she believed herself unquestionably right on everything she said. Edith had learned to nod, smile, and agree long ago. Life was ever so much easier that way. Except Edith was finding it increasingly difficult to smile and nod and keep her opinions to herself, and she was beginning to wonder why she should. "Maman," she began hesitantly, "I do think there is some merit to their arguments. Why should women not be afforded the same rights as men?" Her mother stared at Edith as if she'd just announced her intention to climb atop the table and show everyone her drawers. "Edith, you wound me." Guilt lanced her. She did so hate bearing the brunt of her mother's displeasure, and she deplored disappointing her. "Forgive me, Maman," she said quietly. "That wasn't my intent at all." Her mother splayed a hand over her heart on her black bombazine bodice, yet another reason she couldn't bear warm afternoons for more than an hour. She'd never set aside her morning weeds, though 10 years had passed since father's death. Not out of constancy, for her parents had not enjoyed a loving union, rather out of some supreme sense of self-righteous duty. "My heart is aching, Edith," Maman said dramatically. "I'm sorry, Maman," she repeated. "It wasn't my intention to overset you." "You know that warm weather makes me bilious," Maman reminded her. It certainly wasn't the only thing that engendered such a response in her mother, but Edith wisely refrained from saying so. Before she could offer anything further, however, the sound of loud, delighted feminine laughter, along with male laughter, filtered to them from the chess lawn. Edith recognized that laughter, not the sound itself, but the husky, deep timbre of the voice, and the man it belonged to. Val. He did laugh, but not with her, it would seem. Rather, he was having quite a gay time of it with Madeline Chartrand, who was dressed elegantly in a promenade gown that suited her dark hair and ivory complexion perfectly well. The cinch of her waist almost exaggerated. How lovely and fine-boned she was, Edith thought, with a pang of envy. Her own lady's maid had to practically set a boot to the small of her back to achieve the tight lacing she managed with her own unseemly curves. Maman insisted upon her corset being 2 sizes too small, so that the laces would pull her waist to the desired shape. But Edith couldn't deny she was abysmally weary of tight corsets that robbed her breath and pinched her sides, leaving them aching when she went to bed and was finally free of the dreadful contraptions. And what a pair Val made with Madeline, Edith thought miserably, observing them with a pang of jealousy that wouldn't be shaken. He was plying his rakish wiles upon Madeline, no doubt. And why not? The American heiress was beautiful and funny and graceful and daring, and everything that Edith herself was not. He likely intended to steal into Madeline's bedchamber tonight, the utter rogue. Good heavens, what a spectacle that American girl is making of herself with that wretched Mr. Blakemore! Maman intoned, her voice vibrating with supreme distaste. The 2 of them ought to wed. He's a base-born scoundrel, and she's an uncouth colonial with new money. Detestable, the both of them. Their children will likely be born with horns. I cannot fathom why the Duchess of Bradford would lower herself to invite such filth. Truly, had I known, we never would have come to Yorkshire for this country house party. Edith was still staring at the lawn chess, wishing she had been bold enough to eschew her mother's edicts and play along. Everyone was laughing, not just Val and Madeline. It looked terribly fun, and yet here she was again, on the periphery with her mother. Just as Val had accused her of doing. His words returned to her suddenly. You should never sit on the periphery. Before she could even contemplate what she was doing, Edith stood. It was as if her body had taken on a mind of its own, and it had decided it had endured quite enough of Maman's stern, wrong-headed, judgmental ramblings. She was going to play lawn chess. "Edith!" Maman gaped at her, looking perplexed. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to play chess," she announced, holding her mother's stare and daring her to deny her. "With everyone else." No, it hadn't escaped her notice that almost all the other guests were engaged in the game in some manner. Even those who had been removed from play were laughing and cheering from the side of the life-size board. Only she and Maman were seated far away from the entertainment, Maman prattling on about everyone she despised. "But, darling, I've forbidden it," her mother told her sharply. Last night a man had come to Edith's bedroom and kissed her passionately. He'd told her she was beautiful, and then he'd pulled her into his lap and touched her intimately. He'd said vulgar, wrong, naughty things to her, and she had liked it. She wanted more of it. She was 28, and she was tired of waiting for her life to happen. This time, she intended to make it happen. She smiled at her mother, feeling braver than she ever had. "I'm afraid that I don't care." And then she turned and strode off in the direction of the lawn chess, leaving her mother to call after her, unheeded. Watching Edie defy her termagant mother earlier at lawn chess had stirred a desire in Val that took him by surprise. So much so that he couldn't wait until the darkest depths of the night to find her alone in her chamber again. Instead, he was suffering through a despicable evening's entertainment, a bloody eternity of musical torture arranged by their hostess. There was a great many things Val would do, regardless of how amoral, but sitting about listening to aristocratic ladies caterwauling had never been one of them. And yet here he was, standing by a fucking potted fern, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Edie didn't look as if she was enjoying herself any more than he was, which was a small source of gratification. If he had to endure another hour of this infernal racket, he was going to need a drink. Fortunately, Edie chose that moment to murmur something in her dragon mamma's ear and rose, gliding effortlessly through their fellow revellers as she made her retreat. Val's feet were moving before the door to the music room had even closed behind her. Like a hunter following his prey, he prowled after her, taking care to make certain that his intentions weren't hideously obvious. In the hall beyond the music room, he caught the flash of her pale silk train drifting through the door to the ladies' withdrawing room and smiled. Excellent. He would wait. Val leaned indolently against a nearby wall, biding his time by fiddling with his pocket watch until Edie emerged. He flipped the case closed and tucked it into his pocket, straightening to his full height, and her eyes met his, hers widening with surprise. "Mr. Blakemore," she said, the return to formality nettling him more than he cared to admit. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you, my dear," he answered, offering her his arm. She didn't take it, looking at him as if he'd presented her with a hissing snake. "I can't go back into the music room with you. My mother will see, and she wouldn't approve." "Fortunately, I don't have any intention of escorting you back to the music room," he told her lightly, taking her hand in his and settling it in the crook of his elbow without permission. "You don't?" Her voice was hesitant, but her fingers curled on his coat sleeve and she allowed him to guide them in the opposite direction of the shrill singing, emerging from the music room. "God, no," he said, unrepentant. "I'd sooner cut off my ears than listen to any more of that dreadful singing." Edie giggled, but then pressed her hand to her lips to stay the sound. "How unkind of you to suggest Miss Hortense's singing is anything less than perfectly mellifluous." "My dear, I've tried to warn you. I'm not a kind man." And that was truer than she could know. She wouldn't discover the whole of it until it was too late. Val moved them swiftly down the hall, blessedly farther from Miss Hortense and her perfectly wretched warbling. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, as if the question had only just occurred to her. Truly, she ought to have asked him earlier, or balked at his high-handedness, but he'd known she wouldn't. His Edie was already practically eating out of his hand. "To the library," he said, as he moved them over the threshold, making certain the door closed at their backs, far from that awful noise, and far from everyone else. His previous determination to perform a slow and steady seduction was losing its appeal. He wanted Edie, and he wanted her now, as much of her as he could have. The cavernous room was lit with a handful of gas lamps, and it smelled of books and leather. He deemed it an excellent place to seduce a spinster who loved reading. The nearby wall of neatly shelved volumes called to him. He'd never debauched anyone against a bookcase before, and now it seemed a place of infinite possibility. He led them deeper into the massive chamber, taking them on a circuitous exploration that would end with the wall. "But we shouldn't be alone," Edie protested at his side, a nervous edge to her voice that he didn't like. "Of course we shouldn't," he agreed. "You truly are a bad man, aren't you?" "I'm the worst, Edie darling." He had no qualms about admitting it. If she only knew the full extent of his nature, she'd likely swoon. "And entirely shameless," she added, but there was no sting in her voice. Rather, there was a hint of amusement now. She found his lack of concern for propriety charming, and here was another discovery to make about Lady Edith Smythe. His little rule-follower liked breaking rules. He stopped them before the bookshelves that appealed to him most, and then he took the hand that was on his arm and brought it to his lips, kissing her dainty fingers through her gloves. It seemed a crime that she should cover them so. He wanted to lick her freckles and nibble on her fingers, but now there were silk and buttons in the way. "We have a few minutes before your mamma comes looking for you, don't we?" he asked, entirely unconcerned. Lady Featherstone wasn't going to wander all over Sherborne Manor in search of her daughter. It would cause a scandal, and the dowager sought to avoid scandals at all costs. No, she would simply wait until her faithful daughter returned to her side. "I don't wish to worry her or displease her," Edie said, catching her lower lip in her teeth in a way that made him want to kiss her. "You defied her earlier," he reminded her. "I saw you sweep away from her while we were playing lawn chess. She didn't want you to join in the game, and you did anyway." She nibbled some more on that luscious lip. "You were watching." "I'm always watching, Edie." He reached for the line of buttons on her glove, plucking one from its mooring. "It's a crime to hide your beautiful arms and delicate wrists and dainty fingers in these blasted gloves, you know. It's fashion." "What are you doing?" She made no move to wrest her hand from his grasp. Val happily continued, opening several more buttons. "Taking it off." "But—" Her protest trailed away as he pulled the silk free, tucking it inside his coat. "There we are." He brought her hand back to his lips, brushing them over her knuckles. Her warmth greeted him, the touch of her bare skin on his mouth like fire. He couldn't resist licking the V between her middle and forefinger. She gave a slight jolt, a sudden intake of breath. "Mr. Blakemore." "When we're alone, I only answer to Val." He licked her again, holding her gaze as he did so, and then he turned her hand over, revealing the round, soft skin of her palm, and he pressed a kiss there too. "We should return to the music room." "So that Miss Hortense can make our ears bleed? I think not." He kissed her wrist next, inhaling deeply of the floral perfume she must have applied there earlier that evening. She laughed at his uncharitable words. "Poor Miss Hortense is persuaded she's a very fine singer. Someone ought to unpersuade her." He had the freckles he wanted now, faint and coppery in the low lamplight, a trail on her inner elbow that was maddening. "But I don't want to talk about Miss Hortense any longer, if you don't mind. I'd rather concern myself with you." "What about me?" A breathless quality had entered Edie's voice, and the pulse at her wrist was thrumming quickly beneath his thumb. "Everything about you, Edie." He pulled her against him, and she came easily, trustingly, her curves moulding into his body as if she'd always meant to be tucked there. "You're intoxicating." "Me? Hardly." He turned them so that her back was to the wall of books. 2 steps and she was pinned against them, all the better for him to devour her. "Have you no notion of the effect you have on me?" He tangled their fingers together on either side of her, one gloved hand, one bare. "How can you not know?" She swallowed, and he found himself enthralled by the elegance of her creamy throat. "You're a practised flirt, sir. I'm sure you say such things to all your women." "Only you," he told her, and that was the truth. He didn't need to ply his lovers with flattery or charm. They wanted him for the pleasure he could give them, wanted him for his looks, his wealth. He'd never lacked for female companionship, that much was certain. Edie stared at him, her blue eyes a rich hue that rivaled any sky he'd ever seen, shielded by her spectacles. "Why?" He became distracted by a trail of freckles he'd failed to notice before, a little configuration in the shape of a heart to the right of her collarbone. Val lowered his head and set his lips on it, kissing her, loving the satiny heat of her skin on his mouth. "Why what, darling?" he murmured against her, inhaling deeply of the scent that was delicate yet bold, not unlike Edie herself. "Why me? You're a handsome man. You could have anyone you want at this house party and beyond. Why do you dally with the plain, red-haired spinster in spectacles?" He raised his head, pressing an open-mouthed kiss to the underside of her jaw. "Because you're the one I want." He kissed to her ear, allowing his lips to graze it as he spoke. "And nothing about you is plain, Edie." This, too, was the truth. She was gorgeous, and no amount of ugly prim gowns her mother forced her to wear could detract from that. "I have freckles," she protested. "I bloody love your freckles," he reassured her, and then proved it by kissing the dusting of them on her cheek, all the way to her nose. "Maman begs me to cover them with pearl powder." "I'd rather not speak about your mother when I'm kissing you," he said wryly, staring down into her upturned face, thinking her easily the loveliest woman he'd ever seen. "You're not kissing me," she pointed out. "I am now." And then he lowered his mouth to hers, proving her wrong. Her lips clung to his, and she sighed into the kiss as if she'd been waiting all night for it. If she felt the same way as he did, then she had. His hunger for her was suddenly ferocious. He moved into her, wishing they didn't have the encumbrance of her skirts between them, sending petticoats and silk billowing on either side. His cock had been persistently hard since he'd left her chamber last night, and no amount of taking himself in hand in the privacy of his bedroom had cured him of what ailed him. Val ground himself against her, the friction of his trousers and the velvet glide of her tongue into his mouth, setting off a violent shower of lust. Her fingers tightened on his, holding him to her as she arched into him, her breasts crushing into his chest. He thought about how sleek she'd been, how soft and wet, how he'd made her come twice, and he had to know if she'd touched herself as he had done, if she had rubbed that glorious nubbin of hers until she'd cried out, wishing it were him between her legs instead of her own hand. He kissed her until he couldn't take the suspense a moment longer, the blatant eroticism of his thoughts rendering his cock unbearably stiff. Val nuzzled her temple, drinking in the fragrant floral notes of her hair. She smelled like spring and innocence, fresh and sweet, and everything he shouldn't have but was going to take anyway. "Did you think about me since last night, Edie? Did you lie alone in your bed and touch yourself?" He thought she'd deny it and call him Mr. Blakemore again, revert to her familiar pillar of politeness. But she surprised him again. "Yes," she said with a sigh, the lone word falling from her lips, enough to make him nearly spend in his trousers. "You wicked thing," he praised, nibbling on her earlobe. "Did you make yourself come?" "Yes," she gasped, as he licked behind her ear, where he'd discovered she was particularly sensitive. "There's so much more I can show you," he promised, kissing his way back to her mouth. "Shall I come to you again tonight?" Her lips parted, and she stared up at him with the dazed look of a woman who was drunk on lust. "You shouldn't. If we were to be caught, we won't be," he interrupted swiftly, at least not until he was ready for it. "How can you be sure?" she asked, tipping her head to rub her lower lip against his, as if she couldn't resist. The contact was tantalizing, even more so because she'd initiated it. "Because I'm a very careful man, pet." He caught her lip in his teeth and bit, not hard enough to cause her pain, but with just enough force that she whimpered, her lower body undulating into his. "Say yes, and I promise to show you I'm even better with my tongue than I am with my fingers." "Oh my," she said with feeling. He'd shocked her and intrigued her, he could tell. Wrong words. He kissed her slowly, lingeringly, taking his time. "Yes," she agreed breathlessly when he lifted his head. "Good." He kissed her again, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, wishing it were her cunny instead. He released her hands, needing to hold her in his arms, to wrap her in his embrace. They had a few minutes more, he told himself. He had to avail himself of the time, and not just to further his seduction of Edie, but because he simply had to have his hands on her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, still kissing him wildly, and what she lacked in experience, she more than made up for in enthusiasm. He was going to have to frig himself before he went to her chamber later, or he'd spend in his trousers like a randy virgin. He was so caught up in kissing her that he failed to hear the door to the library. Not the one through which they had passed, but rather a door which led to the gardens, jerking open until it was too late. "Well, hell," someone muttered. And Val didn't argue the sentiment. Indeed, he quite agreed with it. Reluctantly, he ended the kiss, lifting his head to pin the intruders with a hard stare. The Marquis of Dorset and Lady Clementine Hammond were staring at them in shocked bemusement. In his arms, Edie stiffened. "Lady Clementine, Lord Dorset." She wriggled, wanting to extricate herself from his embrace, and even though releasing her was the last thing he wanted, Val allowed it. There would be time aplenty later to finish what they'd begun, and then they'd have the privacy of her bedroom and the comfort of a bed. He couldn't take her virginity against a wall of books, however tempting the prospect might be. He intended to be caught with her, of course, but only when the timing was perfect. When he had a much larger audience, Dorset and Lady Clementine didn't look as if they wanted word of their own pairing off in the dark to go beyond the walls of the library either, judging from their expressions. "We were taking the air," Lady Clementine said hastily, as if belatedly realizing being alone with Dorset required explanation. "And we became turned around in the maze. We thought to simply let ourselves into the library and find our way back to the evening's entertainments." It was a lie, but Val didn't give a proper damn what the lady and the Marquis had been doing in the gardens. All he did care about was how quickly the time would pass until he had Edie in his arms again. "It would seem that we had almost the same thought," Edie hastened to add at his side, and for a wild, fleeting moment he stupidly thought he'd muttered the sentiment aloud. Then he realized she was addressing the interlopers, a guilty flush stealing over her freckle-dappled cheeks. "Mr. Blakemore was kind enough to escort me to the library, in search of a volume I've been looking for." A volume she'd been looking for, indeed. Val suppressed his smirk. "Perhaps we can all return to the music room together," Dorset said, "before our absences are noted." Jesus, not more of Miss Hortense's miserable warblings. He couldn't bear it. He'd go and find some of his host's brandy and bide his time until the rest of the household was abed, and he could go to Edie. "I fear I'm too tired for more musical diversion this evening," he said smoothly. "I believe I'll retire to my room. Dorset, I trust you'll see Lady Edith back to the safety of her mother's loving protection." "Of course," the Marquis said gallantly. Val eyed the man, knowing his reputation as a rake hell. If Dorset so much as touched Edie, Val was going to drown him in the River Derwent. But he reckoned he had no choice in the matter. It was either subject himself to more terrible amusements or go alone. Dorset was hardly likely to make overtures to Edie when he'd just been engaged in a tryst with Lady Clementine, however. Val would have to make his exit and wait. "My lady," he said formally to Edie, offering her a small bow. With that, he left the library, feeling her stare on his back like a lover's caress as he went. It was when he reached his bedroom, a bottle of brandy he'd managed to secure tucked under one arm, that he recalled he still had Edie's glove tucked away inside his coat, and that he'd left her with but one silk glove on. "Damn it," he muttered to himself, hasting the lapse in care. He couldn't afford to risk Lady Featherstone's suspicions, not when he'd just begun. But there was nothing for it now. Val snapped the door closed, settled the bottle on a table, and pulled the glove from his coat, staring at it hanging limply over his palm. Without thought, he brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply, before tucking it back into his pocket, thinking himself a fucking fool. Chapter 6. Edith paced the sumptuous Axminster in her bedchamber, convinced Val wasn't going to come after all, despite what he'd said to her in the library. She told herself it was for the best. After all, she'd narrowly avoided returning to the music room earlier wearing only one glove. At the last moment she'd realized he'd kept the glove he had removed, and she had hastily returned to the ladies' withdrawing room to feverishly undo the buttons of her other glove and remove it as well. Maman had noticed the absence of her gloves immediately, her steely-eyed gaze travelling from Edith's bare hands to her face. Later, when they'd been alone, her mother had delivered a lengthy soliloquy on the dangers of removing oneself from a room in public for far too long. Thankfully, she hadn't appeared to take note of Val's absence, or if she hadn't commented upon it to Edith, nor had she made any further mention of him. No, Edith was certain that Maman had no notion she'd been spending so much time alone with Val, nor that she'd been kissing him, letting him into her room, allowing his touch. Say yes, And I'll promise to show you I'm even better with my tongue than I am with my fingers." Good heavens, his words had been terribly sinful, laden with a promise she didn't fully understand and yet wanted quite desperately. Did it mean he intended to put his tongue where his fingers had been? Her knees went weak at the thought, an ache throbbing to life deep in her core. The same restlessness that had been chasing her ever since their first kiss, once more taking her in its relentless hold. She should turn down the lamps at once. She should forget all about this reckless, dangerous nonsense she'd started with a man who was terribly unsuitable. A man who'd never spoken a word of marriage or love. She should go to bed, pull the covers up to her chin, and say her prayers like a dutiful daughter. Except there were two problems with what she should do. The first was that she didn't want to be a dutiful daughter, and the second was a soft scratch at her door that told her he'd come at last. Here was her chance, a decision to be made. If she didn't answer, she knew he'd go away. Her feet flew over the carpet, and she wrenched open the door with far too much eagerness. It didn't matter, for Val stepped over the threshold with a similar haste, closing the door at his back and hauling her into his arms in almost the same motion. She went there willingly, wrapping her arms around him, turning her face up to receive his kiss. It seemed an eternity had passed between their parting earlier in the library, and that she'd almost perished from the lack of his mouth on hers. "My beautiful Edie," he said, cupping her cheek tenderly, and when he said it in such reverent, hushed tones, and looked at her as he was, she believed it. She felt beautiful. She felt alive. "You came," she said stupidly, for it was apparent he had. He was standing in her bedroom, holding her against his hard, muscled body. "Nothing could keep me away," he murmured, his gaze seeming to devour her face. "All I've been able to think about since we parted was you wearing one of your nunnery night rails, waiting for me in your lonely bed." A wild thought came over her, a sudden, frenzied need coupled with the realization. She wanted this man, and she could have him. Lady Edith Smythe, who'd had a total of 2 suitors in her life, could have this dashing, daring, wicked man. Not just in her bedroom, but in her bed. And she wanted him there. It was foolish, she knew, but when would she have another chance? When she left Sherborne Manor, she'd likely never cross paths with him again. She didn't know how to ask for what she wanted, how to form the words. She was woefully inept at such matters, considering she'd never been presented with the grand opportunity for a dalliance. So Edith didn't say anything. Instead, she rose on her toes and pressed her mouth to his, kissing him with all the sensual furor boiling inside her. She kissed him with everything she had, moving her lips over his as he had done, then using her tongue to tease the seam of his mouth into opening. The kiss became demanding and carnal, and he groaned, his hands going to her bottom, cupping handfuls and grinding her against him. She could feel him, that part of him, thick and long and demanding, prodding against her belly through his trousers and her nightgown. He tasted like brandy and sin, and she wanted more, so much more. She wanted, she ached, she was needy and greedy. She needed to be naked with him, tangled up in his big body. Edith nipped at his lower lip, as he had done to her, and he growled, yanking his head back to stare down at her, his blue eyes searing, studying, searching. "Tell me what you want, Edie," he said raggedly. He was going to make her say it then. She took a deep breath, summoning her bravado, and offered the words in a rush. "I want you to take me to bed. Sexual congress." She paused, her face going hot as she remembered how he had laughed at the phrase before. "What I intend to do with you is far less civilized and far more pleasurable," he'd warned in his velvety voice. "Whatever you call it," she added hastily. "Fucking," he said succinctly. "There's a word you ought to never say in public, sweet Edie, but you can say it with me. Go on. Tell me you want me to fuck you." It sounded raw and filthy and mean, It sounded like something no lady would do with a gentleman. It sounded like something she shouldn't repeat. She tugged at his waistcoat, fiddling with buttons, wanting it off him. "I want you to fuck me, Val." "Holy hell," he rasped, his eyes going hooded, the sensual promise in his gaze burning hotter than ever. "Please," she added, when he simply stood there, holding her in his embrace, making no move to do what she'd asked of him, which surely couldn't be accomplished standing up and clothed. Or perhaps it could. She didn't know. "That's the most delicious thing I've ever heard," he said at last. "But you don't want me to fuck you, pet. Not truly." "I do," she insisted, that strange feeling coiling inside her, tightening and tensing. She felt as she had when his hand had been between her legs, pleasuring her just before the mindless bliss had struck. "You were right. I'm tired of being the spinster always on the periphery. I want to know what it feels like to... Here she struggled to find a way of conveying her needs. She didn't want to say sexual congress again, and asking him to fuck her hadn't had the desired effect. "You want to have me inside you, don't you, Edie?" he asked in that low, mesmerizing voice of his, the one that promised untold pleasures. "Yes," she said, frustrated, the ache inside her blossoming. "I need you. Please." "But you're a virgin, no?" he asked, studying her. "Does it matter?" "Of course it matters. A man doesn't simply bed a virgin because she asks it of him. I may be a rake, but I'm not completely callous. There are ways for me to help you achieve completion without taking your maidenhead. Love-making is still new to you. We should proceed slowly and with caution." Her response was instant. "No. Edie, it can wait." "It can't," she insisted. "I want it to be you, just once, just tonight. I want to know how it feels to be a woman. I want to do bad things, to be as sinful and naughty as I'll ever be able to be again." "God," he muttered, looking torn. "This was never part of my plan." What plan? The wording struck her, along with his sudden reticence. But then his lips were on hers again, before she could think further, and his kisses were deep and drugging, and all she could concentrate on was him. His mouth, his tongue, his taste, his scent, his heat, his strength. She grasped a handful of his thick, soft hair with one hand, cupping his head, and renewed her determination to undo the buttons on his waistcoat with the other. It gaped and gave way, and she raked the fabric over his shoulders with a greedy hand. Next came his shirt, more buttons for her fingers to find and tear free, until at last she had his elegant evening finery undone enough that she could slip her hand inside his shirt over his bare chest. And oh, what a marvel he was to touch! Her fingers explored the breadth of him, the corded muscle that rippled with his every movement, the crisp smattering of hairs, and the satin-smooth heat of his skin. He growled low in his throat, kissing her harder, so hard that it might have hurt had she not been gripped by a similar madness, the need to kiss him hard and rough, to fuse her mouth to his and never stop. How different his body was from hers, how perfectly, wonderfully masculine. She wanted to see him, to touch him everywhere. It was as if something inside her had snapped, and there were two versions of herself. The quiet, obedient daughter fell away, and she was left with this new Edith, who was brazen and seized what she desired without regard for the consequences. Edie, she thought. That was who she was. The woman Val had described to her. Perhaps a fiction of his own making. Perhaps the woman she'd long suppressed. None of that mattered as she grasped a handful of his shirt and pulled it from the waistband of his trousers. He tore his mouth from hers and stared at her, his breathing ragged and harsh. "It doesn't have to be tonight," he told her. "But if we go too far, I can't promise I'll be able to stop myself. I want you too badly." His admission sent liquid heat to pool between her thighs in a visceral reaction. "I don't want to stop," she told him. "I want everything." Everything with this man. How was it that she had only met him days before, upon arriving at the house party, and yet she couldn't breathe without needing him, without thinking of him? Hell, Edie. He caught her waist in his hand, lifting her up, and there was nothing she could do but cling to him as the unfamiliar sensation of being carried across her room washed over her. His mouth sought hers as he took her all the way to her bed. Once there, he gently lowered her to her feet before tearing his shirt away. He kissed her again, seemingly no longer intent upon dissuading her. This kiss was fiery and passionate, a thorough claiming of her lips, his tongue delving inside to leave the taste of spirits in his wake. She wondered where he'd been before he'd come to her, what he'd been doing. Had he been alone, or with others? Was she the only woman he'd been kissing at this house party? Uncertainty lingered, threatening to crumble her fragile and newfound boldness. He seemed to sense it, for he broke the kiss, cupping her face, searching her gaze. "You can change your mind. It's not too late." She shook her head. "It's not that. It's only... I merely wondered if there were others here at the house party." "Others?" For a moment his brow furrowed, but then a small, gorgeous smile curved his lips, the dimple making an appearance. "I may be a villain, pet, but you're the only woman I want." She was? Why her? She was well accustomed to being overlooked by most gentlemen. Her meagre 2 suitors were proof of that. Perhaps she should be troubled by his interest in her, but it made her feel more powerful than she could ever recall feeling. As if anything, anyone could be hers. As if this beautiful man, staring at her with such naked hunger, could be hers. And he was who she wanted. "Good," she said, and then it was her turn to kiss him. Their mouths moved fervently, devouring each other. They were a tangle of hands and limbs, of opened buttons and smooth linen being swept away, and perfectly tailored trousers disappearing. They were a discovery, an exploration. Caresses and sighs mingling, tongues and lips and even teeth colliding. Everything was a whirl of newness and desire, her skin abuzz with relentless yearning. And then they were on the bed, Edie on her back, Val atop her, their bodies perfectly aligned. She touched and kissed him everywhere she could, not wanting to miss a hint of him, completely enthralled by his male beauty. Because there was no other word suited to describe the magnificence that was Valentine Blakemore. His body was lean and strong, muscled and tall, his legs long, his stomach flat, his shoulders broad. Each pass of her fingertips or her greedy hands and lips over him only served to heighten her need. She'd wanted to lower the lamps, but he'd stayed her, telling her he wished to see her in the light, that the darkness should never hide beauty like hers. From any other man she would have believed it false flattery, but not somehow from him. She was aware of her curves, her breasts, which had always seemed too abundant, of the freckles that spilled down her neck and over her chest and arms, but Val soothed her worries with hot kisses, dragging his lips reverently over every part of her that had previously seemed cause for disdain. "My God, Edie," he breathed as he kissed across her collarbone, his hand cupping the heavy underside of her breast. "You're perfect. So fucking perfect." She felt perfect in his eyes, in his hands. His dark head lowered, and he took her nipple in his mouth, sucking hard and long. The exquisite pleasure of it burst through her, making her arch from the bed, and thread her fingers in his hair. It was wicked, the sight of his gorgeous face against her breast, his mouth latched onto her, and then the wet roll of his tongue licking over her, the gentle abrasion of his teeth. "Val!" she gasped, writhing, her sex throbbing with aching need as she rubbed against him, seeking more, seeking something she couldn't define. He released his hold on her breast and reached up, tracing the edges of her lips. "Hush, pet, not too loud, or everyone will know what we're about. And I have every intention of pleasuring you until dawn." Until dawn? She shivered as he blew a hot stream of air over her puckered nipple, wet from his mouth. Idly, as if they had all the time in the world, he shifted his attentions to her other breast, suckling the peak, then nuzzling her, using the prickle of his stubble to rouse a new response in her, and all the while he cupped her face, his thumb brushing over her lower lip, back and forth in a steady, maddening rhythm. "You have the most beautiful mouth," he murmured. "I can't stop thinking about all the dirty things I want to do with it." Her mouth opened, and the calloused pad of his thumb moved deeper, swiping across her inner lip. "Tell me." She couldn't resist licking him, tasting salty skin and Val. He groaned, then caught her nipple in his teeth and tugged in response. "I'd shock you, sweet Edie, with what I want." She wanted to be shocked. She wanted to know all there was to know about making love, about him. She wanted. "Please," she said, driven to distraction by his sinful lips on her breast, by his persistent thumb rubbing over her lip, teasing her with the promise of more. His tongue flicked over her pebbled nipple, hot and wet. "I want this mouth on my cock. I want your lips wrapped around me, sucking me deep. Would you like that, darling? Would you want me in your mouth?" As he asked the question, his thumb pressed. She took him in, sucking on his thumb. She didn't even know what he was asking. All she knew was that it was sinful and delicious just like him, and she needed more. "Ugh, God," he groaned, pulling his thumb free and then gently trailing it down her neck, the wetness of her saliva and the heat of his skin leaving a path of fire. He lingered in the hollow at the base of her throat, and she wondered if he could feel her galloping pulse there. Then he continued, dragging his thumb between her breasts across her stomach. He found the indentation of her navel and dipped inside, splaying his big hand over the curve of her lower belly and pressing. The action somehow intensified the ache inside her. His mouth followed his thumb, and he kissed his way down her body, drawing closer to... The sinful word he'd used eluded her for a moment. Her pussy. That was what he'd called that private part of her body, where she was so unbearably needy, praising her for all the things that should have been wanton and wrong. Lower and lower he went, kissing, stroking, caressing, until he had shifted his entire body, and the wide, broad plane of his shoulders was wedged between her legs. His hands were on her inner thighs, stroking, coaxing, lighting her up from within. He kissed her hip bone, licked a small trail of freckles she hadn't even noticed was there, and then he continued on. But surely he didn't intend to. He wasn't going to. His face dipped, and she knew the sleek glide of his tongue on her most intimate flesh, and it was the most exquisite sensation she'd ever felt. So shocking and yet wonderful that she cried out sharply, the sound of her voice echoing in the silence of the night. He raised his head, glancing up at her from beneath low, almost sleepy lids, his blue gaze burning bright. "Bite your fist, Edie. You're going to want to scream, but you can't." How assured of himself he was. But then, why shouldn't he be? He was a man of experience, and it was plain he knew how to play her body like a virtuoso worked his instrument. With that directive, he settled between her legs again, lowering his face to her sex, as if she were a feast prepared for his delectation alone. His tongue was on her again, alternating between languorous licks and quick, lashing strokes that stoked her desire to a feverish pitch. She stuffed her fist into her mouth, biting her knuckles, her other hand grasping a handful of bedclothes as she writhed beneath him, helpless and aflame. But then his attentions changed, and she felt the suction of his mouth on her butt, gently at first, and then with increased pressure, until she was making muffled sounds around her fist. Somehow there was still more. His fingers had found her entrance, and he was probing there, slicking her wetness over her swollen skin, driving her wild with the promise of being the solution for the hollow ache inside her. He suckled her pearl, drawing on her as he had her nipple, and his touch whirled over her, making shallow dips until her breath was coming in ragged gasps, and her hips were pumping toward him. Everything inside her was coiled to an acute tightness, as if at any moment she would shatter. She was writhing beneath him, mindless in her need, sensation reigning supreme. His fingers withdrew only to play over her bud, and then his tongue was inside her, licking into her, and oh heavens, oh God, oh! Her climax roared through her, taking her by surprise despite his warning. and she bit down violently on her hand, stuffing it hard against her mouth to stifle the sound she couldn't contain. She twisted against him, body tensed and taut, as wave after wave of pleasure washed over her. But he didn't relent. Instead, he switched again, his mouth returning to her pearl, while he sank a finger inside her. "So wet for me, my wicked darling," he praised, his lips grazing over her clitoris as he spoke. "You love this, don't you?" He wanted words from her. Speech seemed impossible, not now, nor ever again. She managed, a sigh of complete surrender, of bliss. The things he was doing to her, she should be shocked. And part of her was, but the other part of her was in his thrall, desperate to know what mindless ecstasy he would bring her next. This man was precisely what her mother had been warning her about for years, the dangerous rake who would happily steal her innocence. Only he hadn't thieved it. She was readily giving it away, surrendering herself to him. Once more, she lost herself to sensation. The slick glide of his finger in and out of her body, probing deep before withdrawing, only to plunge inside again. The rhythmic, determined suck of his mouth on her clitoris. It was too much. He hummed his approval, the low vibration against her intimate flesh tearing an answering noise from her that she scarcely even recognized as her own. "You taste bloody delicious, Edie. So wet, and hot, and needy. God, I could lick you all night." She thought she might die of pleasure if he did, but she didn't dare say so for fear he would stop. He lapped at her, his tongue flicking over her everywhere, and then added a second finger with the first, stretching her, the pressure and invasion on the edge of pain, so new, so wondrous. When he nipped at her butt, then sucked hard, she flew into her second release. She turned her head into the pillow to muffle her cry, golden sparks dancing over her vision as she burrowed her face into the fluffy down. The pleasure slowly receded, her breath ragged, heart racing faster than before. He kissed her inner thigh before rising between her bent legs, his eyes glittering with potent desire, and his mouth glistening with her dew. "Are you sure this is what you want?" he asked gruffly, sounding as if he were struggling to maintain his restraint. "We can stop now, and I'll leave you a virgin." She didn't hesitate. "I'm sure." How handsome he looked, the lamplight lovingly illuminating the contours of his chest, the barely leashed strength. She studied him now as she'd been too overwhelmed to do earlier, taking in the stunning way his muscles rippled and flexed as he leveraged himself to his knees. And that was when she noticed another part of his anatomy, so different from the rest. Long and hard and thick, rising with rude prominence that made the place between her legs feel desperately empty again. It was beautiful and terrifying at once, and although she'd felt it pressed against her, she hadn't realized the true size of him, nor was she quite certain how the general mechanics of sexual congress were meant to work when he was so impossibly large. He took himself in hand, stroking over the ruddy skin, and she found herself mesmerized by his long fingers, the way he tugged at himself, the slit at the top where a bead of pearly liquid had formed. And then she remembered what he'd said, such vulgar things, asking her if she'd want that part of him in her mouth. She had her answer, shameful though it doubtlessly was. Yes, she wanted to lick him, taste him, to bring him to his peak as he had done for her. "Do you want me to take you into my mouth?" she asked, hungry for him, the thought making her breasts throb and the ache deep inside her intensify. He stroked again, rubbing the same thumb he'd used on her mouth over his cock, swirling the liquid over the blunt tip so that it, too, shone like his lips. "Not yet, sweet. If you do, I'll be useless to you." He lowered his body over hers, the weight and warmth of him welcome. Between them, his cock rose, firm and insistent, pressed into her. He dragged himself up and down her folds, tantalizing her with the feel of him. "Last chance to change your mind, pet," he ground out, his jaw clenched. He sounded almost as if he were in pain, but then if he shared this same restless ache inhabiting her, he was in pain. There was only one cure. "I'm not changing my mind," she managed. "I choose you." Yes, she chose him to take her virginity, a useless commodity she had no need for since she never intended to marry. She chose him, her careful, charming lover, to show her pleasure and make love to her. Val. "Fuck," he growled, shifting position again so that he was atop her, his chest against her breasts, and he took her lips with his in a kiss that was hard and possessive and claiming. She tasted herself, her desire, and it only made her want him more. Edith draped her arms around his neck, holding him to her, returning his kiss, showing him without words that she wanted him. But then he moved again, his hips pressing into hers, and she felt him in a new way, not just against her, but inside her. And, oh, God, the tremendous pressure. So different from his fingers and tongue. She couldn't. Edith broke the kiss, panting. "You're too large. You'll never fit." He chuckled, the sound low and pleasing. Levity, he gave in to it so rarely. "Trust me, love, I'll fit." She didn't see how he possibly could. "I know how this is done, you see," she tried to explain. "I've read a great deal of treatises about farm animals, and I'm reasonably certain you're much bigger than a sheep." "Good God, darling." He laughed again. "I certainly hope so." "But—" She tried to protest, wanting him to understand she might be inexperienced, but she wasn't entirely uninformed of the process. He silenced her with a kiss, a slow, drugging kiss that made all thoughts of livestock fly from her head. "Fortunately, you're not a new," he told her when he raised his head again. "Just relax your body, Edie, and silence that clever mind of yours. Let me love you." "Oh," was all she managed, quite flummoxed. He was so still, looking down at her with an expression of tenderness and naked desire, before he bent his head and kissed her again. This time he gave another thrust, and suddenly he filled her more completely, his body intruding upon hers in an astounding way. It was uncomfortable, a burning and a pinch as her body accommodated his, and yet she wanted, needed more. The pain was receding to a gentle, dull ebb, and her body instinctively knew this wasn't enough. He gave her what she needed without her having to ask, slow, measured thrusts, allowing her time to adjust, kissing her all the while he was finally seated deeply within her. They were joined, one, pressed together, hip to hip, chest to chest, his mouth on hers, gently, so gently, his breath mingling with hers, their skin hot wherever they met. His lips left hers, and he dusted kisses over her cheeks, her nose, as if he sought to worship the freckles she'd always despised, as if they were a source of unending delight. Almost, she dared to think fleetingly, as if she were someone precious to him. "How does it feel, love?" he murmured in her ear, kissing her temple. "I'm all the way inside you now, and I need to move, but I don't want to hurt you." He needed to move. Yes, she needed that too. Her febrile mind struggled to recall the details of Congress amongst beasts. "There's more?" She tilted her head to give his travelling lips greater access to her throat, her hand stroking greedily over his smooth, strong back. "I thought the male mounted the female and then it was over." His body began to quake beneath her questing fingertips, and for a moment she thought something was wrong. But then another miraculous little burst of incredulous laughter came from him, and she realized she'd said something he found amusing again. "There's a great deal more to fucking than what you've experienced so far," he reassured her. "I'm afraid your books have led you astray." He kissed her along her collarbone, then nipped her shoulder, and inside her he seemed to grow larger, harder. "I'm happy to demonstrate." He took a nipple in his mouth and sucked, and then he began to withdraw from her, a swift glide made easier by the wetness between her legs. The twin sensations had her arching her back, planting her feet on the mattress, toes curling into the rumpled bedding. Just when she thought he was about to leave her entirely, he plunged deep, guiding her legs around his hips, thrusting into her and inciting a whole new sensation. She lost herself to the rhythm, to the pleasure overtaking her, to the feeling of him filling her, stretching her, possessing her in a way she'd never dreamed possible. They came together again and again, his body moving with hers following his thrusts instinctively, finding what she wanted. And what she wanted was him. His fingers slid between them, rubbing over her pearl in knowing whirls that made the slickness deep inside her increase. Their lovemaking turned feral. He bit her nipple, riding her with fluid, determined motions, and she loved him atop her, loved the weight of him, the power of him, loved the sheen of sweat on his skin, the low sounds of satisfaction he made deep in his chest, loved every flex of his muscles as he drove into her again and again. When it became too much to bear, her next orgasm exploding inside her, she sank her teeth into his shoulder, biting down hard to keep from screaming out and waking the whole hall with her delirious pleasure. "Fuck, Edie," he growled, seemingly spurred on by her as she whimpered into his shoulder, clinging to him as the relentless waves of ecstasy washed over her. "Your pussy feels so good. Too damn good, I can't. Holy hell." The last words were torn from him. And then he was surging inside her, deep and rigid, his body pinning hers to the bed as the hot, wet rush of something released within her. His seed, she realized, as he collapsed against her, breathing raggedly in her ear. She knew what that meant, the danger it posed to an unwed lady. Thanks to Val, she now knew the difference between the sexual congress of a sheep and that of a man and woman. But she still understood he'd spent himself inside her. The potential repercussions. Later she would worry about it, she told herself, as she held him tightly to her. For now, she had Val. He was hers, and she was his. At least, until the sun rose. Chapter 7. Standing before the Venus fountain in the Sherborne Manor gardens, Val inhaled sharply on his third cigarette of the morning. He was in a foul fucking temper, and not because he'd had very little sleep the night before, not even because he'd ruined his plans, putting the damned cart before the horse by bedding Edie when no one was around to witness her ruination. No, the reason for his grim mood was simple. He wanted her again. And again. And again, damn it to bloody hell. Indeed, he was beginning to fear he'd never be able to have enough of Lady Edith Smythe, the red-haired, freckled, bespectacled former virgin, thanks to his efforts last night, who had compared his lovemaking to that of a goddamn sheep, for Christ's sake. A man with a smaller opinion of himself might have been crushed at the comparison. Val had found her frank approach and obvious thirst for knowledge refreshing and adorable, and that was also a problem. Because Valentine Blakemore didn't find anyone bloody adorable. Maudlin sentiment was enough to make him gag. Oh, he knew it wasn't done to smoke before breakfast. He wasn't a stranger to the polite manners of the upper class. He'd patterned himself after them, becoming so wealthy and so much like them that they hadn't had any choice but to accept him into their ranks. He'd paid their debts, and they tolerated him, even if they didn't welcome him. He took another long, meditative puff from his cigarette, desperate for some calm to settle over him, for some sea change within him to remind him that he was a cold-hearted rake who had come to Yorkshire hell-bent upon revenge, not upon falling beneath the spell of the one woman he'd vowed to destroy. And yet, all he'd been able to think about, from the moment he'd slipped from her chamber before dawn, had been Edie. He'd had her twice in the night. The second time slow and unhurried, when they'd both awakened after dozing for an hour or so in each other's arms, like old, familiar lovers. That he had fallen asleep at all, entangled with her as he'd been, had been a source of unpleasant surprise. He'd never spent the night in a lover's bed, nor had any past bedmate been invited to sleep in his. But she'd awoken him with a kiss, and when her tongue had tentatively darted into his mouth, he'd been lost. He had rolled her onto her back and fucked them both silly a second time, somehow made ridiculously hard thinking about the slippery glide of his cock in the spend he'd left inside her the first time. She'd been wet. gloriously so. An erotic combination of the two of them, and he'd been drunk on the feeling of her beneath him, around him, lost in her alabaster curves and her throaty sighs, and the way she raked her nails down his back when he fucked her. Hell, if he didn't take care, he'd be on his 4th cigarette of the day, sporting a cock that was harder than marble, standing alone by a fountain ringed by centuries-old nymphs who were pissing water out of their tiny prigs. What had his life become? He tossed his 3rd cigarette into the fountain and extracted another from the case secreted in his coat, stuffing it between his lips. "Blakemore, I'll admit I'm shocked to see you awake at this hour. I thought you a creature of the night like all proper devils." The drawl was familiar. Not a nemesis, perhaps, but nor was it a trusted friend, and mainly because Val didn't have any of those. He turned to find Elijah Decker, a well-known and hideously wealthy fellow businessman, sauntering toward him on the garden path. Val struck a lucifer and held it to the end of his new cigarette, inhaling deeply. The familiar burn in his lungs, welcome before he exhaled a plume of fresh smoke. "And I thought all happily married lapdogs were kept leashed at their wives' ankles until at least luncheon." Decker smirked as he came to a halt by the fountain. "Touché, old chap. However, I feel it necessary to tell you that if you had a wife like mine, you'd happily be her lapdog as well." For a wild, stupid moment, Val thought of Edie. Sweet, innocent Edie, who was innocent no more, thanks to his own idiocy and rampaging cock. But then he shook the thought, the notion. He was no one's today, let alone a lapdog to the sister of his enemy. "Fortunately, I'm not suffering from any such affliction," he countered, raising his cigarette as if in salute before taking another puff. He ought to stop smoking soon, and he would, if only he could calm the riot in his mind. Decker raised a brow and chuckled. "From here, it rather looks as if you are suffering from an affliction, Blakemore. How many cigarettes have you smoked already this morning?" As if it were any of the bastard's business. He could smoke a goddamned chimney if he wanted, and Elijah Decker could have nothing to say about it. "It's my 4th, he muttered. Or was it his 5th? "Something bothering you?" Decker asked shrewdly. "Guilty conscience from all the innocence you've sacrificed in your pursuit of fortune and power?" Val choked on his smoke at the word innocence, and then suffered the indignity of a terrible coughing fit. When it was over, his eyes were watering, and he tossed the remnants of his cigarette into the fountain to join its predecessors. "Go to hell, Decker," he growled, when he could find his voice. "Not today, I don't think," the other man quipped, imperturbable. Marriage had made the fellow despicably cheerful. For as long as Val had known him, Decker had been a different sort of chap, possessed of a dry humour and a droll wit. But the smug jollity was decidedly new. Did the man's wife have a golden pussy? He wondered irritably. And then he hated himself for thinking, even metaphorically, of anyone's pussy but Edie's. Just what the hell was wrong with him? He'd never been the slightest intrigued by fidelity. He'd never wanted the same woman more than once. Romantic entanglements were an added complication to his life that he hadn't needed. More sleep, he decided. He should go back to bed, preferably with a fresh bottle of brandy for company. "You should know me better than that," he told Decker coolly. "I haven't a conscience, and I never feel guilty about anything." Which was strangely and alarmingly fast becoming a lie at this hour of the morning. His beautiful Edie lying rumpled and naked in her sheets in her bedroom, 3 floors above them, newly deflowered. He hadn't even withdrawn from her, and it had been glorious, even if he hated himself for his lack of control. "Find a good woman, and she'll be your conscience," the other man told him, grinning. "You're beginning to look green, old chap. I think you smoked more than you realized, and I also fear the Duchess of Bradford won't be impressed by all the cigarettes you've been tossing into her fountain." Val winced as a handful of discarded cigarette nubs floated past him in the fountain's otherwise clear waters. "There's far too many in here for them all to be mine," he said, trying to distract himself from thoughts of Edie. "Unless we write our names on them, how will she have any inkling which of her gentlemen guests are rude enough to go tossing our cigarettes into her fountain?" Decker laughed again. "I could tell her." Val shrugged. if it pleases you to do so. I could be persuaded to keep my knowledge to myself, however, Decker drawled, in exchange for a favour. Ah, he should have known it. Elijah Decker was one of the craftiest chaps Val had ever met, and he'd built his empire of impressive wealth with his intelligence and raw determination. Val slanted a searching look in the other man's direction. Is this blackmail, then, Decker? And after our old acquaintance, I'm shattered. I thought you a better man than that. Decker grinned unrepentantly. My darling wife does try to make me a better man. As you can see, I remain a work in progress. Val sighed, fighting the urge to extract yet another cigarette. What is it that you want? Lady Jo and some of her friends in the Ladies' Suffrage Society are hoping I might persuade you to donate to our noble cause, Decker said smoothly. Ah, yes. In his quest for revenge and single-minded pursuit of Edie, Val had quite forgotten this bloody house party was all but a glorified meeting of the society that continued to needle for women to get the vote. He had wheedled his invitation for the house party from the Duchess by intimating he would be interested in funding her cause. Still, he didn't like being squeezed. You're obscenely wealthy, he pointed out, narrowing his eyes again at Decker. Can't you donate? I can, and I have, Blakemore, but I can't be the sole provider of largesse, Decker explained, shrugging and stuffing his hands into his pocket, looking more like an indolent country lad than the hardened businessman Val knew him to be. What do you say to £5,000 in return for my silence concerning the burnt little swimmers you've deposited into the Duchess's beautifully restored fountain? Beautifully restored. Christ, now the man was waxing poetic. And £5,000. Val was wealthy, perhaps wealthier than Decker even, but £5,000 was a bloody lot of money, even by his standards. If that's what you want to call a circle with naked cherubs pissing into a pool, he muttered uncharitably. Are they pissing? Decker asked with wonder, turning to look at the fountain, as if seeing it for the first time. By Christ, they are. Poor little bastards, doomed for eternity to stand here with their tiny pricks on display, while uncharitable scoundrels insult them and toss cigarettes into their otherwise faultless pool. Careful, or I'll push you into it, Val warned breezily. Fancy a swim this morning, old chap? No, I fancy £5,000 for the Ladies' Suffrage Society, Decker countered, smiling like a fat cat who'd just eaten a damned canary. Fine, he muttered, relenting. I'll give you the £5,000. Decker clapped him on the back. Good man. I knew you'd see reason. With the proper incentive, of course. Why, Blakemore, you make it sound as if I planned this vignette, Decker said. I can assure you I innocently came upon you on my morning walk. You're as innocent as a shark, Val said, and not without a hint of admiration. Well played. I reckon marriage hasn't made you as weak as I thought it had. Marriage doesn't make you weak, Blakemore, Decker told him. It only makes you stronger. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to let my wife know about your promise. Lady Jo will be delighted, and there's nothing I like better in this world than making her happy. Val glared at the man's retreating back, nettled by their conversation in ways that had nothing to do with the loss of £5,000, and everything to do with the troubling sense of possession he felt for Edie. He stood there by the fountain, staring at the bucolic scene before him without truly seeing it. Decker's words rolling about in his mind like a ship on unsteady seas. And then suddenly, clarity hit him with the force of a lightning bolt striking from the sky. Marriage. Perhaps there was a better revenge than ruining Edie after all. He could bind her to him forever, and there wouldn't be a damned thing her arsehole brother could do about it. He could bed her until he inevitably tired of the novelty, perhaps even have a child or two. Yes, suddenly he rather liked the notion of having a wife and children, of Edie's belly growing large with his baby, of making her thoroughly his in every way. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? He was going to marry her, and that would be the truest, most prolonged revenge he could ever achieve. All he had to do was ask her. She'd fallen into his bed so easily, or hers, as it were, and he had no doubt she'd accept his offer with the same haste. Val was about to start down the path, intent upon his new plan, when he stopped and looked at the fountain. The cigarettes floated in the base like a recrimination, mocking him. Damn Elijah Decker, blackmailing him over cigarettes in a fountain. If the man hadn't been partially responsible for Val's sudden clarity of thought, he'd have been tempted to chase him and give him a piece of his mind. With a curse, Val cupped his hand and scooped out every last one of them, even those that weren't his. He refused to think about why. "Edith, darling, are you listening? You have that silly expression on your face that you get whenever you're wool gathering." The day had been blessed with sun, a welcome escape from the intermittent rains and dreary skies that had been plaguing the house party, and Edith was filled with wonder. The sky seemed a richer shade of blue, the scent of summer grass and flowers in the air so much sweeter, and not even her mother's shrill voice could dampen her spirits, because last night Val had made love to her. 2 glorious times. She sighed happily. "Edith?" Maman demanded. They were enjoying an informal breakfast, which was the way of things at Sherborne Manor, and at the moment they had complete privacy in the dining room, for most others had already completed their morning meal. Guests could rise at any hour they chose, and until noon find a sideboard fully stocked with bacon, poached eggs, fresh fruit, and more. Servants presiding over the room in fine ducal livery, prepared to accommodate any request. She'd slept late because she'd been desperately in need of rest after being up half the night with Val. For her mother's sake, she'd claimed a headache. She'd finally met Maman at 10:30, convinced the signs of her guilt would be written all over her face. But her mother hadn't said a word about ruination. Instead, she'd criticized Edith's choice of gown, one of few she'd chosen herself, a dress of light green silk trimmed with lace, the bodice of which was cut lower than she ordinarily dared. "Is that what you're wearing to breakfast?" her mother had asked in a tone that suggested her answer ought to be no. "Yes," Edith had told her brightly, feeling positively brazen. "It is." "Redheads should never wear green," Maman had said. "It makes you look sallow, darling. You know this. I cannot think why you would have had your maid pack this gown, let alone choose to wear it." "I like it," she had returned, unaffected by her mother's judgment. "It's one of my favourite colours aside from purple." "And that is another colour a redhead should never wear," Maman had countered, never one to allow someone else to have the last word. "Edith!" Her mother's exclamation, quite loud and impolite, tore Edith from her ruminations with a jolt. "Yes, Maman?" she asked, smiling brightly. Her mother's brows snapped together into a ferocious frown. "You are humming, my dear, and you know there's nothing so ill-mannered as humming, whistling, perhaps." A shudder went through her. "I pray you never take up so wretched a habit as that. But that's neither here nor there. I was trying to speak with you about Viscount Wilton. I saw the two of you together at dinner, and I must say you make a lovely pair. He is no duke, of course, but his title is very old, and his family is respected. I've never heard an ill word of gossip about him." "He's a perfectly pleasant man," she told her mother, for she did indeed like Lord Wilton quite well. However, comparing him to Val was rather like comparing a kitten to a lion in her estimation. "Of course he is, and quite handsome as well," Maman agreed, nodding and dropping a flake of yolk on her bodice in her enthusiasm. It lay there, a brilliant yellow brooch against her black silk. "Not that looks are of great concern. With you being on the shelf, we really must accept any gentleman who shows interest, as long as he's suitable." It was Edith's turn to frown, for her mother's estimation of her was decidedly insulting. "Any gentleman who shows interest? Pray do not flatter me so, for fear of my vanity." "Darling, your advanced age works against us," Maman continued, either unaware of the offensive nature of her words or uncaring. "As do your red hair and freckles. How I wish you would make use of the pearl powder I bought for you. It will lessen their appearance, to say nothing of the creams which fade them." Edith's spine stiffened. "I like my freckles." And Val liked them too. The memory of the way he kissed and licked every part of her body where he'd found them made her cheeks go hot, and started a new ache between her thighs, where she was still wonderfully tender from the night before. "Truly, my dear, sometimes I think you simply like to be difficult," her mother complained. "It doesn't matter if you like your freckles, no one else does. They're simply not de règle." Edith wanted to argue, to say she'd found someone who liked them quite well, who was enamoured with them, in fact. Perhaps even enamoured with her. But then she reminded herself of all the reasons she must not, and instead she decided to make the announcement she'd been intending to deliver to her mother ever since she'd decided it days before. "I've joined the Ladies' Suffrage Society," she said boldly, smiling and feeling distinctly happy in a way she couldn't recall. She supposed she had Val to thank for that, but she certainly had her new-found friends too. Maman gasped. "You have not done such a foolish thing." Edith remained undeterred. "I have." "Lord Wilton will never have you now." Maman shook her head sadly. "I knew I should never have allowed you to attend this wretched house party, despite the Duchess of Bradford's excellent standing in society. No daughter of mine will be affiliated with such a vile, thoroughly wrong, outrageous notion. Women simply haven't the constitution to vote, my dear. We are far too fragile. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. This nonsense will never come to fruition." Her mother's dismissal irritated Edith. For not only was her assessment of women's suffrage wrong, it was every bit as insulting as Maman's opinions on red hair, freckles, and the colour green. "It isn't nonsense," she snapped. "Your insistence that women are somehow too fragile to know their opinions, and what is best for them is nonsense. I've joined, and I won't change my mind. And I like my hair, my freckles, and the colour of this gown." Quite finished with breakfast, she rose from the table, ignoring her mother's protests, and sailed from the dining room in high dudgeon. So thorough was her outrage that she went tromping down the hall with complete disregard for anyone or anything else. And that was how she collided with a very familiar, very delicious, very hard masculine form. "Oof!" she huffed, with an utter lack of elegance, her palms flattening on Val's chest. "Edie," he smiled down at her, his hands clamped on her waist to steady her, and he was so handsome it almost hurt to look at him. "Just the lady I was looking for." Chapter 8. Val ushered Edie into the closest unoccupied room. As it happened, the music room that was the scene of the oral crime that had so recently been committed by Miss Hortense. Or had it been Horatia? Her first name hardly signified. All that did matter was that the chit was no longer caterwauling by the piano. The room was blessedly silent, and he had Edie precisely where he wanted her, alone. He guided her to a gilt-backed settee, all too aware of her warmth and nearness, her lush curves hidden beneath her fetching seafoam green gown, with the jaunty satin ribbon tied under her breasts, quite as if they were a gift that required unwrapping. Val would be happy to oblige. He couldn't be certain if it was his imagination, but she seemed somehow more beautiful this morning. Bolder, more assured of herself. The cut of her décolletage was certainly more brazen than any he'd seen thus far, and the small constellation of freckles to the right of her collarbone that he'd grown inordinately fond of was on tempting display. The urge to set his lips there was strong, but he hadn't brought her to this room for seduction. Pity, but it would have to wait. "Would you like to sit, darling?" he asked, gesturing to the blue velvet upholstery which seemed a vivid foil to her sparkling eyes. "I'm not sure we should be alone together," she said, reverting to the prim, proper Lady Edith once more. But she didn't fool him. He'd had her writhing and moaning under him mere hours ago. He knew the sensual goddess she kept hidden away. "Just for a few moments," he promised. "I only want to talk." And he might have laughed at himself for such a pronouncement, only wanting to talk as if he were courting her, as if he were a gentleman. That couldn't be further from the truth. She hesitated, casting a nervous glance toward the door he'd closed discreetly at their backs, and latched for good measure. He might be a fool in many ways, but he also knew when to lock a goddamn door. "Who is it you don't trust, Edie?" he asked softly, studying her face in the loving morning light streaming in through the mullioned windows, admiring the way the hints of burnished gold shone in her hair. "Is it me? Or is it yourself?" A small smile flirted with the corners of her lush lips. "Both of us, I should think." He felt an answering smile pulling at his own mouth, despite the seriousness of the moment. "Clever woman. Will you sit anyway? I promise to be on my very best behaviour." Which was hardly a source of solace, for he was, generally speaking, quite bad at all times. He wasn't sure he possessed good behaviour. For her, however, he would try just this once. She relented, seating herself on the settee, and he did the same, folding his frame onto the cushion at her side, and then all ideas of what he ought to do next flew from his mind. He'd never proposed marriage before. He'd not come here with any such intention. Val took a deep breath. "You needn't concern yourself that I'll have expectations," Edie said before he could speak. "I don't, of course. I understand that what happened was nothing more than a lark. It won't happen again." "A bloody lark?" He frowned at her, momentarily distracted by a patch of pink skin on her throat that he knew had been caused by the rasp of his stubble against her last night. "It will happen again." For some idiotic reason, that was all he could manage to rebut her outrageous dismissal. He'd just had the single most satisfying sexual experience of his life, and she, a damned virgin until he'd made her otherwise, was essentially patting him on the head and telling him to run off like a good lad. "It can't." She plucked the pleats on her skirts, something he'd noted she did whenever she was nervous, not meeting his gaze. "I can't afford the risk. I may have been inexperienced." "You were a bloody virgin," he interrupted, not liking the way this conversation was proceeding already. "Mr. Blakemore," she protested, meeting his gaze at last. He held her stare, goaded by her coolness, following their night of passion, when he had been left fucking destroyed by it. "If you call me Mr. Blakemore again," he warned conversationally, "I'll throw up your skirts right here and lick you until you're moaning my given name." Her lips parted, eyes widening. "I may play the part of a gentleman well, but don't forget who I am, pet," he continued. "You and I both know I am not one, and we also know you like what I do to you far too much to cling to your missish sense of propriety. The truth of the matter is, I'll be bedding you again, thoroughly and often, and you're going to love it, and beg me for more because you're going to be my wife." Well, bloody hell. That hadn't been the way he'd intended to make a proposal of marriage to her, and she ought to slap him in the face for it, but he couldn't recall the words now that they'd been spoken. Her eyebrows arched, and she took a deep breath that briefly drew his attention to her stunning breasts. Your wife?" "Mrs. Blakemore, my wife, my spouse, ma femme, whatever the bloody hell you want to call it," he agreed. "The title doesn't matter. All that does matter is that it's happening, and soon. I don't want to wait too long to have you again, and I'm discovering that the novelty of sneaking around in the dark has already grown thin." "No," she said, shaking her head. He stared at her, waiting for an elaboration. When she offered none, simply sat there looking at him as if he'd sprouted a second head, fingers still plucking at her gown. He took her hand in his, staying the fidgeting on her skirts, and raised it to his lips. "No. Surely I've misheard you, darling." She tugged at her hand, but he refused to release it. "Surely I've misheard you, Mr. Blakemore, for I didn't hear you asking me to marry you. I heard you telling me that I must." Daring wench. She was defying him intentionally now, and despite himself he found her impudence nothing short of delicious. They'd make a fine match, the two of them. He'd gain a wife, have his revenge, and he could fuck her out of his system. The revised, perfect plan. He kissed her inner wrist, inhaling deeply of a new perfume. This woman changed scents like a chameleon changed its skin. Violets today, he thought. Utterly intoxicating. "Will you marry me, my dear?" he asked mildly, thinking that if he must appease her, he would. "No," she repeated, and this time she snatched her hand away, glaring at him. "I've already decided I don't want to marry. Not anyone, not ever. But I must thank you for last night. I'll always remember it." "No need to rely on memories," he said smoothly, reaching for her hand again and lacing her fingers through his. "You'll have me in your bed whenever you wish it." "Mr. Blakemore," she began. "Val," he growled, "or I'll make good on my threat, and while I have a feeling you wouldn't mind, I'd prefer for your mother down the hall in the breakfast room not to hear you moaning my name." "Val," she allowed, apparently believing him at last, "you don't want to marry me." "I do. And quite badly, actually. Now that he'd reached the decision, he didn't think he could recall ever wanting anything more." "But you never spoke of marriage." "Has anyone told you that you're a damned peculiar female?" he asked. "Last night I took your virginity. Most gently bred ladies in your circumstance would be overjoyed that the gentleman who deflowered them would wish to make an honest woman of them." Her lips tightened, and he knew he'd displeased her again. "I gave you my virginity. You didn't take it, and in case you failed to take note, I'm not most gently bred ladies. I like history. I read too many books, and I know about everything from diseases of the throat to the mechanics of sheep fornication." Christ, this woman! As I said, most peculiar. And he adored her for it. Fuck. This odd obsession he'd developed with Lady Edith Smythe was beginning to become concerning. He had better take care. "I make no excuses for myself," she told him, all proud elegance and fiery splendour. The way her breasts were pushed up in the bodice of that green gown was making him balmy. That had to be the answer. He brought her hand to his lips again, kissing her palm. "I don't want excuses, Edie. I just want you. And more than you can know," he added silently. "Why?" she asked. He understood the question. She didn't just want to know why he wanted to marry her, but specifically why her. He couldn't give her that answer. Not yet. "I may be a conscienceless bastard, but I allowed things to progress too far," he told her instead. "I shouldn't have done so, but I was swept away by my desire for you. I also neglected to take proper precautions against pregnancy. You could be carrying my child." Her shoulders stiffened. "It's far too early for either of us to know that. I'm not a complete imbecile when it comes to such matters." He had no doubt that her book knowledge far exceeded her carnal knowledge. However, there was a vast difference between reading something in the pages of a book and experiencing it. "I'm not willing to take the chance," he said calmly. "Are you?" She sighed, looking torn. "We could wait and see whether marriage is necessary." "It is necessary," he countered, clenching his jaw at her stubbornness. "It is very necessary. I intend to marry you, Edie. I must." Nothing, and no one else would do. He refused to consider the reason. Revenge. Yes, that was it. Justice for Kitty. "I won't marry you because you feel guilty for what happened between us," she said firmly. "We'll wait until I know for certain if there is any issue." "My baby in your belly, you mean?" he ground out, not liking her continued resistance, her refusal to acknowledge the ramifications of their intimacy. "I'll not allow my child to be born a bastard." No one knew better than Val just how impossible a mantle that was to settle upon the shoulders of an innocent child. He'd always taken precautions with past lovers. He couldn't imagine why he hadn't with Edie, save that he'd simply been too lost in her, too carried away. It wasn't an excuse, but he was doubly committed to marriage for the sake of any potential baby. "There isn't a child," she reminded him, a flush creeping up her throat that told him she wasn't nearly as composed as she pretended. Good. She didn't fool him, not in the slightest, and like it or not, she would become his wife. "That we are aware of," he countered, holding her gaze so that she could see plainly the depth of his intent. "Edie, if you don't agree to marry me, I'm going to have no choice but to tell your mother I've bedded you. Do you want that?" She paled. "You wouldn't dare." It was a cruel ploy, and he knew it, but he was willing to do anything he must to get what he wanted. In this instance, her. "I would," he promised. "I'd prefer not to have to, but I will." She must have read the determination in his countenance, for she tugged her hand free of his grasp for the second time and flew to her feet. "I need time to think about this." He rose as well, frustrated beyond measure at the way this damned conversation was proceeding. "How much time?" "I don't know. An hour? A day?" She shook her head. "Please, Val." In the end, it was her plea that did him in. He couldn't deny her, even if he hated himself for it. "You have 1 day," he allowed. "I'll have your answer in the morning, and it had damned well better be a resounding yes." Edith was lost. She hadn't intended to get lost. Indeed, she hadn't even intended to walk far from the manor house. But she'd needed an escape from everyone, some peace and quiet to mull over the decisions awaiting her. She'd gone on a walk to the River Derwent with some of her fellow guests earlier, and there had been a dramatic rescue of a kitten by the Marquis of Dorset. Everyone had returned to the manor house abuzz, scattering in different directions, and Edith had decided to go off on another jaunt, this one blessedly alone. She hadn't been able to think earlier with Madeline and Lucy and Charity in her ear. A simple walk on her own had seemed just the panacea for her restless emotions. But somehow, she'd been so caught up in her tumultuous thoughts that she hadn't paid any attention to where she'd been walking. And now, as she stood before a grassy knoll, with nothing familiar in sight, she had to admit that she had no idea how far she'd travelled, for how long, or how to get back to the manor house. Her feet ached, her sides smarted. She was thirsty, and a terrible feeling of dread was beginning to settle over her. She wasn't ordinarily so reckless. This was all Val's fault, bumping into her in the hall and then taking her to the music room for his ridiculous proposal of marriage, which hadn't been a proposal at all until she'd pointed it out to him, making her long for something she'd never supposed could be hers. She had told herself again and again, a repeated remonstration, that her time with Val had been nothing more than a tryst, that he was a rake who likely went through ladies like a mourner at a funeral went through handkerchiefs, that she would have to be satisfied with the pleasure he'd shown her, the experience she now had, that she wouldn't go to her grave, a virginal spinster. But then he'd sat next to her in the music room, staring at her with his searing regard, looking so unfairly beautiful, far too handsome and debonair for her, and she knew it. And he told her that he wanted her again, that he wanted to marry her. She heaved a sigh, realizing she was still walking, that she had blisters from her boots, and that the only reason Val wanted to marry her was fear. He was concerned she might be carrying his child, and perhaps that, more than any other realization of the morning, had been the most lowering of all. His marriage proposal hadn't had a thing to do with her, but everything to do with an unseen being who may or may not exist. She may as well have been anyone. She was no different from any of his other conquests. But then, had she supposed she would be? If she had, then she was a fool, and she was most definitely a fool, because only a complete featherwit would wander through unknown countryside until she had no hope of ever returning to where she'd come from. The soaring exhilaration that had propelled her through the morning had died a swift and merciless death. She was no longer a bird winging through the sky, but the miserable sparrow who had alighted on the ground, only to be pounced upon by a cat, caught in its claws, her wings broken. And then there was the crackling roar of something ominous in the distance that could only be thunder, and she realized her luck was about to get even worse. Not only was she lost, but from the look of the dark clouds to her right, a thunderstorm was approaching. Wouldn't it be just her misfortune to lose her virginity and then die the very next day, struck by lightning in some obscure Yorkshire field? She doubted anyone would come looking for her any time soon, certainly not with sufficient haste to provide her rescue from the impending storm. Maman had been put out with her after breakfast and had retired to her chamber. Val had stormed from the music room earlier with his jaw clenched, and she hadn't seen him since. Clementine was busy doting over the rescued kitten, and if the smouldering looks the Marquis of Dorset had been sending her friend's way were any indication, his lordship would also be occupied. Charity seemed quite pleased to parry verbal swords with Viscount Wilton. Madeline and Lucy were seeing to their mother, and even their hostess had disappeared, with her doting husband not far behind. Another rumble of thunder punctuated her thoughts, making Edith realize that she needed to find some manner of shelter, and quickly. She hastened up the knoll, praying that when she reached the top she'd have a vantage point that would offer her some glimmer of hope. The ground was uneven, the weeds high, and her boots weren't truly suited to so much travel. She twisted her ankle and nearly fell twice. It was throbbing with pain by the time she reached the top of the hill. But there, in the distance, loomed the most welcome sight of what appeared to be a crumbling medieval castle. It didn't look particularly stable, but there did appear to be more of it standing than fallen, and any form of edifice was better than lingering in the midst of the field, waiting for lightning to strike and the deluge to come. Grasping handfuls of her gown, Edith set off in the direction of the castle. She reached the ruins just as fat raindrops began falling to pelt the ground, and the dark clouds blotted out the sun above her. Edith slipped into what appeared to have been the stables, given the layout. The former use of the structure didn't matter, because at least it appeared to have a secure enough roof above it. She moved to the innermost wall, pressing herself against the cool stone, and waited as the rain fell harder, and the roar of thunder cracked overhead. A flash of lightning lit up the shadows, and the world beyond her shelter. She waited and waited, for what could have been minutes or longer. She had no means of telling time, and it seemed to crawl torpidly toward an eternity of being lost, never being able to find her way back to Sherborne Manor. And then, suddenly, beyond the din of the storm, she swore she heard a familiar voice calling her name. She held her breath, thinking she'd imagined the sound at first, but then she heard it again. "Edie!" "Val?" Hope rose as she moved to the front of the stables, peering out into the slashing rain, searching for him. And there he was, cutting a dashing figure bent low over his mount, a hat pulled down on his brow as the rains pelted him. "Val!" she cried out. "I'm over here, in the ruins!" "Edie? Thank Christ!" He turned his mount toward her and galloped to the stables, reining in his mount as he reached the opening and jumping down to guide the poor horse to safety by hand. With calm, efficient motions, he tied off his mount well out of reach of the storm before striding to her. "Edie, my God, I've been so damned worried about you. Everyone has. No one knew where you'd gone, and your mother was in a state. What the devil are you doing out here, and in the midst of a thunderstorm?" He took her shoulders in a grasp that wasn't painful, but neither was it gentle. Water was pouring from his hat, from his coat, slicking the angles of his face. He was soaked to the skin, his shirt plastered against his chest, and there was no doubt he'd been in the rain for some time. He had been riding through the storm to find her, she realized. And then she made another awful discovery in the next breath. She'd fallen in love with him. It had happened quickly, without her recognizing it, without her wanting it. But there was nothing she could do about the emotions clogging her throat now, beating undeniably in her heart. She was in love with Val Blakemore, the man who only wanted to marry her because she might be carrying his child. Oh, dear God. "How did you find me?" she asked weakly, trying to distract herself from this ruinous development. He reached into his coat with one hand and pulled out a sodden ribbon, now bedraggled and muddied, that she recognized. "I found this not far from here, and I was hoping I was close. I've been riding all over the bloody countryside looking for you." "My ribbon?" She glanced down at her dress, which was now also damp and rather the worse for wear, and discovered it was gone, its neat little bow having obviously come undone at some point in her wayward travels. "I didn't notice I'd lost it." "Well, I'm bloody glad you did," he said grimly, tucking the ribbon back into his coat. "You didn't answer my question. What are you doing out here?" I was walking, she explained, aware of how silly it sounded. I got distracted, and I became lost. She winced as she admitted the last, an embarrassing concession to make as a woman who prided herself upon her intelligence. He pulled her into his rain-soaked chest, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Thank God I found you. We'll wait until the storm passes through, and then we'll ride back to Sherborne Manor together. He was wet and cold, and she was still upset with him for wanting to marry her out of guilt. But it didn't matter. She burrowed into his chest, sliding her arms about his lean waist, and held him, relief washing over her. He had come galloping to her rescue, rather like a knight of old, and it was so very unlike the version of himself that he presented to her, a sinful, heartless rake. But then, hadn't he shown her there was far more to him than that last night, and with their every interaction thus far? Thunder rolled overhead, and lightning cracked, spooking the horse tethered at the opposite end of the stables. She clung to Val tightly for a moment more, before feeling silly and releasing him. It would seem she hadn't travelled nearly as far as she'd believed if he'd found her with such ease. "Thank you for coming to my rescue," she told him, as the rain continued falling in heavy sheets, soaking the ground beyond their stone-walled haven. Water dripped from the brim of his hat as he stared down at her, his countenance unreadable now that the initial worry had faded. "I'm hardly a hero." "So you keep telling me," Edith countered before she could think better of it. He raised a dark brow, doffing his hat and giving it a stern shake to dispel the rain still clinging to it. "I've been trying to warn you, but you don't listen, do you, pet?" She wrapped her arms around her waist, feeling suddenly unaccountably unsure of herself. "I don't think you're nearly as bad as you would have me believe you are." "Is a conscienceless seducer of innocence not bad enough for you?" he asked wryly. "If you didn't have a conscience, you wouldn't have offered to marry me," she pointed out. A loud peal of thunder interrupted their conversation then, followed by another bright flash of lightning. He smiled faintly, reaching for her, caressing her jaw. His hand was cool and damp from the rain, and it made her shiver. "My conscience isn't the reason I want to marry you, sweetheart." She didn't know what that meant, what to make of his mysterious words. Edith searched his gaze for answers and found none. His blue eyes were emotionless and distant, watching her dispassionately. If she didn't know better, she'd swear he was a different man entirely from the one who had made love to her so passionately and tenderly the night before. "What is the reason, then?" she dared to ask. He said nothing, simply staring at her, his expression hard, almost as if it had been hewn from granite. And then finally he spoke. "Catherine Blakemore." The thunder rattled again, the din so loud that Edith thought she must have misheard. "I don't understand." "Her name," he began slowly, silkily, his voice radiating with a sudden menace she'd never heard before, "was Catherine Blakemore. The current Marquess of Featherstone took her as his mistress 3 years ago, when he was engaged to marry another. She died last year, giving birth to his bastard." Her brother had kept a mistress. Henry had always been so very staid and proper, circumspect and austere, as had been expected of him. But then she supposed that if he had, she wouldn't have known. It was hardly a polite topic of conversation amongst siblings. The timing was correct, however. He had been engaged to Lady Alice Stillwell 3 years ago. Her mind rushed to comprehend the full meaning of the information Val had just imparted. Catherine Blakemore, he had said, and she had died. An icy sense of dread swept over her, settling in her stomach like a stone. "Was she your wife?" His hand was still on her jaw, his thumb stroking, a by now familiar, calloused rasp against her skin. "She was my sister." "I'm so sorry, Val," she said softly, frozen by his touch, by the harshness of his voice, the barely leashed anger she heard there. horrified that her brother had somehow mistreated his sister. She'd had no notion at all. She wondered if her mother had known, if that was the reason for some of Maman's hostility toward Val. Henry wouldn't have confided such a scandalous secret to their mother, but Maman's propensity for gossip knew no bounds. Perhaps word had reached her somehow. Edith's mind was whirling, her heart aching for the pain and grief edging Val's voice. He must have loved his sister very much. "You never knew her name, I expect," he continued, "nor that she existed at all. That she suffered over the course of days in wretched pain, slowly dying along with her stillborn child. Kitty was Featherstone's ugly secret, kept far away from his aristocratic wife and family, and when she died, he gave her a pauper's burial. He didn't have the decency to contact me, her only family. I didn't know she was gone until a fortnight had passed. I went to the house he kept her in, and it was shuttered up. Everything gone. It was as if she'd never been there. She'd simply been erased." Sweet God! Could Henry possibly have such callousness within him? Such unfeeling cruelty? How could he simply abandon his mistress and his own child in death, neither mourn them nor inform the woman's family of her death? How could he have denied Val the chance to mourn her? It seemed an unfathomable level of heartlessness. She didn't want to believe it, and yet there was no denying the stark emotion in Val's eyes. "I'm sorry," she repeated, reaching for him, laying her hand over his, where he was still cupping her face, at a loss for what to say, how to soothe him, to offer him comfort where there could be none. She couldn't bring back his sister, couldn't undo what Henry had done. "As am I," he said, a muscle tensing in his jaw. "I begged her not to reduce herself to some marquis's plaything. I was wealthy enough to set her up in finer style than he could ever have done. But Kitty always followed her heart instead of her head, and in the end it took her to her grave." "I had no notion Henry even had a mistress," she said, still struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Val's revelations, to believe the brother she knew possessed such a cold, secret side. "He has always seemed content with Alice. They have a son, Charles, whom they both dote over. He's nearly 1 year old now." Her words trailed off, as she realized how painful it might be for Val to hear about Henry's life with his wife, the healthy son Alice had given him, while Val's own sister and niece or nephew were gone, relegated to a pauper's burial. "How nice for his lordship," Val snarled. "I reckon he didn't need a dead bastard when he had his true heir anyway. Easy for him to toss away the rubbish and carry on with his life. I'd wager he didn't even shed a tear." "I can't believe Henry thought of your sister and the baby as rubbish," she said. "I've never been particularly close with my brother, but I've only ever known him to be generous and polite." Val's lip curled. "Such munificence he showed to Kitty. It's only fair that I repay his sister in kind." Thunder roared suddenly above them. Seconds later, followed by lightning, brightening the landscape beyond the stables, and a new, terrible fear crept into Edith's heart, along with the heavy weight of dawning understanding. Val hadn't answered her query about the reason he wanted to marry her, not directly. But in telling her about his sister, he had. She swallowed hard, a sick feeling of betrayal making her stomach tighten. "That is why you want to marry me, then? You intend to make my brother pay for his mistreatment of your sister by marrying me?" He smiled, and it was a beautiful smile, showing his dimple, but it failed to reach his eyes. Those were hard, flinty, the eyes of a stranger. "Brava, pet. You've guessed it." Chapter 9. Edie's knees gave out, and Val banded an arm around her waist to keep her from falling. Her fiery nature came to life in the next instant, a ferocious defiance he couldn't help but to admire. Her small fists were pummeling his chest, striking him with a singular lack of strength. "Release me, you bastard!" she cried. "You awful, vile, hateful scoundrel!" Yes, he was all those things, but he wasn't releasing her, not for a moment. "I warned you," he said, turning them as one and pinning her against the centuries-old stone wall of the stables to keep her from running. He didn't doubt she'd do something as foolish as race off into the storm, and he hadn't come this far to have his prize elude him by meeting her end at the mercy of a lightning strike. "I hate you," she seethed, continuing to fight him, her blows gaining force as her panic increased. But he was larger, taller, stronger than she was, and she wasn't going anywhere so long as he didn't want her to. He pressed his lower body to hers, keeping her thrashing form still, and caught her wrists in both hands, staying her flying fists. "You may hate me as you like," he told her calmly. "It's your right to do so." She stared up at him, her expression so open, a vulnerable mixture of fury, sadness, and betrayal, that he felt as if something inside him broke open. He'd been terrified for her when she hadn't returned, and the storm had blown in. Images of her lying in a ditch with an overturned ankle as lightning hit her had tortured him, as he'd ridden hell for leather to her rescue. His relief when he'd heard her voice from the castle ruins had been so tremendous that his hands had trembled on the reins, and he'd nearly fallen on his goddamned face when he'd dismounted. He hated himself for doing this to her, but it had to be done. Vengeance for Kitty, he reminded himself. "I should have known you wouldn't have wanted me for myself," she said softly. And then he despised himself even more. "The desire I feel for you is real," he reassured her, bringing her hand to the fall of his trousers, where the evidence of his attraction to her rose, rude and thick and prominent, even against the damp tweed. Her eyes widened, and he kept her palm tightly trapped between them, cupped over his cock. He wondered if she had any notion of how easily she might unman him, squeeze his cock, land a blow. It would give her enough opportunity to flee. "You're a liar," she said coolly. "Why should I believe you?" "Because, my darling," he drawled, finding a hint of humour in her reaction. Perverse bastard that he was. "Cocks don't lie, and mine has been hard for you from the moment I first saw you from across a ballroom." He recalled the exact moment he'd spied her, sitting with her terrible mother. She'd been wearing a hideous gown that hid her beautiful breasts and voluptuous waist, and did absolutely nothing for the glorious brilliance of her hair. She'd looked utterly miserable. He'd been drawn to her instantly, in a way that hadn't had a thing to do with revenge, even if he hadn't admitted it to himself at the time. "You don't have to offer me false flattery," she snapped, eyes flashing with fury. "You've already had what you wanted. Let me go." "No." He guided her hand over the undeniable ridge of his cock, letting her feel how much he wanted her. "I'm never letting you go, Edie. You're mine now, and I intend to keep you." "I'll not be your mistress," she breathed, and he could see the flare of her pupils, the desire she couldn't control sparking to life. He knew that desire too well, because it was a raging fucking conflagration inside him. Her fault. She made him want her more than he'd ever wanted anyone or anything, and that was a testament to her allure, because his thirst for wealth, power, and sex had often been unquenchable. "That won't be a problem, love," he told her smoothly. "I don't want you as my mistress. As I've already said, I want you as my wife." "That would be even worse." She tugged her hand free, and he allowed it. Allowed her to strike his chest again, because she wasn't wrong to be angry with him. He was every bad word she'd called him and more, because he deserved her fists, her fury, her teeth, and her claws. But none of that was going to stop him from making her his. "You'd rather be hidden away in a house somewhere like a shameful secret, subject to my sexual whims whenever I'm in the mood to throw a crumb of affection your way?" he asked. "You'd rather lose all respectability, become a pariah in society, have your own mother turn her back on you, for your children to be born bastards, shunned by everyone simply because of the nature of their birth?" He stopped. catching her chin in a gentle but forceful grip, making her hold his stare. "Is that what you want, Edie? Because I can assure you, as a man who was born a bastard and escaped the hells of the workhouse to make something of himself, only to still have most of London look down their noses at me as if I'm filth, that isn't what you want. Nor is it a future you should wish upon your children." He didn't like to speak of his past. It was a part of him, but like the bones beneath his skin, it didn't need to be seen, to be acknowledged. It was simply there. And he hated what he'd endured, what Kitty had endured. Hated that he hadn't been able to raise the two of them from the gutters before Kitty had resorted to selling herself, her beauty, her body, to wealthy benefactors like the Marquis of Featherstone. When he'd had the funds at last, he'd offered her a better life, a house, anything she had wanted, and she'd denied him. She'd been between protectors when he had begged her again, pleading with her not to go to Featherstone. But Kitty had always been prideful, holding her head high, although polite society scorned her. "I don't want to be your mistress or your wife," Edie cried, thrashing against him with renewed determination. "That's too goddamn bad, my dear," he told her, drawing upon the mercilessness that had been born inside him from those dark days in the workhouse, an abyss from which he'd narrowly escaped with his life. "Because you are going to marry me, whether you like it or not." "You can't force me," she denied. "You're right, darling, I can't," he said agreeably, keeping her pinned against the wall as he reached for the tie on her bonnet, opening the knot. He plucked the unattractive millinery from her head and threw it to the dirt at their feet, before delving into her hair, pulling hairpins free. "But I can make certain you haven't any other choice in the matter. I've already bedded you. What do you think the rest of the guests will say when we return to Sherborne Manor, muddied and wet, and you're in such a state that there won't be a doubt in anyone's mind what we've been doing together?" "You wouldn't," she gasped, eyes going wide as what he'd just said took hold in her mind. He smiled without mirth, continuing his task of taking down her hair. "I am, my love." More hairpins scattered to the dirt, her hair falling in fiery waves around her shoulders. "You've made it easy for me." He leaned close, kissing her cool, pale cheek, inhaling the sweet perfume of her, flowers and rain, and the earthiness of a summer storm. "I ought to thank you." Val was a selfish prick, and he knew it. Because he was ruining her life, making certain she was inextricably bound to him forever, and he was savouring this moment of victory. Because he wanted her desperately. He wanted this beautiful woman on his arm, in his bed. He wanted to waltz her around a ballroom and show the wealthy, polite world from which she hailed that she was his. To put his ring on her finger, his jewels at her throat. To dress her in French gowns and fuck her as often as he could, in every bloody room of his house, in carriages and bathtubs, in the outdoors, on tables, on floors, against walls. God, the mere thought of it filled him with a wild, heady lust that made him seek her mouth. He kissed her, long and hard, a different kind of kiss, a kiss of possession, a kiss that said, "You're mine, damn it, and I'm never bloody well letting you go." And she didn't push him away or offer so much as a hint of protest. Instead, she kissed him back, as if, like him, she couldn't help herself. She made a low, sultry sound of need, and the hand that had been beating at his chest slid higher, curling around his nape, holding him to her as he ravished her lips. Dimly, he became aware of a sound, a rumble somewhere beyond the stables, not thunder now, but something else. Hooves, he realized. No doubt some of the other gentlemen who had gone off in search of Edie were arriving. The sound of rain beating against the stables had passed, and a faint rumble in the distance told him the storm was carrying on. The timing was perfect. He couldn't have arranged it better himself. He deepened the kiss, feeding her his tongue, releasing his hold on her so that he could cup her breasts, so full and tempting under her damp silk bodice. He splayed his hand over her smooth, soft skin, palms absorbing her warmth, the frantic thump of her heartbeat that told him just how badly she wanted him. He remained that way as the horses drew nearer, cupping the swells of her breasts above the neckline of her gown, kissing her with all the greedy hunger he couldn't contain inside him. And then, just as the horses drew nearer still, voices calling out their names, he grasped the seafoam silk he'd so admired earlier that morning and rent it in two all the way to her waist. The sound of fabric tearing jolted her from the stupor his kiss had caused. She turned her head, ending the kiss with a shocked gasp. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "I'm afraid I can't control myself in your presence, my love," he told her as the horses approached at his back. "There's no help for it. We'll have to marry at once." Her kiss-swollen lips parted, comprehension dawning in those clever eyes as she realized how neatly he'd trapped her, not just against the stone wall of the stables, but into marriage. "You villain," she breathed. He kissed that lush mouth once more for good measure. "Your villain, Edie mine. I did try to warn you." And then he stepped back, shrugging out of his rain-soaked coat and draping it around her for modesty's sake, as the rest of the search party dismounted and approached them. Vengeance would finally be his, and so would she. "Edith, are you there?" Maman asked weakly from the settee, where she'd landed in a suspiciously graceful heap when she'd swooned upon hearing the news of her daughter's impending nuptials. She currently had a handkerchief pressed over her eyes as if she couldn't bear the burden of sight, and she had only been revived by a fortifying whiff of hartshorn. Edith, now changed from her torn and bedraggled silk, was seated at her mother's side, and she patted Maman's hand. The two of them had been left alone for a moment of uncomfortable privacy Edith wasn't relishing. "I'm here, Maman," she reassured her. "How are you feeling?" "Positively wretched," her mother declared. "I fear the soufflé of curry à la ripon at luncheon was turned. It was the prawns, I am certain of it. One must take care with them. I should never have partaken, knowing my delicate constitution. Whenever I eat something spoiled, I suffer from wild imaginings. Before I swooned, I thought I heard you say you'd be marrying Mr. Valentine Blakemore, but that's quite impossible. You've scarcely said more than a handful of words to that reprobate at dinner a few nights ago. I'm ever so silly, aren't I? As soon as those dreadful prawns are gone, I'll be much better. Will you inform the Duchess of Bradford that her cook is serving spoiled food? I should hate for any of the other guests to grow so ill." "Maman," she said gently, wondering how to fully explain the awful circumstances in which she had so neatly trapped herself. "It's not the prawns, I fear." "Nonsense," her mother said, sounding less weak now and more like her formidable self. "They were beginning to turn green, Edith. Run along and tell the Duchess now. I'll take a moment to rest." She sighed, heart still heavy, caught in so much turmoil. She'd fallen in love with a scoundrel, and now she was going to have to marry him, a man who had sought her out for the sole purpose of avenging his dead sister. A man who'd had no compunction about tearing her gown and making it look as if he'd ravished her in the castle ruins, so that there would be no doubt in the mind of the curious onlookers who'd reached them what had happened. A man who had left her with no choice but to become his very reluctant wife. She loved him, and she hated him, all at once. "The prawns didn't make you imagine what I told you." She tried again. "I'm afraid that you heard me correctly. I'm marrying Mr. Blakemore. When he came to rescue me during the storm, we both lost our heads. Viscount Wilton, Lord Wrexingham, Mr. Decker, the Duke of Bradford, and even Mr. Macfie were there to witness my fall from grace." The memory of those shocked male faces staring at her as she clutched Val's coat around her like a protective shield was still enough to make her blush. "No," Maman breathed, peeling the handkerchief away to peek at Edith with one wide eye. "I was praying it was all a hallucination. Oh, Edith, that miserable, low-born rapscallion. Did he force himself upon you?" Quite the opposite, much to her shame. She had welcomed his every advance. Even earlier, when she'd been furious with him in the stables, after he'd revealed his true motives in pursuing her, she hadn't been able to cling to her fury. The moment he'd placed her hand on his cock, she had felt a corresponding pang of desire. and when he'd kissed her, his tongue gliding into her mouth, why, she would have allowed him to lift her skirts and thrust into her right there, against the old stone wall. If such a thing were even possible. And now she found herself wondering if it was. "Edith, answer me!" Her mother's shrill voice intruded upon her thoughts. She blinked, banishing all such venal notions from her mind. "He didn't force me, Maman, Edith allowed her words to trail away as she struggled with admitting her feelings aloud. It wouldn't be to him, she reasoned. Telling Maman wouldn't allow him the upper hand over her, and perhaps it would do something to assuage her mother's worries and fears. She took a deep breath, proceeding. "I've fallen in love with Mr. Blakemore. I know it's all quite sudden and rather a shock, but the heart wants what it wants, and in this case, mine wants him." That much was true. She couldn't help that she'd fallen in love with a conscienceless scoundrel, intent upon using her for vengeance against her brother. And indeed, as Val had correctly pointed out to her, he had warned her against him. She'd simply not heeded those warnings. Maman pulled the handkerchief from her eyes and sat up. "I thought you had a tendre for Viscount Wilton." She shook her head sadly. It would have been so much easier if she had. "I believe he may have an interest in Lady Charity, and my feelings for him are solely friendship." "Oh, Edith," her mother lamented, "how could you do something as reckless and foolish as falling in love with an ineligible common bastard? You've ruined all my hopes for you." "I'm sorry, Maman," she said quietly. She'd ruined her hopes for herself as well. "You're going to marry Valentine Blakemore?" Edith winced at Charity's shocked pronouncement. Following the uncomfortable interview with her mother, she'd closeted herself away with her small coterie of friends. Clementine, Charity, Vivy, Madeline and Lucy were all staring at her from the private confines of Vivy's sitting room. "Yes," she said, "I am." "My dear Edith," Vivy said, looking fraught. "Are you certain this is what you truly wish? I understand the scene at the castle ruins was somewhat unusual." What a polite way of saying Val had ripped her bodice in two and removed every hairpin while kissing her senseless, leaving no doubts as to what had happened in the minds of everyone who had come upon them. She forced a smile she didn't feel. "It's not exactly what I want, but it's what I must do." "What do you mean you must?" Madeline asked, frowning. "He didn't force himself upon you, did he?" Lucy added. Edith wondered what everyone else must think of Val. His wicked reputation clearly preceded him. "He didn't," she reassured her worried friends. "He wouldn't do something like that. He may be ruthless, but he would never force himself upon a woman." She knew it without question. He hadn't ever pressed her for more than she'd wanted. Indeed, the night they had made love, he'd been trying to persuade her to wait. For a moment, her mind caught on that unusual fact, trying to figure out what to do with it. But then Clementine was speaking. "You could always break off your betrothal. It's never too late." And Clementine was speaking from experience. After orchestrating a feigned betrothal with the Marquess of Dorset to stave off house-party gossip when they'd been caught in a compromising position, she and the Marquess had fallen in love and decided to keep their engagement intact despite their original intent. "I could," she allowed, mulling the idea over. "If I refused him, I don't think he would try to force me into marrying him. However, my reputation will remain in shreds after what happened at the castle ruins." And in her bedroom. "All the gentlemen who came upon you are trustworthy," Vivy said firmly. "I vouch for each one. The biggest gossip in attendance is—" She hesitated, making a face of regret before continuing. "Your mother, Lady Featherstone. I'm sorry, my dear, but it's true, and she would certainly hold her tongue to preserve your honour." That was likely also true. Edith didn't know all the gentlemen who had witnessed her ignominious emergence from the stables well, but she trusted Vivy's opinion of their characters. Maman would never carry the tale of what had happened here if it meant Edith wouldn't have to marry Val. But there was another problem. "I've fallen in love with him," she blurted. Her friend stared back at her. "That's wonderful," Vivi said, smiling brightly. What happy news, Clementine agreed. But does he love you? Charity asked shrewdly. He wants to marry me for revenge, she admitted, going cold again just at the acknowledgement. That bastard, Madeline said. I'm an excellent marksman, Lucy told her conversationally. I'll happily shoot him for you. Edith looked at her American friend, wondering if she was serious. Thank you, but no. His reason for revenge isn't as hateful as you may suppose. She confided what Val had told her about his sister Catherine, Kitty, and her relationship with Henry, along with her death. By the time she'd finished, her friends were surrounding her like a protective little ring. Oh, my dear, Charity said. This all sounds rather hopeless. I know, she nodded morosely. So you see, his motive for wanting to marry me is the hatred he feels for my brother. I don't even know if I can trust him. Part of me despises him for deceiving me, and yet part of me loves him more than ever. I never imagined it possible to feel like this for someone. And that latter emotion, love, terrified her more than anything else, because it made her horridly weak where Val was concerned. Then I'm afraid there's only one thing you can do, Clementine said. What is that? She dared to ask. Have your own revenge. Marry him and make him fall in love with you. Heavens! Her friend made it sound as if it were easy. But Edith didn't have any illusions where that was concerned. She didn't doubt that making Val fall in love with her would prove a Sisyphean feat. She wasn't even sure if she dared to try. He'd hurt her far too badly. But there was one thing Clementine was right about. She needed to take some revenge of her own. Chapter 10. 1 month later. Val had been married for the span of a month, and he'd yet to bed his wife. They'd begun their affair in soul-searing passion, and then spent the beginning of their union in soul-destroying misery. He'd had the satisfaction of watching her mother weep into her black bombazine at their small, private wedding ceremony. He'd also had the joy of looking into the Marquess of Featherstone's eyes and letting him know how swiftly the tables had turned. Your sister is as dead to you as mine is to me, Val had told him outside the church, when they'd made their farewells to her family. The man had paled, looking stricken. And well he should have. Val hadn't awaited a response before handing Edie up into the carriage, a notable moment for more than one reason, as it happened. It had also been the last time she'd allowed him to touch her. Is Mrs. Blakemore at home? Val asked his new butler as he handed off his hat and coat, trying to keep the stupid note of hope from his voice. The truth was he scarcely saw her. She'd been keeping a separate room and flitting about London with her friends, largely ignoring him and the fact that they'd ever wed. The entire arrangement was distasteful to him. He had married her to have her in his bed whenever he wished, and now that she was his, she had been doing her utmost to treat him as if he were fashioned of poison, as if one small touch would lay her low. But damn it, he wanted to see her. He had just returned from delivering the promised £5,000 to the Ladies' Suffrage Society, thanks to that scurrilous blackmailer Elijah Decker, and he wanted to tell her they'd been invited to a ball he had every intention of attending. Lady Edith has a caller, intoned the butler soberly, a man whose allegiance was plainly to his mistress rather than to the man paying his goddamned wages. Hobbs, I've asked you many times to please call my wife Mrs. Blakemore, he reminded through gritted teeth. The butler stared at him, his face expressionless. Regretfully, Lady Edith has requested she be referred to as her honorific, sir. Of course she had. How like her to attempt to banish him from her name as well as from her bedchamber. But damn it, he was in a thoroughly sour temper after having been parted from a hefty sum of money. Not that he couldn't afford it many times over, because he could, and not that he didn't think the cause a worthy one, because he did, but it was the slick manoeuvring by Decker that stung. Nothing stung more, however, than Edie's icy refusal to accept him as her husband. He'd been willing to grant her time, but there was something about his foul mood, about the length of time that had passed, about being informed by his new butler that Lady Edith had a caller, that pushed Val over the edge. He went storming down the hall to the sitting room he knew Edie favoured, because he'd seen the bill for the furniture, books, wall coverings and pictures within, and because she had bloody well had a lock put on the door to which only she possessed the key. "Mr. Blakemore, do you require anything?" Hobbs called after him, sounding distressed. "Yes, and for you to go and stand in the street for the next hour and see if anything hits you," he said over his shoulder, without stopping or giving a damn what the man's reaction was to his rudeness. The last he had checked, Val was the head of this fucking household. He had acquired it some time ago, but the Belgravia address had kept him from settling in. He'd felt like an interloper here. Instead, he'd kept rooms in a far less aristocratic part of town, where he felt at home. He'd wanted Edie to feel comfortable, however, and he'd moved them to this new, frightfully large affair after their nuptials. She'd handled the hiring of servants, and she'd arranged for every detail, all without consulting him. Her lack of deference hadn't nettled him. He didn't give a goddamn about fripperies and furnishings and maids, but he did give a damn about her continued avoidance of him, and he'd had about enough of it. Val reached the closed door to her sitting room, finding it locked. What the hell? If she had a caller, why would she lock herself inside the room? A sudden, hideous suspicion hit him, coupled with sheer possessive fury. Was her caller a gentleman caller? She'd mentioned something about the Duke of Albemarle being a former suitor, along with the terrible kisser George. He jiggled the door, thinking he would flay any man locked away with his wife to within an inch of his misbegotten life. "Edie?" No answer. He tried again. "Edie?" "Go away, Mr. Blakemore." Her voice was quiet within, but the sentiment was no different than it had been for the last month. And that was another source of discontent for him, her continued insistence upon calling him Mr. Blakemore, as if they were polite strangers instead of a husband and wife who had fucked. "Who is in there with you, and why have you locked the door?" he demanded to know, feeling like a tyrant in his own home, and yet unable to help himself. If her caller was a gentleman, he was going to cut off the bastard's buttocks and make him eat them for dinner. "It's none of your concern," she answered crisply from the other side of the door. "Go away now, if you please." "I don't," he bit out. There was a pause, followed by the rustle of silk and petticoats within. "What did you say?" "I said I don't, please. It doesn't please me to go away. What would please me is you opening the damned door." He ended on a growl. "At once!" "No." Val didn't hesitate. He angled his shoulder toward the door. He was a tall man, a strong man, and he would make short work of anything keeping him from Edie. He used his body weight, throwing himself into the panelled wood. He crashed into the sitting room to the din of splintering wood. And there was his wife, wearing one of the hideous gowns that had undoubtedly been chosen by her mother, not one of the gowns far more suited to her glorious figure and colouring that he'd paid a small fortune to have hastily made for her. He scowled at the offensive afternoon gown, at her for being so damned beautiful it hurt to look at her, at her fiery hair hidden away in a chignon. Belatedly, he realized she was alone. A book in her hands that she held against her chest as if to stave off some rapacious attack she believed he might have planned. "Mr. Blakemore, what in heaven's name are you doing?" she asked, sounding flustered and quite put out with him. "You've ruined the door to my sitting room." The door in question was in desperate need of repair. He didn't think it would latch on its own without the intervention of a carpenter. Also, he didn't bloody well care. He gave her an indolent shrug. "You shouldn't have locked it." "The lock was to keep you out," she countered frostily, moving away from him as he stalked closer. What did she think he was going to do to her? Strike her? Hurt her? Force himself upon her? "This is my house," he pointed out, chasing her to the opposite end of the room. He'd follow her to Hades if he had to. "This is my room within your house," she said, flitting to the right when he was almost near enough to touch her. "It's your house as well, Edie," he said, annoyed. "Every damned room within it, but I haven't had any locks installed to keep you out of rooms." "I'm gratified by your faith in me, Mr. Blakemore," she said smoothly, darting away again and nearly bumping into a chair by the fireplace, which she'd clearly positioned there for the purpose of reading. Alone. Without him. And now he was jealous of a fucking book instead of the phantom lover he'd imagined she was entertaining. A book that was called, he squinted at the cover as she jumped away from him like a frightened rabbit, Baedeker's Rhine. A bloody travel guide. Was she plotting to leave him? "Stop calling me Mr. Blakemore," he demanded. "I've been inside you." He was gratified by the charming pink flush that stole over her cheekbones. At least she remembered they'd been lovers, what now seemed a century ago. She drew herself up in haughty outrage that would have put her mother to shame. "Mr. Don't bloody say it," he interrupted sharply. "Blakemore," she finished, and that proved the point at which Valentine Blakemore lost his fucking sanity. With a snarl, he rushed toward her, intent upon Christ knew what, tying her to his bed, spanking her impudent backside, pleasuring her until she forgot all the reasons why she was clinging to her anger toward him. He didn't know. It didn't signify. Because in the next moment, he was hauling her over his shoulder like a sack, taking her completely by surprise. Her startlement was short-lived. In a breath, Edie was all wild motion. She shrieked and struck him with the book and kicked, to no avail. He was far stronger than she was, and he also had an entire month's worth of thwarted desire, granting him inhuman power. "Put me down, you miserable rogue!" she cried, as he began striding from the little haven she'd created for herself. "What do you think you're doing?" By God, it even smelled like her perfume in here, he thought, as he made his way around a table filled with more books. Like flowers, and summer, and Edie, and leather, and paper, and everything he had to have more of, right bloody now. "I'm showing you what happens when my wife is insolent," he told her, swatting her delicious rump through her stupid bustle. Wretched contraptions. He liked her best when she was naked. She landed a solid blow to his lower back that made him grunt. "You scoundrel! Swine! Villain!" "Now, Edie," he said calmly, feeling better than he had since their wedding day. "Don't you know it isn't polite to call your husband names? If you carry on, I'm afraid I'll have to punish you." His warning had the intended effect. She flew into further fury, legs flailing, the corner of her book catching him in the arse. "Cretin! Rascal! Bastard!" Val banded his arm around her legs to keep her from landing a kick where it mattered most, and carted her down the hall to the staircase. "Such words of love, my darling," he crooned, just to nettle his virago more. Hobbs hovered in a nearby doorway, looking pale and alarmed. "Sir, if I may suggest—" "No, Hobbs, you may fucking not," Val interrupted cheerfully. "This is a private matter between Mrs. Blakemore and myself." Were all butlers so damned intrusive? He was going to have to give the fellow the sack. Val started up the staircase as Edie continued to rain ever more creative curses upon him. When he reached the floor where their separate bedrooms dwelled, he briefly debated over whose chamber he should take her to. His, he ultimately decided, sweeping over the threshold and kicking the door closed behind them. It would be best to have her at a disadvantage, no longer in familiar territory. In half a dozen strides, he reached his bed, the bed he was meant to be sharing with her, and dumped her on it. She landed with an outraged oof and a flounce of satin skirts, her bustle trapped beneath her, making her look rather like an adorable little bug that had been rolled to her back and now couldn't figure out how to land right side up again. Edie glared at him. "Why are you smiling?" Was he? Val realized that he was, grinning, actually. He was happier than he'd been since the day he'd taken the decision to marry him away from her at Sherborne Manor. It could have been better done, he had acknowledged privately in the wake of her fury. He might have allowed her the full day, and she would have reached the conclusion on her own. "Because you look like a bug," he told her, "a furious little bug." His amusement didn't charm her. She began scrambling to her feet, peppering the air with 6 insults. "Perhaps a bee," he acknowledged, "one intent upon stinging me." Still wrestling with her cumbersome skirts, she finally slid from the bed, straightening to her full height and pinning him with a furious glare. "How dare you break down my door, throw me over your shoulder, carry me upstairs before all the servants like some caveman, and then insult me by telling me I look like a bug?" Some of the outrage had leached from him, Val realized, because he finally had her precisely where he wanted her, and she was undeniably glorious in her indignation. But then, when was his Edie not glorious? He'd seen her soaked in the rain, picking her way through Roman ruins, prim and elegant in a ballroom, and, his personal favourite, naked. But every time he saw her, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Fucking hell. What was this strange sensation? This warmth in his chest? This odd feeling of complete and utter contentment as he stared at her, all furious and beautiful, still clutching her bloody travel book as if it were a dagger that might be used to put out his eye. "Well?" she demanded, shaking the small red volume at him. "Have you nothing to say for yourself, Mr. Damn it, Edie," he bit out. "I warned you." "Blakemore," she finished triumphantly. Val closed the distance between them. "Put the book down, Ped," he told her, because he didn't relish the notion of her slamming its spine into his nose. She clutched it before her, eyeing him warily, backing away from him slowly, as if she feared he might pounce. "I don't think I will just yet." He clenched his jaw, following her. "Damn it, Edie, when have I ever hurt you?" "When you seduced me, all in the name of revenge against my brother," she snapped. "Physically," he enunciated. She backed into a chair. "You carried me over your shoulder just now, and you swatted my bottom. You locked me out of your sitting room, and had the butler inform me you had a caller when you didn't," he pointed out conversationally. "I was showing a tremendous amount of restraint." "I would hardly call it that. You're being a barbarian." She scooted around the chair, moving backward, fleeing him. "And you are refusing to call me by my name," he continued. "We've been married for a month, and you haven't even allowed me to kiss your damned hand." She backed into the window, her sky-blue eyes widening as she realized she'd neatly trapped herself. "Was I meant to throw myself at your feet after you forced me into marriage?" "I don't recall forcing you, love." He stopped when they were toe-to-toe, her skirts billowing between them on either side. "You married me of your own free will." "Because you tore my dress and took out all my hairpins, making it look as if you'd ravished me." "I like to think of that as helping you to arrive at the correct decision." He reached for her, unable to resist touching her. His hand on her cheek, nothing more, and God, her skin was so soft. He'd missed the way she felt, so full of feminine heat and delicious vitality. "You may think of it however you wish," she said coolly, turning her head to the side, avoiding his gaze. "Heaven knows you always do what you want anyway." "I don't always do what I want." He traced the delicate bone structure of her cheek with his thumb, following a bewitching trail of freckles. And then he leaned close, so close, her breasts crushing into his chest, placing his lips on her ear to continue. "I haven't fucked you since we wed, for instance, and you're all I've been able to think about." He heard her quickly indrawn breath, and he knew her body's responses all too well already. She wasn't as impervious to him as she liked to pretend. "You're being crude." He caught her earlobe in his teeth and delivered a gentle bite. "You didn't seem to mind before." "Yes, but that was before." Before he'd revealed the truth to her, she meant. Before he'd dealt her a losing hand by keeping a trump card up his sleeve. He wouldn't feel guilty about what he'd done. It had been necessary. But over the course of the last few weeks, he'd come to realize that he wanted a true marriage with her. He wanted far more than revenge. For the first time in his life, he wasn't sure how to obtain what he desired. He didn't bloody well like it. Perhaps, he suggested, kissing her throat where he knew she was particularly sensitive, we should turn our attention toward after rather than before. You can't kiss away what you've done, she warned him, but he didn't miss the huskiness in her voice. It occurred to Val that her hands were at her sides, the book still grasped in her right, all the better to brain him. He tugged it from her grip with ease, tossing the offensive volume behind him with a dull thud. Perhaps not, he conceded, lifting his head to look down at her. But I can kiss you. I wish you wouldn't, she said, head still turned, gaze pinned upon something in the corner of his room. Is that a no? He kissed her cheek, her temple. How had he survived an entire month without her beneath his lips? It was a miraculous feat, because now that he was touching her, he couldn't seem to stop. I can't deny you, of course. You're my husband. A fine time for you to remember it, he said grimly, irritated anew. Look at me, Edie. She wouldn't. I'd rather not. Look at me, he demanded, knowing it was far easier for her to shut him out if she didn't meet his gaze, rather like the lock she'd had installed on the sitting-room door. With a flutter of her coppery lashes behind her spectacles, she did at last, turning to meet his stare. There. Are you satisfied now? I'm looking at you. Not yet. He took the hand that had been holding the travel guide and placed it over his heart. Touch me. He grasped the other and brought it to his face, pressing a kiss into the silken heat of her palm. I'm yours, darling. No more locks between us. No more Mr. Bloody Blakemores. No more sleeping in separate beds. He wanted her in his bed where she belonged, naked and snuggled against him. He wanted her face to be the first thing he saw every morning, wanted to kiss her awake and bask in the knowledge that this fine, clever, beautiful woman was his. What if I don't want you? She asked. Her voice was soft, and yet those words were as sharp as a blade cutting through him. Then prove that you don't, he suggested. Kiss me. Edith stared at Val. Her husband, the man she still loved despite his cold-hearted machinations and insistence upon revenge. He was exquisitely dressed this afternoon, the cut of his coat moulded to his broad shoulders, and muscular arms in a way that would make anyone admire him. He was watching her with a hooded stare, his blue eyes dark and stormy with naked desire. He wanted her to kiss him, and she knew she should tell him no. She should ball up her fist and strike him in the nose, push away from him and run anywhere, back to her mother. But his cruel mouth was calling to her, and his heart was thudding beneath her splayed hand, a reminder that he wasn't some icy god after all, but all too human, fallible, and hers, he had said. Did she dare believe it? No, she shouldn't kiss this beautiful sinner who held her heart in his hands, shouldn't want him the way she did. He was goading her, seducing her with shameful ease, just as he had before, only this time it was worse, because she knew what he was capable of, and she wanted him anyway. She knew better, and yet she couldn't resist. Edith rose to her toes and pressed her lips to his, and oh, how she had missed kissing him. All her anger with him, all her hurt receded when he responded to her, pulling her more tightly against him as he returned her kiss. His tongue slid past her lips, and she opened to him eagerly, the taste of him filling her with eagerness. Already the brush of his mouth over her in a handful of places had left her throbbing and wet between her legs. It was maddening, the effect this man had on her. She didn't understand how she could be furious with him and desperate for him all at once, and yet it was true. Her tongue played with his, her fingers sinking into his coat to grasp a handful. She was suddenly aware of everything. The coolness emanating from the window panes at her back, cutting through the layers of her gown and undergarments. His familiar scent wrapped around her, the low rumble of approval he made deep in his throat. Her breasts, feeling heavy and full in her corset, her nipples tightening as they pressed against the boning. She couldn't get enough of him. She hated him. She loved him. He didn't love her. But all her worries and fears, all her frustration and anger slipped away, vanquished by the drugging power of his mouth on hers. It seemed as if it had been an eternity since they'd been together like this, since she'd been free to touch him, and he had been exerting his magnetic powers of seduction upon her, instead of maintaining the icy civility she'd put in place between them like a wall. She needed him. It was as plain and simple and complex as that. He cupped her breast through her corset, and she arched into his touch. Not enough. Too many barriers separated them. She wanted his mouth on her, his hand on her bare breast. Val seemed to sense what she wanted, or perhaps he simply wanted it too. He deepened the kiss, his tongue stroking hers, and grasped her bodice, tearing it in two. It was the second time he'd destroyed one of her gowns irreparably. But this time she didn't care because he hadn't torn it with an audience in mind. Rather, he'd done so because he was too impatient to touch her. "Fuck, Edie," he groaned into her mouth. "I've missed you so damned much." He dragged his lips down her throat, pressing them to the hollow at the base, trailing them over the tops of her breasts. "I've been right here," she managed to say, even though she knew what he meant. She had missed him too. Her sensual, skilled lover who made her feel so very alive, so wanton and bold. "And this heart, right here," he murmured against her skin. "It's haunted my dreams." She didn't even know what he was speaking about until she glanced down through the haze of lust fogging her mind to watch his tongue glide over a grouping of freckles she'd never paid much heed. Now that he said it, they rather did resemble a heart. He scraped his teeth over her, and liquid heat shot straight to her sex. "Ah," she sighed. "You like that, don't you, wife?" he asked, rubbing his stubble over the sensitive tops of her breasts in a delicious abrasion. And heaven help her, she did. She also liked when he called her wife like that, as if it were reverent and wicked all at the same time. "Yes," she admitted. "I shouldn't like anything you do to me." "On the contrary, my love." He gave her a sinful grin that showed off his dimple and made her knees go wobbly as aspic. "You should like everything I do to you." And then he startled her by seizing her waist and shifting them both, sliding her to the left so that her back was against the wall instead of the window. He kissed her again, fervently, expertly, voraciously, and she felt his fingers going to work on her tapes and hooks. Garments fell to the floor, the torn halves of her bodice, her skirt and petticoats and bustle. Skilled fingers plucked at the knot of her corset, and laces loosened. It, too, was shed like an old skin. She was wearing nothing more than chemise, drawers and stockings, but he was still fully clothed. Edith tore her lips from his, breathing hard, and tugged at his impeccable coat. "I want to feel your skin," she told him, beyond the point of trying to maintain her pride. She wanted him, and that need was all-consuming, eclipsing everything else. Later, she would berate herself for her swift capitulation, for surrendering after lasting an entire month without falling at his feet like a helpless supplicant. Now she was reveling in the moment and the man. "God, yes," he said, shrugging the garment from his shoulders, tearing at his waistcoat without even bothering to remove his pocket watch. "I want your hands on me, Edie." That was what she wanted too. His waistcoat fell to the Axminster, pocket watch and all. Then he set to work on the buttons of his shirt, before finally tearing it away. Edith gloried in the delight of his bare chest. How had she forgotten how beautifully formed he was? Here, in the late afternoon light streaming through the window, he seemed even more tempting than she had recalled, all sinew and muscle. A dusting of dark hair on his chest, shoulders so broad, arms powerful and strong. "Touch me," he begged. "Please." He didn't need to ask twice. Her hands roamed over him, caressing, relearning. His skin was hot and smooth, interrupted here and there by the tiny prickle of masculine hairs. Her fingers found an intriguing line that disappeared below the waistband of his trousers, and she followed it down, finding the rigid length of his cock trapped beneath the fall. "Fuck," he groaned, hips pumping into her hand. "Yes, love. Feel how badly I want you. This last month has been nothing short of bloody torture." She agreed, even though they were both responsible for the walls that had been built up between them. He had betrayed her, and she had punished him for it. But there was no denying how right it felt to be with him like this again, man and woman, husband and wife. One of his hands caught a fistful of her chemise, lifting it up, and then he slid his other hand under the hem, finding the slit in her drawers and delving inside to part her folds and find her pearl, swollen and desperate for him. He played with her, rubbing in light circles. "Your pussy is so wet," he murmured, "so ready for me." It was. There was no point in denying it. He could feel the evidence of her desire for himself. Her body wanted him. Her heart wanted him. Her mind... Well, her mind had yet to be convinced. But the former had quite overruled the latter, and she moved to the buttons on the fall of his trousers, wanting to touch him intimately too. Wanting his cock in her hand, bare and hot and long. "Have what you want," he invited, slicking her wetness over her folds, one of his long fingers finding her entrance. "Undo my trousers. Take out my cock." Her fingers trembled. She fumbled with the buttons, but one by one they came undone. And then he sprang free, thick and ruddy, and equally ready for her. A bead of moisture at the tip that she suddenly wanted to taste. She swirled her thumb over his cockhead, collecting the bead, and then she brought it to her lips, licking it up to discover the salty flavor of him on her tongue. "Fucking hell, Edie." He slid a finger inside her all the way, the sudden invasion so good that she cried out. "Do you like the way I taste?" She licked her lips. Yes. He slipped a second finger inside her, plunging deep, finding a place that made her head fall back against the wall with a thud. His other hand was at her nape, holding her gently, carefully, as if she were made of finest porcelain. Even as he worked her roughly below, giving her just what she needed. He leaned forward, his lips grazing hers in a swift, potent kiss. "Someday, I'm going to put my cock in this pretty mouth of yours, Edie mine. I'm going to fuck these beautiful lips." His fingers thrust in and out of her in a rhythm set to his words. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" A surge of wetness was her answer, the slickness between her legs bathing her inner thighs. But not today. In and out his fingers went, his thumb brushing her bud until she was at the edge. "Today, I'm going to sink my cock deep inside your sweet pussy instead, and I'm going to fuck you until you scream." He withdrew his fingers, suddenly, and then, in the next moment, he replaced them with his cock. He thrust inside her, in one swift movement, impaling her, pinning her to the wall. Her orgasm was instant. She clenched hard on him, shattering as spasm after spasm passed through her. It was so good, so wondrous. The angle all new, his thick cock lodged deep inside her. The moan that flew from her lips was long and low and guttural. She scarcely recognized her own voice, her own body. But there wasn't time to, anyway, because Val was moving, slipping from her body almost entirely, and then slamming inside her again. It was torture. It was bliss. And with each thrust, he ground against her sensitive clitoris, with maddening pressure. He lowered his head, tearing at her chemise so that her breasts bobbed free, and then he sucked one hard nipple into the velvet heat of his mouth, and she thought she might die from the pleasure. The curtains on the windows in his room had been drawn neatly to the side, and although they were high above the street, she didn't doubt some intrepid onlookers below might see them, joined together, moving as one, ripping off each other's clothes, as if all civility were lost to them. And she didn't care because he was gliding inside her, filling her, stretching her, taking her against the wall with all the ferocious lack of control that made her wild for him. Wild and wed, so very wed, her body affirming her need for him more soundly than words ever could. He bit her nipple and thrust hard, and the sheer pleasure of it, that raw combination of pain and bliss and surprise, made another gush of wetness soak his cock. The slippery sound of him, rude and loud, driving his cock into her again and again, filled the air, mingling with his grunts of ecstasy and her desperate gasps as she held tightly to him, soaring ever higher. It was there. Another release, so close, almost within reach. He suckled her other breast, fucking her harder, faster, and then he apparently grew impatient with her chemise, because he rent the rest of it, sending it to the floor in a wispy heap they both ignored. Across the room, over his shoulder, she caught sight of them in a long, gilt mirror. His bare back, flexing as he leveraged her against the wall, his long legs between hers, which were hooked around his hips, his body pumping into hers, and, oh heavens, the sight of his dark head bent to her breast, one of her nipples wet and hard from his ministrations, her arms bare, lips dark from his kisses, eyes glazed with desire behind her spectacles, hair coming free of her coiffure. She was still wearing her shoes. "Val," she moaned his name, too far gone to bother with the pretense of formality now. She no longer wanted to nettle him. That need would come later, after they had finished with each other here. He raised his head, holding her gaze, and slid inside her, so impossibly deep. "Naughty minx. You're watching me fuck you in the mirror, aren't you?" he asked, almost lazily, as if he were in the midst of some manner of stupor, and likely he was. A sensual one. "Yes," she whispered, too far gone to deny it, her nails digging into his shoulders as he almost slid from her body and then drove inside once more. "Then I'd better give you a good show," he drawled, before increasing his pace. Harder, faster, harder, faster, and she watched his beautiful back and long legs in the mirror, watched the wanton he'd made her begging for more. He fucked her until the pictures hanging nearby on the wall rattled, and she was gasping and desperate, and his fingers slipped between them to tease her bud until she couldn't withstand another second of such delirious torment, and she was coming again. She tightened on him, the pleasure even more intense, with his cock inside her instead of his fingers, and this time she did scream, as she spent in a rush of dew all over him, all over the both of them. And he drove into her with more furious, frenzied pumps, until all at once he slid deep. And with a low groan, he emptied himself inside her, the hot bath of his seed sending trills of exquisite bliss down her spine. He sought her lips, and they kissed, tongues tangling, breaths mingling, and she had never loved him more. Chapter 11. Val sat at the desk in his study, staring at the correspondence laid out before him, trying not to think about Edie. His Edie. The obsession he couldn't seem to get out of his mind, no matter how hard he tried. He wasn't ordinarily this bloody distracted, but somehow, what had once brought him joy, the empire he'd steadily been building over the years, left him feeling hollow and inexplicably bored. He didn't give a damn about his latest acquisition, an estate in Buckinghamshire that needed a great deal of work, and he didn't give a damn about the letters blurring on his desk, nor about anything or anyone that wasn't her. With a sigh, He threw down his pen and stood, stalking to the sideboard, where some convenient brandy awaited him. He poured himself a measure, and downed it in one swift gulp. Then he poured another, and a third. But still, he couldn't seem to get thoughts of his damned, delectable, far too tempting wife from his mind. His work could wait, he decided, slamming his glass down on the sideboard. Edie came first, before everything. Even, the thought hit him with such unwanted veracity that he nearly tripped over his own blasted feet on the way to the door. Revenge. He stopped just short of the exit to his study, almost felled by the realization. He'd thought to keep her from her family, to tuck her away here in his grand home, and make certain her bastard of a brother never saw her again. But instead she'd made a prisoner of him, rather than the other way around. She was all he could think about, all he wanted. It had been 3 days since he'd touched her last, when she'd given in to the desire burning hotter than any flame between them, and he'd made love to her in his bedchamber against the wall like a raving madman. But she had been quick to withdraw, to resume her cool detachment, to resurrect her walls. When he knocked on the door joining their bedrooms that night, she pleaded a headache. On the second night she'd claimed she had her menses, and that they would last for at least a week. He had brushed off his disappointment, telling himself her detachment was of no concern to him, but he'd been lying. He missed her. Not just her body, but her mind. Her smile, her ever-changing scents. He missed her sharp wit, her freckles, missed the way she looked at him when she had thought him a good man. He wanted her to look at him that way again, damn it, and he never wanted her to stop. Well, bloody fucking hell, he muttered to himself, realizing that worse. He wanted to be that man. To be a better man. For her. Perhaps even one who might be worthy of her. Was he drunk? Feverish? Stupid? Val's feet were moving again, and he was off down the hall in search of his wife. Hobbs was lingering in the hall, an annoying sight. Val really did have to give the fellow the sack. At least, in this instance, the butler might prove useful. "Where is my wife, Hobbs?" he asked, as politely as he could manage, given his dislike of the other man. "Lady Edith is in the drawing-room with a caller," the butler intoned haughtily. A caller his arse. That was similar to the rubbish he'd been fed before. It hadn't been true then, and it wasn't true now. She was likely curled up in a chaise lounge, nose in one of her scientific books, still nettled with him about the broken door to her sitting-room. "Thank you, Hobbs," he said brightly, turning on his heel and heading in the direction of the drawing-room. This new house of his had too many damned chambers, but that was another problem entirely. "Sir," the butler called after him, but Val ignored him. "Why don't you try flying a kite in a thunderstorm?" he called pleasantly, continuing on his way. He found himself whistling a cheerful tune, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, until he reached the drawing-room and heard a masculine voice speaking. He hastened his steps, outrage roaring through him. She did have a caller, by God, and a male one at that. Val flew over the threshold in quite a temper, prepared to wage war, or perhaps even murder, because the caller, whoever the hell he was sitting on a settee far too close to Edie, holding her damned hand. She gave a start as Val stalked across the room, jerking her hand away from the man, a guilty flush stealing over her. At once she jolted to her feet, along with the caller, who was a tall, slender chap. Val took a hasty assessment. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, overly large nose if you asked him, and he had a face like a cherub. Likely couldn't grow a chin hair if he bribed the devil himself for one. Val felt his lip curling in disdain. He didn't like the man already, and not just because he had the temerity to touch Edie's hand, but that too was a sin, punishable by fisticuffs. "Mr. Blakemore," Edie greeted him politely, in a way that made him want to gather her up in his arms and cart her out of the bloody room and away from the cherub. "What a pleasant surprise! I believe you were otherwise occupied with business matters. Have you met His Grace, the Duke of Albemarle?" Albemarle. Her former suitor, the Duke of Albemarle. Not the one who had kissed like a fish, was he? Val's hands clenched into fists at his sides as he offered a bow instead of attacking the bastard as he would have preferred. And now that he thought about it, the chap rather reminded him of all those tiny bloody cupids on the fountain at Sherborne Manor. No doubt the Duke's prick was every bit as small, like a spindly, pale little worm. "Your Grace," he bit out, giving the man his most feral grin, the one that promised a knife in the back at the earliest opportunity. "I'm delighted to make your acquaintance." "Yes, of course," said the insufferable ass, puffing up his chest as if he were attempting to intimidate Val. "Lady Edith is a dear friend of mine, and now that she is settled in town, I merely wished to renew our association." Idly, Val wondered what Albemarle would say if he told the arsehole he would be happy to create a different association entirely, one between his fist and the Duke's face. Wisely, he clung to his restraint, keeping his irritation to himself, choking it down like poison. "A dear friend, you say?" he said smoothly, struggling to maintain an outer air of sang-froid, when, in truth, he felt anything but calm and cool. "Strange to think Mrs. Blakemore hasn't mentioned you, but then she's undoubtedly been quite distracted, given our wedding and honeymoon." The Duke inclined his head, slanting a glance toward Edie that nettled Val, for it was far too intimate. "Undoubtedly, Lady Edith has been. I understand your nuptials were rather sudden after all." There was a subtle dig in those words, and Val didn't miss it. He forced another smile. "True love is impatient, my lord," he drawled, intentionally using the wrong form of address. The Duke's nostrils flared. "Your Grace, you mean to say?" Val didn't like being corrected by anyone, and most particularly not by supercilious cherubs with tiny cocks who once had designs upon his wife, and perhaps had designs upon her again, judging from what he could see. "Oh, no," Val said, all conviviality, deliberately misunderstanding Albemarle. "You needn't stand on such ceremony with me. You may call me Mr. Blakemore, as all my enemies and friends do." The Duke cleared his throat. "I do beg your pardon, but you called me my lord. My intention was to correct you. I am a duke, you see." As if that alone explained everything, and it did, really, merely not in the manner the Duke of Albemarle supposed it did. "Ah, forgive me," he said insincerely. "I'm afraid I do tend to confuse such matters, having been born humbly and on the wrong side of the blanket." Albemarle sputtered, apparently not accustomed to such plain speaking. Val found himself wondering what the devil Edie would have wanted with such a smug, pompous, self-important bag of wind. "Oh dear, I fear I've quite shocked you, Your Grace," Val continued, enjoying the other man's discomfiture. "You needn't be embarrassed on my behalf. I find no shame in candour. My darling bride is well aware of who she has married, and yet I am so fortunate to have stolen her heart, despite my not being worthy to kiss her hems, let alone the rest of her." A part of that was true, at least. He wasn't worthy of Edie. Strangely, the notion of owning her heart filled him with an odd, ceaseless ache, a restless yearning that had no answer. He tamped it down, determined to ignore it, and basked instead at the mottled shade of red the Duke of Arseholery was turning at Val's thinly veiled taunt about kissing the rest of Edie. "That's right," he thought, pleased with himself. "She's mine to kiss, and you can bloody well go to the devil." It was all he could do not to dump the man out of the nearest window and let him fall to his doom on the street below. Edie seemed to sense his mood, for she came to stand at his side at last, as if belatedly recalling her allegiance. The sweet fragrance of her perfume curled around him, invading his senses and making his cock twitch to attention, despite their unwanted audience. "It was so very good of you to pay me a call," she said to the Duke. "It was lovely to see you again, Your Grace." But the Duke didn't bow and gracefully leave. Instead, he lingered, frowning at Val as if he were the horse shit he'd found on his favourite pair of boots. Lady Edith, I trust you will consider everything we discussed, the Duke said coolly. Everything they had discussed? Val didn't like the sound of that. At his sides his fingers flexed, itching to form a fist. Instead, he placed a proprietary arm around Edie's waist, not caring if he was being rude. "Of course," she told the Duke, her voice tight, her smile looking as if it might crack. Beneath Val's touch, she was stiff and tense. He wasn't certain if he was the source of her discontent, or the bloody Duke was, and he didn't like that uncertainty either. The Duke offered an elegant bow that was entirely for Edie's benefit, and then he was gone, which was just as well, because Val didn't trust himself not to do something truly stupid if Albemarle lingered a moment more, like beat the man to a bloody pulp. Edie waited until they were alone to wrench herself away from his touch, as if he'd burned her, whirling on him with flashing eyes. "Does it amuse you to humiliate me?" Ah, it would seem he'd discovered the source of her irritation then. He raised a brow. "Not any more than it amuses me to find my wife alone with a man who clearly has every intention of getting under her skirts. Unlike you, the Duke was a perfectly proper gentleman." God, she was gorgeous in her outrage. He wanted to kiss her, to soothe away her irritation with pleasure, to haul her into his arms and carry her to his bedroom and make love to her all day. "I've told you before I'm no gentleman," he offered instead. "What would you have me do? Pretend? Shall I fawn over you like that dolt of a Duke and kiss your hand and beg you to let me fuck you?" She gasped. "Is that what you think happened just now?" He was feeling ugly, so he shrugged. "What else am I to think?" Her chin went up, and she was all bristly defiance and thoroughly irresistible. "You are to think that Albemarle paid me a polite call, just as he did." Why was she so intent upon defending that bastard? He was looking at you like he wanted to eat you for breakfast. And Val should know. It was the same way he looked at her. There was something about Edie that was deliciously intoxicating. The juxtaposition of primness and her innate sensual nature, her unique beauty, her flaming hair, those fucking freckles that haunted him in his sleep. "He came to apologize to me, if you must know," she said crisply. "A convenient excuse," he dismissed. "And what does he have to apologize for? If he hurt you, I'll kill him." It wasn't an idle threat, and the widening of Edie's eyes behind her spectacles told him that she knew it. She shook her head, looking solemn. "Who are you?" "The man you married," he said, even as he thought, "the man who loves you." And then he hastily and brutally banished the notion, stupid and impossible as it was. Because Val would never allow himself to be so foolishly weak as to fall in love with Edie. He didn't love anyone. The last person he'd loved had been his sister, and she was lying cold and dead in a grave, just as surely as his heart was. No. It was merely his lust and obsession for Edie driving him to distraction, making him think maudlin sentiments that had no business haunting his mind. Yes, that was all it was. He needed to bed her again, and all these inconvenient, non-existent feelings would go away. "I was meant to marry Albemarle," she said quietly, stunning him with the admission. Far more than a suitor, then. The urge to spill the man's blood returned, intense and strong, coupled with a protective surge. "Why didn't you?" he forced himself to ask, not certain he wished to hear the answer. The smile on her lips was wistful, and there was a hint of sadness in her countenance that rankled. "Because he married someone I considered my friend instead. She used her friendship with me to steal him away. Before I knew what had happened, they were announcing their betrothal." Edith watched her husband's countenance shifting. He reached for her hand, and she wasn't sure she trusted his intention, but she allowed him to take it anyway. "Shall we sit?" He moved them toward the settee, without awaiting her response, but then, apparently thinking better of the piece of furniture she'd so recently occupied with Albemarle, he muttered, "Not here," and dragged them to the oversized window seat instead. The day beyond the window was grey and cool, the sun hidden by fog and clouds, but the light was a touch brighter here than the middle of the room, and she couldn't help but to take note of the way it shone in his eyes, showing off the hints of green in their depths. She sat, trying not to admire how handsome a figure he cut, so much more dashing and elegant than the Duke. Seeing the two men together at once had made her realize how different they were. Albemarle was tall and a trifle too thin, his chin and jaw rather weak, his hair golden. Val was solidly built, all lean muscled strength, taller, darker, and far more devastating in every sense. He seated himself at her side, far too close for comfort, his fingers still laced with hers. "Tell me." She wasn't sure she wanted to. The tale of Cora Meacham's betrayal was still a painful one. Edie had never felt so manipulated, or at least she hadn't until Val had swept into her life, hell-bent upon revenge. The thought left a bitter sadness in its wake that she couldn't chase. At least she would never have to see Cora again, aside from the occasional crossing of paths, but she was bound to Val forever. "Edie," he pressed, "did you have tender feelings for him?" She sighed, thinking back on Albemarle's proper courtship, which had thoroughly delighted Maman. "I certainly believed I did." Val's fingers tightened on hers. "Shall I have him dealt with, then?" For a moment she couldn't comprehend what he meant, until suddenly, with ice-cold clarity, it occurred to her. Edith studied him, so calm and smoothly poised, his expression imperturbable, thinking that surely she must be wrong. "And in what manner would you deal with the Duke of Albemarle?" she dared, needing the answer, needing proof of how very jaded, cynical, and ruthless the man she'd married was. He gave her a thin smile. "Don't pretend to be stupid, Edie. You and I both know how very agile your mind is, just how damnably clever you are." And there it was. But then, had she needed his affirmation? Hadn't he already shown her who he was when he had single-mindedly pursued and ruined her? "Are you telling me you'll have him murdered for me?" She pressed, and not without a small edge of disbelief creeping into her voice. It sounded ludicrous, even to her own ears, and yet the evidence was seated at her side, tall, dark, handsome, and deadly. "Not just for you. I suspect I would take some satisfaction out of his unfortunate end as well." She should have been shocked, and yet she wasn't certain there was anything he could do or say to truly surprise her by now. "You wouldn't?" "Not personally, pet," he told her. "I have a man who's very good at making accidents happen." Perhaps she'd been wrong. A slight tremor of unease went through her. "You've had people harmed?" "Everything has a price." She wanted to punch him in his straight, perfect, beautiful nose, or better yet, in one of his cruelly beautiful eyes. Sometimes she had a glimpse of the man she'd thought him to be, and then it was gone, and her merciless seducer returned, and he was the unfeeling scoundrel who had torn her bodice in two at the castle ruins. A man willing to do anything to hurt anyone to get what he wanted. "But at what cost to your soul?" she asked him, voice raw with emotion. "Haven't you guessed it, Edie?" He reached for her with his other hand, caressing her jaw lightly with his calloused fingertips. "I don't have a soul, or a conscience. You'd do best to remember it." "You've certainly shown me so on numerous occasions," she said coldly. His hand lingered, fiddling with a curl that had escaped her chignon, cupping her face. "And yet you didn't listen, did you? Poor sweet lamb. I've never lied to you about who and what I am. You merely didn't wish to listen." She pulled her hand from his and seized his wrist, trying to pry his touch from her to no avail. He was stronger and far more determined. "You think you've neatly trapped me, don't you?" she countered, fingers digging into him, her nails biting into his skin. She hoped she'd mark him, hurt him as he had hurt her. It would be nothing more than a little sting, hardly a comparison to the manner in which he had laid her low. He was a stranger, she reminded herself. A man she didn't know at all, even if her body knew his and recognized it all too well. His mere nearness was enough to spark the flames inside her to life. His touch was making the familiar ache inside her blossom and grow. It was appalling, but her body didn't care how terrible Val was, and her heart loved him anyway. His grin deepened, and there was his dimple, making an insidious appearance. Charming when he wanted to be, and a stark warning at other times. Proof that masculine beauty could hide the heart of the very devil. "I don't think I've trapped you, my love." His thumb travelled over her cheekbone in a slow, deliberate caress. "I know I've trapped you. You are, for better or worse, richer or poorer, Mrs. Valentine Blakemore. The Duke of Albemarle lost his chance to make you his when he had it, and now you're mine." She wanted to kiss him, and she wanted to slap him so hard her hand would sting for an hour afterward. And she wanted to crawl into his lap and wrap him in her arms and never let go. "Lady Edith Blakemore," she corrected as haughtily as she could muster, "and the surname solely because I was forced into marrying you against my will." It didn't matter to her, the distinction. Her noble birth had never been a source of pride. Indeed, it had been merely one more mantle she'd worn, like dutiful daughter. But she recognized it as a weapon she could wield against him. He stilled, his countenance freezing, his blue eyes so dark and mysterious, burning into hers. His jaw tense, his hand still on her face, though his thumb had passed. "Are you saying you don't want to be my wife, sweetness?" His voice was laden with warning. Warning she didn't heed, because to hell with him. He was a heartless cad who had used her, tricked her, compromised her, and married her, all with his own goal in mind. He'd never given a damn about her, and curse him for that. Curse him for making her fall for him, for making her believe him, for making her want him. Divorce was a consideration, she thought wildly. Yes, if she could but prove he'd been faithless. Except, when had he possessed the chance? To the best of her knowledge, he hadn't looked at another woman. There was cruelty, but how to prove? Desertion as well. And yet here he was, steadfastly at her side, sitting far too near, tempting her when she wanted to despise him more than anything, touching her, and she loathed it and loved it all at once. "Need you ask?" she queried, careful to keep her tone icy, cutting and biting. He was not as impervious as he pretended, she swore it. There had been hints of a kinder, gentler Val, and she wasn't entirely persuaded that everything that had passed between them had been a self-serving act. "Of course I don't want to be bound to you. If you were a gentleman, you would free me from the untenable union, an annulment, a divorce." "Never!" he interrupted harshly, grasping her waist with his other hand, hauling her into his lap so that she could feel how very affected he was by their nearness, even through her petticoat and skirts. His hand on her face tensed, his hold becoming not precisely painful, but not nearly as tender either. "You're my wife, Edie. Resign yourself to your fate." "Don't call me that," she snapped, hating that his pet name for her still affected her so. Hating that it made her stupid heart leap with futile hope. "I'll call you whatever I like," he said unmoved. "Wife, Edie, pet, mine." His head dipped, his mouth perilously near to hers. "That last is my favorite, you know. Mine." "I'm not yours," she denied heatedly, balking at his hold, his face, his lips so close, not wanting him, yet wanting him desperately in the very next breath. He chuckled, the sound low and dark, smooth as velvet, wicked and terrible and wonderful. "Shall I prove you wrong, my darling?" Edith loathed him all the more, because she knew he could, and would. "No," she snapped. "Leave me. I want to be alone." "Pity," he drawled, clicking his tongue. "I was prepared to show you just how easily you crumble beneath my touch, in case you've forgotten, my darling bride." She yearned to remove the self-satisfied smirk from his lips. "I hate you!" The fingers on her waist tightened, digging into her through her corset, the only indication she'd pierced his armor. "You don't hate me, beloved." Beloved! God, how she abhorred him for the lie, for the insult to true love. "Is it easier for you to carry on if you tell yourself I don't?" she asked, raising a brow, her defiance bubbling over like a pot kept too long on the stove. "You're mine, Edie, and the Duke of Albemarle can go to hell," he said in a silken voice. "You'll not be having either an annulment or a divorce from me, and if you think for a moment that I'll stand idly by and allow you to make a cuckold of me with that pompous arsehole who was slobbering over you like a hungry stray dog, you're very mistaken." What had she been thinking? Of course he wouldn't release her from this union. He wouldn't have his revenge if he did, and that was all that mattered to him, not her. She wondered then if he was truly jealous of Albemarle. It seemed impossible, and yet there was no denying the edge of fury in his voice, the dark warning in his gaze. "The Duke merely came to apologize," she said, relenting, reassuring him, although she couldn't quite say why. "His marriage to Cora has proven an unhappy one, and I think he regrets his haste." "He can stuff his regrets up his arse," Val said unkindly. "I never want to see him or any other man here sniffing at your skirts again." "And what of you?" she couldn't resist asking. "If I'm to be a faithful wife, are you to also be a faithful husband?" "I'll kill anyone who touches you," he growled. She held his gaze, understanding the sentiment all too well, much to her shame. "It's only fair that I do the same, then." "Bloodthirsty wench," he said, but there was no bite in his tone. "For some reason, I've been cursed with a terrible affliction from the moment I decided to make you mine. No other woman but you will do." It was hardly a confession of love, and yet something inside her warmed. A stupid flare of hope sparked to life. "If you insist on dictating whom I'm permitted to keep company with, then perhaps you'll relent and allow me to see my brother," she suggested softly, daring to take up yet another unspoken source of contention between them. She wasn't close to her brother, but she wasn't prepared to spend the rest of her life without seeing him again. The last she'd seen of Henry had been at her wedding, and there hadn't been either time or opportunity to confront him about what had happened to Val's sister. She wanted to know the truth. Now that she and Val were husband and wife, it seemed of greater import than ever. "No," he denied coolly. She slid from his lap instantly, shaking out her skirts. "Then we have nothing more to say to each other." With that, she left him alone in the drawing-room. Chapter 12. Val sipped his coffee and frowned down at the plate laden with his hearty breakfast. A breakfast he no longer wanted to eat because Edie's chair was opposite his. An empty remonstration, her setting laid, a plate he had filled for her himself, as he had been doing each morning for the last week, in the hope she might deign to join him, only for it to remain untouched, the food going to waste, the chair remaining unoccupied. Ever since their ugly confrontation over the Duke of Albemarle, Val had been kept at the edge of his wife's every move, rather as if she were the sun, and he nothing but a distant star in the Milky Way. She a creature of dazzling light, and he a wicked demon of the night. She scarcely spoke to him. She took her meals in her sitting room, surrounded by an ever-growing mountain of books. He only knew about the books because he was, to his everlasting humiliation, so desperate for a crumb of her that he'd picked the lock on the door he'd had repaired one evening, and ventured into the chamber after she'd retired for the night to her lonely bed, just so that he might catch a lingering hint of her perfume in the air. He had grown so desperate, in fact, that he'd filched one of her chemises and stuffed it under his pillow just so he could have her scent on his sheets. He drummed his fingers on the tablecloth, his irritation mounting. Just how long did she intend to make him pay for his refusal to allow her to see her bastard of a brother? If it was family that she missed, He would invite her terrible mother to visit. Yes, perhaps that would please her. "Hobbs!" he called out to the butler he'd yet to sack. The man had a dreadful habit of hovering everywhere, but occasionally it proved useful, as it did now. The servant appeared at the threshold to the dining room, his face an expressionless mask, his air perfectly polite. "How may I be of service, sir?" "Have a note sent round to the Dowager Marchioness of Featherstone, inviting her for luncheon today," he said, rising from his chair and stalking around the table to where Edie's food was growing cold. "Today, sir? I do believe Lady Edith may have a prior engagement this afternoon," Hobbs said. "Yes, today," he snapped, taking up the plate, irritated that the bloody butler knew more about his wife's schedule than he did. "Mrs. Blakemore will be cancelling her plans." "Of course, sir," Hobbs said. "If I may be so bold, sir, to suggest that one of the servants can see to Lady Edith's plate. I intend to deliver it to my wife myself," he told the butler, taking relish in the horror he saw dawning in the other man's eyes. "Her ladyship prefers—" "Hobbs," he interrupted sharply, "send the damned note." "Yes, sir. Of course, sir." He moved past his butler, taking the plate with him, intent upon finding Edie in her sitting room. He'd feed her the breakfast by hand if necessary. By God, he'd had enough of this wretched separation between them. He missed her. He wanted her. He loved her. There it was again, that astonishingly stupid thought, so sudden and strong this time that it made his hand tremble and he almost lost a poached egg. But surely not. Surely that was wrong. He couldn't love Edie. He desired her, yes, it was impossible not to. Her body had clearly been made by God to tempt poor sinners like himself. He found her amusing. He admired her keen wit. She was so bloody intelligent it both mesmerized and terrified him. She intrigued him, frustrated him, made his cock perpetually hard, but did he love her? He was heartless, cruel, conscienceless, he reminded himself firmly. He reached her sitting-room door and found it locked again, doubtlessly to keep him out. Val knocked sharply, annoyed with himself for this yet again unwanted course of thought. "Not yet, Hobbs," she called from within. "Another 10 minutes or so, if you please." "It's me, Edie," he returned calmly. "Open the door." "I'm busy," she said in a far less pleasant tone than the one she'd used when she believed him to be the damned butler. "Go away." "No," he bit out. "I've brought you breakfast. Open the door, or I'm afraid I'll have to break it again." Briefly, he considered having one of the footmen remove the door from its hinges. That would certainly solve the problem, at least until she cozened one of the servants into seeing it restored. He heard footsteps from within, the familiar gliding shush of her silken skirts, and then the door yanked open, and she was peering at him from a thin gap, blocking his entrance. Her hair was in a delightful state of disarray, curls coming loose around her face. He wanted to pluck the rest of her hairpins free and toss them to the carpets, to unleash her fiery tresses and revel in their glory. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "Bringing you breakfast, as I said." He held the plate aloft. "You haven't joined me for the last week, and the thought of my darling wife going hungry finally became too much to bear." "I've already eaten," she said. "Thank you for your consideration." And then she began to close the fucking door. Val shoved his foot into the door jamb, impeding her. "Let me in." She frowned at him. "Have you changed your mind?" "About what?" he asked, even though he knew precisely what she was speaking about, setting his shoulder to the door and pushing. "I'm afraid you may as well surrender, pet. I'm far stronger than you are, and I should hate to send hothouse fruit and bacon and eggs to the floor. Only think of the poor maids, if not my wounded masculine pride." "I don't want you in here," she snapped, sounding breathless as she fought him to close the door. He was scarcely exerting any effort, hoping she would give in. "You've made that abundantly clear during the short course of our marriage, but I'm afraid that at some point soon you're going to have to reconcile yourself to the fact that you're bound to me for eternity." "Pray, don't remind me of my miserable fate," she drawled. And that rather hurt his pride, every bit as much, the thought of her detesting being married to him. Because it shocked him to realize he liked being married to her. The only thing he didn't like about their marriage was the fact that she refused to spend any time with him. He didn't even need her in his bed. He simply wanted to be with her, to look at her, to talk with her, to smell whatever perfume she'd chosen for the day. He was a goddamn idiot. "I've invited your mother for luncheon," he announced cheerfully, further proof of his foolishness. "You did?" She released her hold on the door in her surprise, and Val barreled over the threshold, unprepared for the lack of resistance, just barely preventing bacon and pineapple from flying everywhere. "Yes," he said, miraculously managing to keep everything on the plate where it belonged and maintain what was left of his dignity. "I expect she'll insult my chef, complain about the wall coverings, bemoan the fact that I'm not a duke, and drop the fish course all over her dress." Edie chuckled and then pressed a hand over her mouth, a guilty expression on her face. "Ah, laughing at the enemy, are we?" he taunted, delivering her fully laden plate to a nearby table. He tisked. "That's almost as egregious a sin as the enemy making you wet." He was being horrible, and he knew it, but he did make her deliciously wet, and perhaps it was time he reminded her. Strike that. It was past time, he bloody well reminded her. Her cheeks instantly flushed. "Val!" What a perverse bastard he was, for her scolding tone sent hunger crashing through him. He tamped it down with great determination. "I'm gratified you didn't call me Mr. Blakemore, pet, although I do confess anything uttered in your lovely voice makes my cock hard these days, probably because it's so wretchedly ignored." Not by his hand, of course. His palm was going to soon have calluses on it if she didn't help relieve him of some of the poison coursing through his veins. "Did you come here to deliver my breakfast, or to tell me about your... He grinned. "Cock, my darling. It's called a cock." "Penis," she finished triumphantly. "Is that what they call it in your books, Edie?" he asked, amused despite himself. Her flush deepened. "Yes." "And tell me, do you prefer reading about a penis, or would you like to further acquaint yourself with the real thing? I volunteer myself for the noble cause of your edification." Another chuckle slipped from her, apparently also against her will, for she slapped her hand back over her mouth. Val pressed his advantage, closing the distance between them. "You must take care, my love, or I'll think you're becoming fond of me." The levity fled from her face. "Did you truly invite my mother to luncheon?" "Yes, and you had better rearrange any other plans you may have, because I'm not about to suffer through a meal with her on my own. I'd sooner pluck out my eyes and feed them to a flock of ravenous birds. Hobbs seemed to believe you were otherwise engaged." "I intended to pay a call upon Vivy and some of the other members of the Ladies' Suffrage Society," she said. "Send them your regrets." She stared at him, looking conflicted, the sweet scent of her filling his head with fire. "Val," she began. "You smell enchanting," he interrupted smoothly, afraid she was about to tell him no. "What is today's scent?" "Ambergris with musk and bergamot," she said. He wanted to breathe her in and never exhale. Idly, he reached for one of her stray curls, tucking it behind her ear. Who knew that whale dung could be so bloody seductive? She blinked, but didn't shy away from his touch. "It's not truly dung, although the ambergris is found in the offal of the Physeter macrocephalus." By God, how could she say such utter nonsense and completely enthrall him? He found himself smiling at her, besotted and not giving a damn. "I'm sure you could enlighten me, but I'm also not certain I've the stomach for it, darling." "Did you know that the German name for the sperm whale is potwal?" she asked, a nervous edge entering her tone that he recognized. It meant she wasn't as unaffected by him as she pretended. He plucked the spectacles off her face, laying them carefully aside on the table, not far from her unwanted breakfast. She frowned at him. "Val, what are you doing? I'm not in the mood to play your games today, and I can't see a thing without my glasses." "Good." He moved toward her, settling an arm around her waist and drawing her lush body against his. "If you can't see me, then you can forget it's me kissing you. You can pretend I'm some errant knight come to rescue you from the tyrant you married instead." "But you're not kissing me," she protested. A protest he ended with his mouth on hers. She opened for him instantly, making a small, soft sound that had his cock springing to rigid attention. And when her tongue slid against his, he groaned, losing all control. Was it too much to hope that she could forget everything but this, the undeniable passion they shared? He had missed her even more than he'd realized. Her hands, which had settled on his chest, presumably to push him away, now slid higher, entwining around his neck as she held him to her. Ah, God! It was like coming home, having her in his arms. Everything within him, all the sharp, jagged pieces and ragged edges, came together sinuously, perfectly. He kissed her with all the desire burning him alive from within, cupping her nape and sliding his fingers through her silken chignon to hold her still for his mouth. "Pretend I'm someone else, if you must," he whispered against her lips, his hand on her waist, moulding the curves accentuated by her corset. He kissed along her jaw to her ear. "Pretend I'm someone you might care for." He bit the fleshy lobe, and she made another sound, this one low and helpless. "I don't want to pretend," she murmured, as he licked behind her ear, devouring every bare inch of skin he could, just as he'd spent the last week dreaming of doing. "Then don't pretend, Edie." He kissed her throat, hot, open-mouthed, greedy kisses. He rasped her skin with his stubble, and he didn't bloody well care who would see it later. "Just let it be me, your husband, your lover." He found the prim neckline of her gown, buttons keeping him from what he wanted, and kissed the swells of her breasts hidden away from him behind boning and layers. "Forget with me for a spell. Come to my bedroom. I can make you feel good, sweetheart. So very good." Her nails bit into his shoulders in painful pleasure. They'd scarcely done anything, and he was already about to spend in his trousers. "Have you changed your mind?" she asked so quietly he almost didn't hear. And how he wished he hadn't, because it would have been easier to proceed, to seduce her without having heard those 5 unwanted words. That damned wall she was determined to keep erected between them at all costs. He raised his head, meeting her gaze. "No." She pushed him away, and he let her. "Then I can't." Frustration shot through him. "Can't or won't, Edie." She gave him a sad smile, reaching past him to retrieve her spectacles and settling them back on the bridge of her nose. "Perhaps both." Damn her! They were once more at a stalemate. He gave her a mocking bow. "I'll see you at luncheon then, my love." This unbearable impasse could not be permitted to continue. He was going to have to do something about it. Edith's discontent had reached an impossible crescendo. She was trapped in a purgatory of her own foolish making, and now she intended to do everything in her power to scrabble and claw her way out of it. It wasn't going to be easy, however. Her hands were trembling on her lap, so fraught was she with uncertainty. "Are you certain this is a wise idea?" Vivie asked her, as the Duke of Bradford's carriage rocked over the street, carrying them ever nearer to Edith's brother's townhouse and the truth that awaited her there. "I know it's wrong to go behind my husband's back and seek out my brother," she allowed with a weary sigh. "But I don't know what else to do. Val is firmly insistent that I'm to have nothing to do with Henry ever again, and yet I can't shake the idea that the brother I know would never have abandoned a woman and child in death the way Val claims he did." Part of her was hoping, it was true, that Val was somehow mistaken, and that his sister Kitty had been involved with a different nobleman entirely, that Henry had not had a thing to do with her downfall or her demise, that she'd never been his mistress while he was married to another. But Edith knew Val was resourceful and intelligent. He would not have plotted and planned his revenge so thoroughly unless he was certain that her brother was the man responsible. "This subject is a rather delicate matter," Vivi said. "Do you think your brother will acknowledge a mistress or a child born out of wedlock to you? Given the stickler that your mother is for propriety, and having travelled in some of the same circles as Featherstone myself, I must admit that I do wonder if your brother will breathe a word to implicate himself." Edith didn't know the answer to that either. She'd never enjoyed a particularly close relationship with her brother. Henry had always been somewhat reserved. He was caring and considerate, but Maman had henpecked him to exhaustion, and after a point he had simply closed himself off, leaving Edith and their mother to live separate lives. She'd never been certain why. She'd believed her sister-in-law to be responsible, but now she couldn't be so sure. "I don't know if he will," she admitted, "but all I do know is that I must try. I'll never be able to have a moment of peace in my marriage without understanding what happened and why. I have no notion whether it will help Val to forgive, but I hope that, perhaps, given time—" Her words trailed away with a wistful sigh. More than likely she hoped too much. Val had warned her that he was a villain, that he had no soul, no conscience, no heart, and yet it didn't feel that way when she was in his arms, when he made love to her. "What if you learn something you don't want to know about your brother?" Vivi asked gently. Edith was indebted to her friend, for Vivi had offered the use of her carriage for the task at hand today. Edith had gone to the Duke of Bradford's townhouse so that Val wouldn't be suspicious, or discover from his own coachman where she'd gone. She didn't want to anger him by going against his wishes, but nor could she bear to continue without knowing for certain what had occurred between Henry and poor Kitty. "I suppose I must live with it then," she said honestly. "I love Val too much to continue living separate lives. If Henry is indeed guilty of being a callous monster, then I don't want his past actions to continue to drive a wedge between my husband and myself." She had already decided, painful though it was, that if Henry had abandoned Val's sister and his own child, leaving them to a pauper's burial, then she would sever ties with him. But if he had not, and if Val was the one in error, then she could go to her husband with a clear conscience and explain the truth. He was not an unreasonable man in most ways. It was merely his boundless need for revenge that had come between them. At least that was what she kept telling herself. Vivi patted her arm with gentle affection. "I understand all too well how difficult love can be, how it can tear you apart from the inside, and how our families can sometimes unintentionally stand in the way of our own happiness. When my husband left me for a year after my brother's death, over guilt from a promise he'd made Percy to stay away from me, my heart was shattered. But Bradford and I have been able to move beyond the past and to look to our future together, which is what you and Mr. Blakemore need to do." Edith couldn't agree more, and she was grateful for her friend's stalwart presence and support, for her understanding and caring. Thank heaven she had found a true group of friends in Vivi, Clementine, Madeline, Charity, and Lucy. They were a far cry from the grasping, greedy, self-absorbed Cora. But thanks to what had happened with Cora, Edith now knew the difference between a true friend and a false friend, between someone who genuinely cared for her and someone who merely wanted to manipulate her for her own selfish gain. And, most importantly of all, Edith had found the man she loved. She never would have been happy with Albemarle, and as far as Edith was concerned, he and Cora deserved each other and a lifetime of making each other miserable. Loving Val was not easy, particularly given his reason for seducing her in the first place. But she was perhaps foolish enough to hope that there could be a future for them, and happiness despite all. Now, she just had to fight for that future, to fight for Val's heart. "Thank you, my dear friend," she told Vivi with great feeling. "You give me hope that there can be something more between Val and myself than what we currently have," which was burning, thwarted desire, coupled with furious frustration. "There's always a chance for something more," Vivi told her firmly. "If I've learned any lesson in this life, it's that. And if Mr. Blakemore loves you, as I suspect he does, regardless of what you discover today, when you tell him that you love him, his anger will fade, and he'll be willing to look beyond the past and move forward." She was terrified to confess her feelings to Val. Part of her feared he would mock her or use her love for him as leverage against her. Another part of her feared he would never return her love, regardless of the outcome of what she learned from Henry. "I pray you're right," she murmured, as the carriage swayed on to her brother's Mayfair residence. Because if Val refused to move forward and remained unmoving in his need for vengeance, she didn't know if their marriage could be saved. "Thank you for coming to me, Blakemore." The Marquis of Featherstone was brown-haired and sombre, and he didn't resemble his gorgeous, fiery sister in the slightest. He was dressed all in black as if he were in mourning, and the skin under his eyes was dark from lack of sleep. One might have supposed the bastard possessed a conscience if one didn't know better. Val pinned his nemesis with a cold glare. "You make it sound as if you snapped your lordly fingers and I came running to do your bidding. In truth, I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, Featherstone. You're damned fortunate I love my wife, or I wouldn't be standing here in your study, wasting precious hours of my life I'll never get back." Damn. He hadn't meant to make that revelation, that he loved Edie. Even if Val had come to the undeniable realization on his own, he hadn't spoken the words aloud to her yet. He hadn't known how to, with his business concerning her brother looming between them. He'd been about to send a note round to the Marquis himself, when Featherstone had beaten him to it, requesting a private meeting with Val alone. But Featherstone didn't need to know that, nor did he need to know how vulnerable Val was where Edie was concerned. "What you've done to her is unconscionable," Featherstone said sharply. Val drummed his fingers on the armrest of the chair he was occupying, weary of this conversation already. "I'll admit that using her to gain my revenge wasn't my finest hour. I'd sooner drown in the Thames than hurt Edie, but I'm also a selfish bastard, and I make no qualms about getting what I want. It would seem we have that in common." "You're speaking of Kitty, I presume?" "You presume correctly," Val snarled, barely containing his rage for the man. "And don't call her Kitty. That was what those who loved her knew her as." "I loved her," Featherstone said boldly. Val was sure he'd misheard. "I beg your pardon. I said I loved her. I was wildly in love with Kitty. I wanted to marry her, but she wouldn't hear of it." "How convenient for you," he gritted through clenched teeth. "And what a way for you to show your love, giving her and your child a pauper's burial. If that is how you treat those you care for, one must wonder how you treat those who aren't in your lordship's dubious favour. Do you hang them from the rafters? Pluck out their fingernails just to make them scream?" Featherstone had paled, his countenance pinched and pained. "I deserve your scorn, and I'll own it, but I can explain." Val didn't want to hear anything this man had to offer, but he knew that he had to, as much for Edie's sake as for Kitty's. "Go on," he said coolly. "I eagerly await your sordid little tale." "Kitty didn't want to marry me," Featherstone began. "She feared my mother would never accept her because of her past. No doubt she wasn't wrong in that. I didn't give a damn about that. I'd have thrown over Alice and married her without a moment's hesitation. I begged her to be my wife, and she wouldn't. She revelled in her independence. She didn't want to be a marchioness. She said it would kill her soul." That sounded like Kitty, and Val hated to admit it. He'd had similar rows with her himself. Kitty had always been an original. She'd have loathed living in a townhouse like this formal, bloodless affair. It would have stolen the life out of her. "And so you generously agreed to keep her as your mistress, while you married someone else," Val drawled. "What a considerate man." "I know how it seems, but it was what Kitty wanted," Featherstone said calmly. "My mother was pressuring me to make a match, given the odious cousin next in line to inherit. I was to secure an heir at all costs. I married Alice, not knowing that a childhood illness had robbed her of the ability to have children. When Kitty fell pregnant, I was overjoyed, but then she... God. The Marquis's words became halting, and the undeniable sheen of tears was in his eyes. "Forgive me." The man composed himself with great effort, continuing. "She died." "Yes," Val agreed. "Along with her child, and you so loved both that you had them buried in an unmarked grave, you fucking swine." "The child didn't die," Featherstone said, and everything inside Val froze. "I don't understand. The child was stillborn." "No." Featherstone shook his head slowly, holding Val's gaze. "He wasn't. He's very much alive." "Good Christ, where is he then?" Val demanded, rising from his chair, wondering just what the hell was going on. "What have you done with my nephew?" "He's in the nursery," Featherstone said calmly, rising as well. "To all the world, he's my heir. He is my heir. He is the reason for Kitty's burial. I hated what happened to her. But after she was gone, I had to make decisions in the best interest of my son, and with all haste and secrecy. No one could know, no one can ever know the true nature of his birth. It's a secret I'll take with me to my grave, one I'm entrusting to you, Blakemore, for my sister's sake, because it makes me sick to think that my actions have caused her to be entrapped in an unhappy union. Our marriage is happy," he snapped, still reeling from the revelations the Marquis had just made. Or at least it would be happy. He vowed it. He owed her that much after the way it had begun. What a colossal bastard he'd been. "She hardly seemed happy when I saw her last," Featherstone said grimly. "And you've been keeping her from her family out of some bitter sense of revenge. I well understand your grief over Kitty. Whatever you feel in your heart, please know that I've felt it 100-fold. I loved your sister. I wanted to spend the rest of my life making her as happy as she would have allowed. But when she died after Charles was born, there was nothing I could do for her. I could, however, protect our son. That's what I did, but I needed the world to believe he'd died so that I could do that." Val felt sick, renewed grief twisting his gut along with the realization that was in itself a relief, a balm of sorts. Featherstone wasn't the cold-hearted villain he had believed. It was plain to see from the raw emotion in the Marquis's voice, the bleak sorrow on his countenance, that he had loved Kitty as he claimed. Moreover, he had gone to great lengths to protect Kitty's child, to claim him as his heir even. How Kitty would have laughed! Her son a Marquis one day. But there was also another painful realization washing over Val. Not only had he wronged Edie in forcing her into marrying him, he'd also been wrong about her brother, wrong about the need for vengeance that had been eating away at him ever since Kitty's death. "I'm not going to say I condone what you've done, Featherstone," he said, his voice raw and hoarse. "But I understand you did what you thought best in the moment." Featherstone reached into his coat and extracted a handkerchief, unashamedly dashing at tears. "The world needed to forget her so that our son could have a chance at the life he deserves." Val nodded, a knot of remorse in his throat that kept him from speaking for a moment, before he found his voice again. "Can I see him?" "Of course. You're his uncle." Featherstone moved to lead him from the room before turning back. "I trust I have your vow of secrecy in this matter. I can't afford for questions to be asked. My cousin—" "Say no more," Val reassured him. "I'll do anything I can to protect the lad as well." Kitty's son. His nephew. New emotion rose up within him, chasing some of the grief and pain. He followed the Marquis upstairs, the both of them silent. And when the door opened to the nursery, a small, blonde-haired child was within. He had Kitty's eyes, Kitty's nose. It was like looking at his sister when she'd been a child. And as Val stood on the threshold watching the boy, the last of the bitterness inside him was finally vanquished. Chapter 13. Edie finished handing off her wrap and hat in the entry hall of Henry's townhouse, and followed the servant guiding her down the familiar hall to the small sitting room her mother had always favoured for callers. She'd spent much of her time within these walls, both before and after Henry's marriage to Lady Alice, but returning now felt undeniably different. For the first time she felt rather like a stranger, visiting a house that had once been her home. Home, she realized, as she crossed the threshold of the sitting-room, was now where Val was. Before she'd even seated herself, the sound of male voices reached her. Familiar voices. Her brother's, and... No, it couldn't be. Her heart leapt into her throat as she hastened from the room, wandering into the main hall to find Val and Henry walking side by side. She'd inspected her brother's person for bruising and blood, but he appeared elegant as ever, not a hair out of place. Val's gaze instantly clashed with hers, a tender smile on his lips that was meant for her alone, one that made his charming dimple rise to sinful prominence. "Edie," he greeted warmly. "Edith," Henry said. "What a pleasant surprise." It occurred to her then that Val didn't appear angry with her for violating his edict and paying a call on her brother. But not just that, he didn't appear angry at all. Something had changed. Something was very different. Her gaze flew from her husband to her brother. "What's happened?" "Come into the sitting-room," Henry invited. "Shall I ring for tea? Something more bracing, perhaps?" "No, thank you," she declined, more confused than ever. Val reached her and offered her his arm, as if they were about to enter a formal supper together. She took it, raking him with a searching glance, but her husband only continued to smile down at her. And something was different about him. Not just the smile and lack of fury. He seemed somehow softer, younger. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. They settled in the sitting-room, Edie on a settee with Val at her side, Henry in a wingback opposite them, the door firmly closed against prying ears. "Are the two of you going to tell me what is going on?" she asked, desperate to know. "Neither of you is bruised or bloodied or worse, which seems an impossibility that defies all logic." "Ah, my darling wife, what must you think of me?" Val asked at her side softly, looking and sounding as sweet as a kitten when she knew him to be a lion. "What you've made me think of you," she countered, before turning to her brother. "Henry, explain, if you please." "I'm afraid that, when it comes to matters of love, neither your husband nor myself has made the wisest decisions," Henry said wryly. "Matters of love?" She shot a questioning glance in Val's direction, but he said nothing, simply stared back at her with that fathomless blue gaze until he glanced at Henry. "Tell your sister what you told me, Featherstone," he said. And Henry did, relaying an almost improbable tale that broke her heart, and then pieced it slowly back together again. By the time he'd finished, tears were streaking down her cheeks. Tears for Kitty, for her nephew, for Henry, and for Val too. Her husband pressed a handkerchief into her hand, and she took it, dabbing at her tears. "No one can know the truth," Henry said needlessly. "I'll never breathe a word to anyone," she promised. "Particularly not to Maman," he added. "We both know that if our mother knows something, all London will know it presently," she reassured him. "And at least half the continent as well," Val said at her side. She turned to him, and what she saw in his eyes filled her with a new hope, dangerous and fragile. "She's far from perfect." "As am I, my love." He took her hand and brought it to his lips for a reverent kiss. "Then we are well matched in that way," she said quietly, tenderly. Love for him burning fiercely within her, he gave her fingers a squeeze. Well matched in all ways. Was it her imagination, or was he telling her he loved her without saying the words? Surely this meant his quest for revenge was at an end. The obstacles between them had been removed. Henry cleared his throat pointedly, reminding Edith they had an audience. "I hope the two of you will join us for dinner soon. Alice would be pleased, as would I." Edith bit her lip, not certain of what Val's answer would be. "We'd be delighted," her husband said, still holding her hand. And Edith smiled through a fresh rush of new tears. "Yes, she agreed. "We would." By the time Val and Edie settled in his carriage to return home, he was desperate to touch her. They'd left her brother's townhouse, stopping to inform the Duchess of Bradford, who had brought Edie in her carriage, they'd be travelling together, and that she was free to carry on with her day. The Duchess had taken one look at them and given them a knowing smile. She'd extracted a promise to join herself and the Duke for dinner soon, before she'd driven off. Val didn't even wait for the carriage door to close before he hauled Edie into his lap. She was all soft, warm, beautiful woman with far too many layers of skirts, and the brim of her jaunty little hat knocked him in the nose and made his eyes water, but he didn't give a damn. "Edie," he said, blinking to clear his suddenly blurred vision. "Can you forgive me?" "For what?" She cupped his cheek in her gloved hand, and he wished it was bare because he was desperate for her skin, but he would take any part of her he could. He kissed her palm. "For pursuing you in anger, for using you for revenge, for tearing your gown that day at the castle ruins and forcing you into marrying me, for being a stupid, selfish bastard, and refusing to relent when I should have fallen at your feet and kissed your hems instead." She studied him gravely. "Is this because you found out the truth about Charles?" He held her stare unwavering. "No. In truth, I'd realized that we were at an impasse, and it was my fault. I knew I needed to do something to reconcile the past so that you and I could have a future. I was about to send word to your brother requesting a meeting when he sent it first. I had no inkling about Charles then. All I knew was that I couldn't keep dwelling on bitterness and anger if I wanted you." Edie nodded, believing him, and he knew an overwhelming sense of relief. "I'm relieved to know my brother isn't the heartless scoundrel you believed, but I'm still sorry about your sister's death. You must have loved her very much." "I did," he acknowledged somberly, moving a hand to Edie's face, his thumb tracing her cheekbone and the endlessly captivating dusting of freckles there. He was wearing gloves too, and he took a moment to bite the tip of one and shed it so that he could feel the warm, silken skin of her cheek against him before continuing. "But there is one person I love more than anyone else. I love her more than bitterness and revenge. I love her more than I ever imagined it possible to love someone." "Oh?" She smiled at him, a beautiful smile, her eyes glistening behind her spectacles, her cinnamon lashes wet with unshed tears. "And who is this paragon? I must confess I'm a very jealous woman when it comes to the man I love." Everything inside him seized. Edie? Sweet Christ. Was she saying she loved him? He'd been too afraid to hope. "Yes, husband." "Say the words," he said hoarsely. "Please." He needed to hear them so damned badly. Needed them more than he'd ever needed anything. "I love you, Val," she told him softly, fervently. "God," he said, overwhelmed with emotion for a moment, his throat thick with it, his mind filled with it. "I love you too, Edie mine. I'm so bloody sorry for everything that's happened, for the way we married. If I could go back and change it all, I would." "I wouldn't change becoming your wife, or loving you. I'd do it all again just to find myself here with you in this moment now. Just to know you're mine." How did he deserve this woman? He didn't, but he damned well wasn't going to let anyone else have her. She was his. He moved to kiss her, but then he remembered her blasted hat was a danger to his appendages and plucked it from her head before it poked out one of his eyes. He tore his off as well, and then he kissed her soundly, deeply, with all the love welling up inside him. Kissed her, and kissed his beautiful, intelligent, too-good-for-him wife as the carriage rumbled over rutted roads, taking them home. Epilogue. "My feet are so bloody sore," Edith complained with a weary sigh. "I'm never hosting a ball again." "Such language, Mrs. Blakemore," Val teased, taking one of her feet in his capable hands beneath the soothing warmth of their bath water and gently massaging it. "Wherever did you learn it?" Her head lolled back against the rim of the tub, as her husband worked his magic on her painful foot from the opposite end of the oversized tub they shared. "I learned it from a sinful rake." "He sounds like a very bad man to be such a terrible influence on you," he said lightly, rubbing the tender arch of her foot. She moaned in delight, slipping lower in the water until the sweetly scented bath was tickling her chin. "Oh, he's deliciously bad. He's persuaded me to shag him silly in nearly every room of our house." Val chuckled, releasing her foot to attend to the other. "Nearly every room, you say. He'll have to improve his efforts." "His efforts have already been most appreciated," she said saucily, admiring the way the water licked at his broad, muscled chest in the low lamplight. Although society fete were decidedly not Val's preferred entertainments, he had agreed to host a ball in support of the Ladies' Suffrage Society. Their guests had been old and new friends, including Vivie, Clementine, Madeline, Charity, and Lucy, and their respective husbands. The Duke and Duchess of Albemarle had not been in attendance, nor had they been invited. The Marquess and Marchioness of Featherstone had, however, as had the Dowager. Maman had taken up her place with the dowagers, gossiping to her heart's content. They had all danced and laughed and enjoyed the night until the early hours of the morning. It had been a wondrous celebration of their cause and their group of friends. "I have a feeling your rake would be happy to redouble his efforts," Val said, tugging on her ankle and pulling her effortlessly through the bath toward him. She landed on his lap astride him, his cock thick and ready against her, and kissed him soundly. He cupped her breasts in his big hands, thumbs rolling over her nipples, and she sank her tongue into his mouth to taste the sweetness of wine. She rocked against him, desperate for more, and finally tore her lips from his when the anticipation had built into an almost painful crescendo inside her. "When?" she asked breathlessly. "Would now suit, milady?" he asked, grinning. "Oh, yes." He didn't hesitate. One moment they were entwined in the bath, and the next he was rising from the tub, holding her in his arms, water running down them in rapidly cooling rivulets. Once they were safely on the mats spread over the bathroom tiles, they toweled each other dry before slipping through the adjoining door and going to Val's bedroom. "On the bed, my love," he told her. "I'm going to lick your pussy until you come all over my tongue, and you're going to watch." His sinful words sent a thrill through her, along with a molten rush of heat. She was wet between her legs already, and it had nothing to do with the bath she'd just emerged from. Unashamedly nude, Edith sashayed to the bed and settled herself on it, a mound of pillows at her back. On the opposite wall, Val had positioned a mirror for just such an occasion, and she saw her reflection in it now, pale and curved, her rounded belly slightly more pronounced than it had been, the evidence of their child growing within her. But then Val joined her on the bed, and she forgot about everything but the pleasure he was about to visit upon her. She opened her legs in welcome, and with a sensual growl he settled between her thighs, bringing his mouth to her waiting sex. As always, the first swipe of his tongue was electric. Her delicate state seemed to have heightened her every sense, and she was already on the edge. He licked her languorously, slowly, devouring her and worshipping her all at once. By the time he latched on to her aching bud and suckled hard, dipping a finger inside her, her orgasm hit her, sudden and fast, leaving her trembling and quaking beneath him. Val laved her with his tongue, raising his head for a moment. Another. Then he lowered his head and renewed his attentions, licking and sucking and thrusting a second finger inside her until she was moaning and writhing, clutching his head, hips pumping mindlessly, a rush of wetness emerging from her and dripping down his hand. He made her come a second time, and she was gasping, almost mindless, her body humming with potent pleasure. "Enough," she pleaded, when he remained between her legs, his tongue and fingers unrelenting. "Never enough," he murmured against her. "Watch how beautiful you look." She obeyed him, her gaze travelling to the mirror where she could see both of them at once, and the sight sent her crashing over the edge a third time. Only then did he take pity on her, rising on his knees on the mattress, his cock demanding and rigid. "My turn," she told him, wanting to spoil him as he had her. He lay on his back, running his fingers through her damp hair as she lowered her head and licked his beautiful cock from base to tip, lingering on the blunt head, lapping up the moisture seeping from him there. "Fuck, Edie," he said approvingly, an edge in his voice that told her he was quickly losing control, and that was how she wanted him. "Watch me take your cock," she told him, tantalizing him as he had done to her. He liked when she said filthy things to him, and she was slowly getting better at it, ever eager to add new words and acts to her repertoire. Slowly, she drew him into her mouth, loving the way he felt, the way he tasted, loving giving him pleasure. The power she had to bring this man to his knees, sucking him, thrilled her every bit as much as his mouth between her legs did. "Edie, my darling, wicked girl, you should see how perfect you look taking my cock." She moaned around his thick length, bringing him deeper, relaxing her throat and controlling her breathing so she could take almost his entire length. And then she worked him in the rhythm she knew he liked, sucking and licking, taking him to the back of her throat and then withdrawing, the salty essence of him on her tongue driving her wild. "Just like that," he praised, his hands in her hair, his hips pumping beneath her. She let him find his pleasure, loving him so much she felt as if she would explode with it. Loved him with her lips and tongue, inhaled the musky scent of him, grasped his buttock in one hand, holding him to her as she sucked, and allowed him to fuck her mouth the way she knew he wanted, the way he needed. "Oh, God, Edie, I'm going to come," he warned her. She let his cock to slip from her lips for a moment. "Come in my mouth," she said. And then she was on him again, sucking him deep, taking him down her throat. She felt him tensing, heard his guttural noises, knew he was close. And then his fingers tangled in her hair, and he cried out, and the hot burst of his seed was in her mouth. She swallowed, taking it all, taking him, her beloved rake, her wonderful husband, the man she loved. He pulled her atop him, breathing harshly, his heart hammering under her ear, fingers sifting through her hair. Neither of them spoke for a few moments as they lay there, wrapped together, naked and damp from their exertions. And then his hand crept between them, splaying over her belly, gently caressing her there. "I should have been gentler with you," he said. "I'm a villain." "I won't break," she reassured him. And then she inexplicably thought of his offer to have the Duke of Albemarle dealt with, the day they had clashed over the Duke's visit. "Can I ask you something, my love?" "Anything," he rumbled, his other hand continuing to sift idly through her hair, letting it fall to her back. "You haven't actually had anyone killed, have you?" He chuckled, the sound low and velvety. "Christ, Edie, only you would ask a question like that in a moment like this. No, I haven't, but I'll not lie. I'm not a good man, and